Heavenly Sword Mountain. The mountain is steep and perilous, shrouded in mist and clouds. Like a celestial realm. However, the tranquility was shattered by a tumultuous uproar. Countless figures surged like a tide towards the main hall of the Heavenly Sword Pavilion. They wielded all kinds of weapons, wore bizarre outfits, and had ferocious expressions. Among them were towering muscular giants. There were also short, wiry men, thugs with brutal faces, and cunning, treacherous villains. They ran wildly, letting out deafening battle cries, as if to overturn the entire Heavenly Sword Mountain. Among them, one burly man was particularly eye-catching. He had a towering physique with bulging muscles, holding a gleaming large blade. He suddenly leaped up like a fierce tiger, pouncing on its prey, instantly landing on the high platform. Standing on the platform, he raised his blade high, brandishing it wildly while shouting at the top of his lungs, "Kill! Brothers, kill the people of Heavenly Sword Pavilion, and all those peerless swords and treasures will be ours." A sharp-faced weasel-like man beside the burly man also cackled, "Haha, hero, who is right? We're about to break into the Heavenly Sword Hall. Victory is in sight. Along the way we haven't left a single soul alive, haha." Another person chimed in, "Exactly. Legend says the swords of Heavenly Sword Pavilion are unmatched in the world, but no one has truly seen them. This time we'll finally get a chance." Yet another person interjected, "Hee right. This Heavenly Sword Pavilion is too stingy, hiding so many swords and only releasing one every 10 years. Every time they release a sword, chaos erupts in the martial world. Now it's their turn to suffer." The crowd burst into laughter, eyes glinting with greed and fanaticism. They seemed to have forgotten the danger of this expedition, their hearts filled only with desire for wealth and power. In this life and death struggle, who would have the last laugh? Haha, brothers, what are we waiting for? Victory is right before us, just one last place remains. Today we will tear this Heavenly Sword Pavilion apart. Yes, charge. The battle cries shook heaven and earth, surging like a torrent towards the Heavenly Sword Pavilion. At the same time, inside the Heavenly Sword Hall, the atmosphere was extremely tense and solemn. "You err today, the Heavenly Sword Pavilion is doomed. As the Pavilion Master, I cannot abandon everyone and flee alone. But you are different. You are the future hope of our pavilion. You must survive." The middle-aged man tightly held the unconscious young man in his arms, his eyes full of love and resolve. He slowly stood up and walked with firm steps towards the corner of the wall. He reached out and pried open the stone slab, revealing a hidden mechanism. As the slab moved, a dark and deep passage appeared before him. This is the true sword vault of the Heavenly Sword Pavilion. All the peerless swords forged over 1,000 years are hidden here. Those so-called famous swords circulating in the martial world are merely defective goods. I never imagined the 1,000-year legacy of our pavilion would be destroyed in an instant. The middle-aged man's voice was low, filled with endless grief and indignation. He gazed at the long sword in his hand, its blade gleaming with cold light as if narrating past glories. "But child, you must survive. I once promised your mother to take good care of you. Alas, from now on I can no longer be by your side." At this point the middle-aged man could not help but shed tears, but soon regained his composure. "Stay hidden here well and come out only after the turmoil outside has calmed. I have no regrets even if I die today, but you are still young with a long road ahead. Your mother hopes you live well, and I share the same wish. Remember, no matter how great the difficulties, face them with strength and never give up easily." After saying this, the middle-aged man gazed deeply at the young man before him. A trace of attachment and reluctance flickered in his eyes, but he resolutely turned around. He silently left, closing the hidden mechanism behind him. Emerging from the secret chamber, the middle-aged man came to the center of the hall. He gently picked up the cloth-wrapped long sword lying on the stone platform. He slowly unwrapped the cloth, revealing the blade, and then tightly gripped the hilt as if holding a rare treasure. He began to carefully wipe the blade, his movements gentle and focused, not missing a single detail, as if handling a priceless piece of jade. At this moment he seemed to forget everything around him, completely immersed in communion with the sword. However, just as he was absorbed in polishing the blade, suddenly the tightly shut doors were violently thrust open. A dense crowd of people surged in, led by a towering, fierce-faced burly man. His voice echoed like thunder throughout the hall, "Ha ha ha, isn't this the current pavilion master Lin Yu of the Heavenly Sword Pavilion? Now there is not a single living soul left in this pavilion, only you. Today is your death day. We have come specially to see you off so you can have company on the road to the underworld. That's right, brothers, let's finish the pavilion master together." As his words fell, the crowd raised their swords and blades, surging like a wave towards Lin Yu. Facing such numerous and ferocious enemies, Lin Yu, however, appeared extraordinarily calm. He slowly drew the long sword from his hand, held it steadily before him, his eyes firm and cold. "Old friend, you have been with me since I was born. Today let us face this final life and death battle together. Ha ha ha, come." Lin Yu let out a loud shout, and with a sudden swing of his long sword, a sharp sword aura howled forth. In an instant, sword light flashed, blood rained, and wind roared. Those martial artists who charged forward were cut in half by his sword momentum before they could even approach, their bodies severed. Blood splattered everywhere, staining the ground red. The air was thick with the stench of blood. The martial world factions surged like a turbulent flood towards Lin Jichen. Wave after wave, as if never ending. Lin Jichen moved nimbly and gracefully, dodging left and right. The long sword in his hand slashed, chopped, thrust, lifted, hooked, swept, bounced, and intercepted. These seemingly simple and ordinary moves were actually fundamental techniques of swordsmanship, yet he wielded them with supernatural mastery and supreme skill. Each stroke perfectly hit the enemy's vital points, claiming a fresh life. However, human strength has its limits, and he was outnumbered. As time passed, Lin Jichen began to feel overexerted. Wounds began to appear on his body, deep marks left by sword slashes. There were also small wounds from hidden weapon attacks. Meanwhile, the sharp-faced weasel-like man stealthily approached Hu Lingqian. "Hero Hu Lin Jichen is extremely powerful. You need to personally intervene, we have already lost many brothers." Hu Lingqian looked at Lin Jichen fighting in the center of the battlefield and nodded in agreement. Have them withdraw." Upon hearing this, the sharp-faced man immediately shouted to the crowd, "Brothers, withdraw quickly. Leave the rest to Hero Hu." The martial artists surrounding Lin Jichen heard this and withdrew from the battle. Seeing this, Lin Jichen spoke to Hu Lingqian, who was slowly walking forward. Could it be that the renowned Hu Lingqian, the great hero, wishes to make a move? But this old man's sword is still sharp, do not hesitate to try it. Hu Lingqian smiled, held his blade diagonally downward and charged at Lin Jichen. Lin Jichen sidestepped to dodge the sword, then struck upward with his own sword. Hu Lingqian stepped back to evade the lethal strike. Then both swung at each other simultaneously. The blade and sword clashed instantly, sparking a shower of sparks. They quickly separated. The sword techniques changed rapidly, exchanging blows. In the span of a single breath, they had already exchanged several moves. At that moment, Hu Lingqian noticed a flaw in Lin Zichen's defense. He thrust his blade towards Lin Zichen's chest. However, this flaw was intentional by Lin Jichen. The moment Hu Lingqian's blade pierced Lin Zichen's chest, Lin Zichen's sword also slashed across Hu Lingqian's neck. Blood splattered, and Hu Lingqian looked at Lin Jichen in disbelief. "Why?" Lin Jichen pulled the blade from his chest. He then spoke to Hu Lingqian, "Today I have resolved to die. Exchanging my life for yours is not a loss." Cough. Ha ha ha, worldly affairs and human nature are biased, how can one anticipate everything? Ha ha ha. The crowd witnessed this and no one dared to step forward. Even a dead tiger still retains its majesty. The sharp-faced weasel-like man nudged the swordsman beside him. "Is he dead? Brother, go check." The swordsman refused to follow his order. "Why don't you go?" "I'm not going." "If you want to go, you go." "I'm not stupid." The sharp-faced man's face twisted with rage. He raised his blade and stabbed the swordsman. "No more nonsense. I said go, so go. If not, die. Who allowed you to call yourself I?" The sharp-faced man crouched down, using his clothes to wipe the blood off his blade. Then he looked at a slightly chubby young man beside him. "Go check." The chubby young man nodded tremblingly and wobbled towards Lin Jichen. Approaching, he checked for breath, then looked back at the sharp-faced man. "He's dead, no breath." The sharp-faced man burst into laughter upon hearing this. "Ha ha ha, finally dead. Brothers, ransack everything, don't leave a single corner untouched. And if anyone hides something, don't blame us for being ruthless." The crowd responded solemnly, "Good, no need to worry. Let's go search. The Heavenly Sword Pavilion has been passed down for 1,000 years, there must be plenty of good things. Just 1 or 2 items will be enough to ensure we never have to worry about food and clothing for life, ha ha ha. Yes, we've struck it rich this time. And the Heavenly Sword Pavilion is famous for its swords. That one sword alone is worth at least tens of thousands of silver taels. With so many of us, each can get tens of thousands. You're an idiot. After this, the Heavenly Sword Pavilion will cease to exist, so those swords will become unique treasures. Sell. I certainly want sell. Even if sold, where could we buy another? Such items should be kept as family heirlooms. Exactly, so short-sighted. How could such items be sold? The gold and silver we loot from this pavilion will be enough to split among us. The swords must never be sold, they will only increase in value over time. You all speak wisely. From now on, no swords from the Heavenly Sword Pavilion will ever again circulate in this world. Alright, search quickly, don't miss any corner. There might be hidden mechanisms with treasures. The crowd swept through like locusts, leaving nothing behind. Not until dusk did the crowd reluctantly leave the Heavenly Sword Pavilion, heading down the mountain. Inside the Sword Pavilion, an absolute silence reigned. Lin Yu slowly opened his eyes, which seemed to have slumbered for ages. His right hand pressed tightly against his head while his left struggled to support his body. He moved sluggishly to sit up. Ah, my head hurts so much. Lin Yu murmured, his brows tightly knit. After a brief moment of rest, he began to look around his surroundings. Where is this? His heart filled with doubt. What now appeared before his eyes was a somewhat dim and spacious hall. 2 rows of lamps stood neatly aligned in the center. On the surrounding walls were rows of full shelves. However, these shelves were utterly empty. Only in the middle of the innermost shelf, quietly resting, were 5 swords. Lin Yu rose and walked toward the shelf bearing the swords. The floor was paved with square stones. Even the walls were built from similarly square stones. It was not hard to imagine in this world that relied solely on human strength how much effort and toil had been expended here. When he arrived before the shelf, Lin Yu gazed at the swords before him. Even though the blades were concealed by their scabbards, he could still clearly sense the sharpness of the blades. The sword bodies were pitch black, and occasionally a flash of cold light streaked across like lightning. On the wooden shelf were also carved several lines of text, emanating a mysterious aura. Skyfall's sword. The blade was forged using the primal essence of celestial iron, consuming countless efforts of the Celestial Sword Pavilion. It took 133 years, the labor of 3 generations of the prime of life, to finally complete the forging. Unbreakable, slicing iron as if it were mud. Both blade and scabbard were made from the primal essence. The sword weighs 347 caddies. None but those born with superhuman strength can wield it. Forged in the 343rd year of the Celestial Sword Pavilion era. Lin Yu shifted his gaze to another sword. Its hilt and scabbard were reddish-black, covered in countless carvings: flowers, birds, fish, insects, the 4 divine beasts, and inscribed characters. Beasts of Doing. Sword forged from volcanic essence iron. Forged for 10 years, ground for 100. Soaked in the blood of 10,000 beasts for a century before completion. Forged in the 572nd year of the Celestial Sword Pavilion era. Azure Chill Mystic Sword. Forged from essence iron mined from beneath a 10th Sandier glacier. The blade's cold aura remains unthawed for eons. Because of its extreme cold, fire forging could not be used. Thus the blade's scabbard, hilt, and carvings were all cold forged. Through 5 generations, a total of 432 people hammered day and night, meticulously crafted. It took 300 years and was forged in the 621st year of the Celestial Sword Pavilion era. Light Feather Sword. As its name implies, it is as light as a feather. This ore was discovered in a cave. Searched the world over, no other trace was ever found. It is both light and hard, thus forged into a sword weighing just 8 taels. Because its structure was unknown, only cold forging could be used. Forged day and night by 330 people, taking 125 years. Forged in the 840th year of the Celestial Sword Pavilion era. Mortal Sword. Forging began the day the Celestial Sword Pavilion was built. Using ordinary iron, after tens of thousands of temperings and hammerings, this sword was made. Forging commenced on the day the Celestial Sword Pavilion was completed. It took 999 years. Half a lifetime of effort from successive generations of elite disciples of the Celestial Sword Pavilion went into its making. It is the strongest sword of the Celestial Sword Pavilion. It is also the soul of the pavilion's foundation. With ordinary iron and ordinary bodies, they forged a divine sword. The sword weighs 543 caddies. Forged in the 999th year of the Celestial Sword Pavilion era. After reading, Lin Yu stood frozen in place. He could not understand why, when a human life lasts but 100 years, one would spend half their life forging swords. Then he stroked his chin in thought. The 999th year of the Celestial Sword Pavilion era. Now it is the 1013th year. This sword was forged after my father became patriarch. Lin Yu clutched his head, feeling that he had forgotten something. No, father. Martial artists have attacked the Celestial Sword Pavilion en masse. My father. 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 Where are you? Lin Yu shouted loudly, looking all around, but only saw airtight stone walls. The only feature was a set of steps at the place where he had woken up. He walked to the steps. A stone door covered the cave entrance. Lin Yu searched around and found a sunken stone brick beside the door. Pressing hard, the stone door slowly opened. Dazzling light poured through the crack into the underground chamber. Lin Yu quickly raised his right hand to shield his eyes from the blinding glare. Only after the stone door was fully opened did he slowly step out of the underground chamber. However, a thick, cloying smell of blood assaulted his nostrils, making him feel a strong wave of nausea, nearly vomiting. As his eyes gradually adjusted to the outside light, Lin Yu hurriedly looked around. In the great hall, the floor was covered with countless corpses, a horrifying sight. And among the corpses, a middle-aged man knelt half upright in the center of the hall. When he recognized the man's face, Lin Yu could scarcely believe his eyes. He instinctively rubbed his eyes. But the sight before him was not an illusion. In an instant, tears burst forth like a flooding river, streaming uncontrollably from his eyes. Father! Father! Lin Yu shouted hoarsely, his voice breaking. As he stumbled and staggered to the middle-aged man. The tears in his eyes flowed like a torrential downpour, an unstoppable stream. You once said that I still know nothing, that you still have so much to teach me. How could you bear to leave me alone like this? But now the middle-aged man could no longer respond to his cries. Lin Zichen had truly lived up to being the master of the Celestial Sword Pavilion. He had also lived up to being a hero of the world. All these fallen enemies had been slain by his own hand alone. Even facing death, he refused to let his enemies have even a moment's satisfaction. After about the time it takes an incense stick to burn. Lin Yu knelt before his father's corpse, his right hand raised to the sky. Martial artists. Huh. In this life I will fight you to the death without rest. I will use your blood to honor the souls of my Celestial Sword Pavilion. Rest assured, I will reclaim everything of the Celestial Sword Pavilion, including their lives. Lin Yu gazed at Lin Zichen for a while longer. Then lifted the body and walked toward the underground sword pavilion. After burying his father there, Lin Yu walked out of the Celestial Sword Hall. Before his eyes, what was once a prosperous mountain filled with birdsong, floral fragrance and bustling activity was now covered with corpses and dark brown bloodstains. Lin Yu picked up every single member of the Celestial Sword Pavilion on the mountain one by one and buried them in the burial grounds of the Celestial Sword Pavilion. Here at the birth of every person, the Celestial Sword Pavilion had prepared their death coffins. It symbolized born here, die here. This is your home. From birth to death. The Celestial Sword Pavilion would never forget or abandon anyone. By the time Lin Yu had buried everyone, it was already midnight. Fortunately, the moon was bright. Otherwise he would not have been able to see the path. While burying the members of the Celestial Sword Pavilion for the martial artists who had died beside them, he sent them off the cliff. The path up Celestial Sword Mountain wound along the mountainside. One could only reach the summit by a single road, with the mountain wall on one side and the precipice on the other. He sat outside for a while, gazing at the silent Celestial Sword Mountain. The hatred in his heart grew ever stronger. Just for money, just for swords. They killed everyone on Celestial Sword Mountain. They deserve to die, and they must die. Otherwise how could I face the countless spirits of Celestial Sword Mountain? He returned to the Sword Pavilion underground. Lin Yu lay down before Lin Zichen's grave and slowly fell asleep. The next morning he was woken by something poking him. Lin Yu reached out to remove the object poking him. But upon pulling he found it was hanging around his own neck. Taking it out to look, he recalled that when his father used to tell him stories as a child, he had mentioned that together with the light feather sword stone a bead had also been found. His father had even shown it to him specially back then. This bead was no ordinary one either. It possessed a mysterious power. Wearing it could continuously enhance one's strength. Lin Yu carefully removed it and held it tightly in his palm. However, he had forgotten the exhaustion and hardship of the previous day. His palm had already been injured from friction with the stone coffin. He had squeezed a bit too hard just now. Blood had slowly seeped from the wound and adhered to the surface of the bead. Suddenly the bead burst into a brilliant, dazzling light. After just one breath, when Lin Yu opened his eyes again, the bead had utterly vanished without a trace. As if it had never existed. Lin Yu began to search everywhere, thinking he had accidentally dropped it and it had rolled into some corner. Yet during this search he noticed something strange about his body. An extremely intense pain radiated through him. Even though the disciples of the Celestial Sword Pavilion were tempered like fine steel from childhood, they had never endured such excruciating pain. Lin Yu gritted his teeth and bore the agony, struggling to hold on. Yet the pain only intensified. At last, unable to bear it, darkness swam before his eyes and he collapsed unconscious. Awakening once more. He knew not how long had passed. All he recalled was a dream he had entered. In that dream he practiced swordsmanship for 100 years, cleaving, chopping, thrusting, hanging, sweeping, overturning and blocking, the essential techniques of the blade. Day after day, never ceasing. Until his life came to an end. Life is but a dream, and dreams are like life itself. Reality and illusion were hard to distinguish. Though Lin Yu was uncertain of the reason. He genuinely felt that those sword techniques had been deeply etched into his being. The swordsmanship learned in the dream merged seamlessly with what he had acquired in reality. He vaguely sensed that if he held a sword, he could wield it as an extension of his own arm. With that thought he rose and fumbled in the darkness to light the lantern within the sword pavilion. Then he walked toward the 5 legendary swords. Reaching out, he grasped the scabbard of the mortal sword. This blade was exceedingly heavy, even more so than the mystic iron sword. Yet he lifted it with effortless ease, using but a single hand. Lin Yu's face was etched with astonishment. He could not help but murmur to himself. How can this be? This sword weighs 543 gene, yet I am not gifted with innate superhuman strength. How could I possibly lift it with one hand so effortlessly? It even feels like I am holding an ordinary sword. Could it be that this blade is not actually heavy and my father was lying? With a heart full of doubt, Lin Yu stood the sword upright. Then released his grip. In that instant the scabbard of the mortal sword made contact with the ground. It pierced through the stone slab like a sharp arrow, sinking halfway before finally halting. This is no illusion if the sword does indeed weigh 543 Jin. Could that vanished orb from yesterday have transformed my body? Is that orb still within me or has it already dissolved into energy reshaping my physique? Lin Yu lightly scratched his forehead. He drew the mortal sword. Unable to fathom it, he decided to cease worrying. After all, he had already wasted considerable time. It was time to seek them out and collect the debt of blood. Holding the sword, Lin Yu descended from the Heavenly Sword Mountain. The path was marked with dark brown bloodstains, as if warning him of what had transpired there. An incense stick's time later he reached the foot of the Heavenly Sword Mountain. The city named after the mountain, Heavenly Sword City. Some martial artists who had received their share of the spoils were still lingering there. Lin Yu had made inquiries on his way into the city. These men were staying at the Xianqing Inn. At the Xianqing Inn, inside a second-floor chamber, a young man sat at the table, complaining to the other 5. Alas, we only got 3,000 taels. The big shots took the lion's share and they didn't even leave us a single sword. Isn't that the truth? We put in the effort too, why did we get so little? Enough, they're all from major sects. We're just opportunists who heard the news. Getting a share at all is lucky. True, the Azure Peak sect, Snow Jade sect, Blood Soul sect and Emerald Crane sect, 5 major sects plus thousands of independent fighters, over 10,000 in total. Getting 3,000 taels is already a lot. When you put it that way, the Heavenly Sword sect was really wealthy. Indeed, if over 10,000 people each got 3,000 taels, how much did those sects take? At least 1,000,000 taels. Plus the 1,000+ swords obtained from Heavenly Sword Mountain that day, each worth at least tens of thousands of taels and dozens of peerless masterpieces that money couldn't even buy. The men chatting did not hear the footsteps approaching the door. Lin Yu drew his sword, with 2 light strokes against the door. The door shattered with a crash. Hearing the noise, the conversing men all grabbed their weapons and looked toward the entrance. Among them a burly man wielding a hook-shaped blade stared at Lin Yu and asked, "Who are you, sir, and why do you barge into our room?" Lin Yu raised the mortal sword in his hand. Its tip pointed at the men. He said sternly, "The young master of the Heavenly Sword Pavilion has come to claim your lives as a sacrifice for the spirits of my Heavenly Sword Mountain." The men were all greatly alarmed and involuntarily stepped back. Not a single soul survived the Heavenly Sword Pavilion. Why do you pretend to be its young master? Whether I am alive or not you need not know. But I do know this: those who slaughtered my Heavenly Sword Pavilion have not all perished, so I cannot die yet. Then Lin Yu advanced step by step toward them. Finally one man could bear it no longer. He raised his blade and struck at Lin Yu. Lin Yu slashed back in a single motion. The moment the sword and blade clashed, the man's blade was like tofu, shattered into 2 pieces instantly. The cut was so clean and even that when enlarged one could see their reflection in it. The man's face was filled with shock as he watched the sword, its momentum undiminished, still bearing down on him. His eyes bulged as if he wanted to speak, but it was too late. Lin Yu sidestepped past him and continued toward the others. The man who had been brushed past tried to turn his head for a glance. Yet a clean cut had appeared from his shoulder to his waist. The upper half of his body slid off along the cut and fell to the floor. How can this be? This sword is so sharp. He merely swung it lightly. How could this happen? When has the martial world ever seen such a keen blade? Even the swords taken from the Heavenly Sword Pavilion yesterday would require tremendous force to sever our weapons. The men were terrified and turned to flee. But how could Lin Yu grant their wish? He moved like lightning. In an instant he was behind them. With a swift motion of his hand and a fall of his blade, 1 stroke per man. In but a moment, the 6 men had met their doom. After the killing, Lin Yu searched through their belongings, but found no sword from the Heavenly Sword Pavilion. So he turned and left. From then on Lin Yu roamed the martial world. Whenever he encountered someone boasting of the treasures they had divided at the Heavenly Sword Pavilion years ago, he would slay them with a single stroke. Whenever he met someone wielding a sword from the Heavenly Sword Pavilion, he would also slay them with a single stroke. Thus passed 3 years. Even though Lin Yu only targeted lone martial artists, it still aroused the vigilance of the major sects. Yet Lin Yu was solitary. He came and went without a trace. No one could predict his whereabouts. Whenever the sect members arrived at the scene, all they saw were corpses strewn across the ground. And so Lin Yu killed for 10 years. Of the over 1,000 swords that had been scattered, he finally recovered more than 500. The remaining swords were all hidden within the sects. They forbade their disciples from descending the mountain with a heavenly sword mountain blade. Lin Yu was at his wit's end. So he waited at the gates of each sect like a hawk, killing any who emerged, until no one dared to set foot outside the mountain gates. Then, he shifted his target, and continued his vigil at another sect. Later, these sects discovered Lin Yu's trail. They sent messages by carrier pigeon, summoning the other sects to encircle and destroy Lin Yu. Indeed, Lin Yu was cornered by the combined forces several times. However, his sword was incredibly sharp, and he possessed inexhaustible strength. After a fierce battle, the encirclement of 300 men ended with Lin Yu gravely wounded. Over 200 lives were lost. Lin Yu emerged unscathed. After this battle, the 6 major sects, fearing Lin Yu would storm their mountain gates alone, all relocated their sects to a single location. From then on, Lin Yu made this place his target. Whenever someone appeared, he would follow, kill them and bury the bodies. Once, he disguised himself as a sect member and infiltrated the mountain, unleashing a massacre. He fought until the sky turned dark, even when his enemies wielded swords from the Heavenly Sword Pavilion. Lin Yu's mortal sword merely paused for a moment, and in that instant the enemy was decapitated. Lin Yu fought in a sea of blood for 3 days and 3 nights. Though his stamina held, the pangs of hunger and mental exhaustion could no longer be sustained. Then, he killed another man, picked up the mortal sword, and leaped off a cliff. Reverse gripping the blade, he drove it into the cliff face. The blade was so sharp, it sliced through the earth and stone upon contact. Lin Yu used it to slide down to the mountain base. Afterward, every time he healed, Lin Yu would charge up the mountain to kill again. The martial world bestowed upon him the title, the unyielding white-clad young master. Because of this, many took advantage of Lin Yu's injuries to leave the sects, and went into hiding. 40 years after the fall of the Heavenly Sword Pavilion, the remaining sects also met their end. In the following 20 years, Lin Yu, following the roll call of those who had distributed gold and silver from the Heavenly Sword Pavilion, sought them out one by one. After 20 years, the last of the survivors were finally all slain. Lin Yu sat before his father's grave in the Sword Pavilion, now an octogenarian. His hair was completely white. Though not yet 80, he appeared 100 years old. The immense strength and inexhaustible power in his body had all been obtained at the cost of his life force. Martial artists were supposed to live longer and look younger. Yet Lin Yu bore the pallor of death. Father, 60 years have passed in the blink of an eye. All enemies are avenged and the Sword Pavilion is filled with blades. Now I understand why we spent generations forging a single sword. For forging a sword is like forging a man. And now my end is near. If not for the last breath I cling to, I fear I could not have returned to this Sword Pavilion. Haha, in this life I have avenged the thousands of disciples of the Heavenly Sword Pavilion. I have no regrets. Over these years the sword has been my only companion. You once said that practicing the sword requires first having a sword in hand, then reaching the state of having no sword in hand but a sword in the heart, and finally having neither sword in hand nor in heart, using the body as the sword until one attains the realm of no sword, no self and no world. For 60 years I have pondered but never understood how to categorize the stages of swordsmanship. In the end I feel that sword momentum, sword chi, sword heart, sword intent, sword Tao, and the origin of the sword might be more appropriate. It is a pity that I, your son, am dull-witted and have only comprehended sword momentum. With these words, Lin Yu drew the mortal sword. After 60 years of slaughter, even the sturdiest of blades was now covered in notches. He gently caressed its body. O mortal sword! These 60 years. Thank you for your companionship. You have suffered. You have toiled. Today you too shall rest. So saying, he buried the mortal sword in a hole he had dug, and slowly covered it with earth. With one last gaze at the tombstone, the sword grave and the sword pavilion, Lin Yu slowly closed his eyes. He did not notice that the moment his eyelids shut, the orb from long ago silently emerged from within his body. In an instant a flash of light passed, and everything returned to silence. Lin Yu's consciousness gradually cleared, yet his eyes remained too heavy to open. He could only hear the voices of those around him, unable to see their figures. Was the journey to the spirit realm fruitful? It was a woman's voice, soft and warm, evoking a sense of familiarity. There was a hint of a smile in her voice, as if she was quite satisfied with the spirit realm expedition. Of course, master. The senior brother obtained a legacy and the second brother acquired a spirit sword. As for me, I only picked up a few immortal herbs. Ah, master, you're the best. Could you give your disciple some artifacts for protection? This voice belonged to a young woman sounding somewhat playful and adorable with a hint of grievance. She seemed dissatisfied with her own gains. Haha, enough, Ling Long. Your master's treasures are nearly emptied by you all. Our spirit sword peak has few people because your master gave everything to you. What will I have left for new disciples? This voice belonged to a middle-aged man carrying a tone of teasing. He seemed to be joking. Yet there was also a hint of helplessness. The master was named Wang Shiwu. He had come to the Cloud Sword sect 1,000 years ago to cultivate once a genius disciple. He reached the mysterious core realm in just 100 years, but subsequent advancements proved exceedingly difficult. After a millennium, Wang Shiwu remained only at the peak of the mysterious core realm. Upon reaching the mysterious core realm, one gains a lifespan of 5,000 years. He held hope of attaining the mysterious heaven realm before his time ran out. The master's wife was named Shen Feng, who had entered the sect at the same time as the master. They were once a celestial couple envied by all. Yet over 1,000 years no one knew how the master had grown so stout. Fortunately, the master's wife remained beautiful. Her cultivation realm was a whole major level above the master's, the early stage of the mysterious heaven realm. The Cloud Sword sect leader was only at the late mysterious heaven stage. The other peak masters were at most on par with the master. Thus, although Spirit Sword Peak had few people, its words carried weight within the Cloud Sword sect. However, the master focused on cultivation to break through to the mysterious heaven realm, and the sect leader also hoped for another mysterious heaven realm cultivator in the sect. Thus Spirit Sword Peak was not heavily tasked with teaching disciples. Over 1,000 years it had only 3 disciples in total. The 2 men and 1 woman burst into laughter upon hearing this. The master had always been like this, yet despite the small numbers this place possessed a warmth unmatched by other peaks. Lin Yu heard this. A sense of longing arose in his heart. He struggled to open his eyes, eager to see this warm Spirit Sword Peak. The middle-aged man let out a bitter laugh. He looked at his disciples before him, his heart filled with gratification and emotion. Though they constantly coveted his artifacts, it was also a sign of their trust and reliance on him. The seated man let out another bitter laugh, thinking of his disciples. They were perfect except for always eyeing what little he had in his pocket. Though he no longer had much use for them. But it's better to be wary of thieves than to be coveted by them. Lin Yu heard this and curiosity stirred within him. All right, you lot. The middle-aged man's voice carried a note of indulgence. He gazed at his disciples, his heart brimming with affection. Ling Long seemed to recall something and giggled as she approached the master. Lin Yu felt a surge of tension. He didn't know what Ling Long intended to do, but he could sense her cheerful mood. Oh, by the way, master, there's something. Hey. The middle-aged man, hearing Ling Long's tone, immediately covered his ears. He knew that when Ling Long acted like this, she must have concocted some mischievous scheme. Huh. Don't make that face, it never means anything good. I'm not listening. Ah, master, how can you be like this? Your disciple cares for you so much. The middle-aged man could no longer pretend to be deaf. If he kept it up, she'd be acting like the master instead. Ahem, what's this about? You care for me? Hearing this, Ling Long's face stiffened. She quickly smiled to cover up. Hee, my mistake. You care for me, master. But seriously, I have real business, no joking. Then she pulled a little boy out of her treasure pouch, a gift from her master's wife. It was none other than our protagonist. The boy's delicate face bore a few drops of blood. He was dressed in coarse linen clothes. Wang Shiwu was taken aback. You, Ling Long, pulling a boy from her treasure pouch, that was unacceptable. How could a righteous person do such a thing? Ling Long, why are you carrying a little boy? Are you asking for a beating? Are you planning to bring him back as a child groom? You, Ling Long pouted at this, looking at her master and master's wife, tears welling in her eyes. The 2 senior brothers quickly explained to the master and master's wife, Master, you misunderstand. We found this boy in a small village on our way back. Everyone in the village was dead and he was the only one wailing loudly. The junior sister couldn't bear it and brought him back. He might have cried himself to sleep, so she put him in the treasure pouch. Wang Shiwu and Shen Feng relaxed their furrowed brows upon hearing this. They had no children of their own, so they treated their disciples like sons and daughters. They had been diligent in their teaching over the years, fearing their disciples might stray. Wang Shiwu glanced at Yu Linglong, who was still pouting. His heart sank, trouble was brewing. Today he would have to part with something to smooth things over. Ah, what a careless mouth. Ahem, Linglong, I was wrong to blame you. Here, take this mysterious spirit pill as my apology. Yu Linglong snatched it immediately, her tearful expression instantly replaced by a beaming smile. Had trying to outsmart this disciple. Not a bad deal. Fine, I forgive you. Master, this little boy is so pitiful, let's take him in. Wang Shiwu looked at the still unconscious boy. He formed a hand seal and touched the boy's forehead. Where is this? Lin Yu opened his eyes to this unfamiliar place. Could this be the underworld? But why were they all staring at him? Was there something strange about him? He then looked down. Huh? How could this be? He had turned into a child. These hands weren't his, he had held a sword for years. His hands bore the calluses unique to a swordsman. Where was this and who was he? Suddenly a pretty face appeared just 3 feet from Lin Yu. In his past life he had been consumed by revenge. The closest thing to him was his ordinary sword and no one had come within 3 feet. Yu Linglong waved her hand seeing no reaction and asked, "Hey little brother, you're awake." Where is this? Why am I here? Yu Linglong pointed at the ground and then at herself. This is Spirit Sword Peak of the Cloud Sword Sect. I brought you here. The Cloud Sword Sect Spirit Sword Peak. He had never heard of it. Hey, are you okay? I'm fine. Thank you. Yu Linglong turned to look at her master with a pitiful expression. Master, let's take him in. I want a little junior brother, so I can dote on him. Yu Linglong accidentally let slip her true thoughts. The senior and second brothers exchanged knowing glances. The master and master's wife looked on helplessly at Linglong's theatrical performance. Fine, Spirit Sword Peak is yours to command anyway. Master, what are you saying? Of course it's my master's wife who rules here, right, master's wife? Yu Linglong ran to her master's wife, massaging her shoulders ingratiatingly. You little imp. Alright, since Linglong has spoken, let's take him in. It's been a while since we accepted a disciple. Other peaks have thousands of disciples while ours is dwindling. One more person is good. Yes, master's wife. You're so generous, master's wife. The master's wife glared at the two. You two, one senior and one second brother, stop flattering me. Go fetch the testing stone. Oh, right away. Let's go. The two brothers returned in no time. Come on, little junior brother, test your aptitude. The bewildered Lin Yu raised his equally bewildered hand and placed it on the testing stone. Is this enough? Yes, wait a moment. The testing stone emitted a burst of light. Lin Yu felt something stir within him. When everything settled, the testing stone glowed white and then remained inert. Master, what does this mean? Yu Linglong looked at her master in confusion. I told you to study diligently. Aptitudes are classified as mortal, profound, earth, heaven and supreme. The testing stone directly reveals the aptitude. If nothing appears, there is no aptitude. Then we cannot take this child in. Without aptitude, how can he cultivate immortality? Lin Yu heard the words cultivate immortality and a ripple stirred in his heart. This world had immortality cultivation. In his past life he had heard tales in taverns. The wonders of the immortal cultivation world were far more fascinating than the martial arts realm. His great revenge had been fulfilled. If he could cultivate immortality, it would be a fine path. But without aptitude he could not cultivate. Even if he had come here, what good would it do? He would still be nothing but an ordinary person. I don't care, he's already my junior brother. We don't lack a mouth to feed. Master's wife. When Yu Linglong coyly begged her master and mistress to take in Lin Yu, the master was rendered both amused and exasperated by her charmingly adorable demeanor. The mistress beside him could not help but chuckle. She gently patted the master on the shoulder. The master shook his head helplessly and said with fond indulgence, fine, I surrender. Let him stay here. You make the arrangements yourself. Yu Linglong, upon hearing the master's words, felt her heart blossom like a flower and a radiant smile bloomed across her face. She looked at the master and mistress with exuberant delight. She thought to herself, hee, I have a little junior brother now. From now on I can bully him. This is so wonderful. Snapping back to reality, she quickly said, all right, thank you, master and mistress. Well, take our leave now. Then she pulled Lin Yu out the door, not forgetting to call out to the two senior brothers, let's go. Big senior brother, second senior brother, what are you still standing there for? Hurry up and come with me to arrange the little junior brother's lodging. Oh, coming. Farewell, master and mistress. Go on. The master glanced at the mistress, a helpless expression on his face. Sai, tell me, have I been too good to these rascals? Back when I was a disciple I wouldn't have dared to speak to my master like this. The mistress could not help but laugh softly. Enough. Don't be so ungrateful. As long as the children are happy, isn't this life good enough? At the residential area of Spirit Sword Peak. Little junior brother, you'll live in this room from now on. My courtyard is right next to it, and across from it are big senior brothers and second senior brothers. If you need anything, just come to me. Yu Linglong's cheerful voice echoed through the small courtyard. Lin Yu was still marveling at the experiences he had just been through. He had been flown here by his senior sister. From his brief glance earlier, he realized that there was no path connecting Spirit Sword Peak to this place at all, only a bottomless chasm in between. Even this residential area was the same. The dwelling was situated atop a small mountain summit with an extremely spacious platform. He had only taken a rough look as he descended. This place was actually more than 10 times larger than the Heavenly Sword Pavilion. It could easily house a population of tens of thousands. Yet only the 3 of them resided here. Oh no, from now on there would be 4. Adjacent to it stood a massive mountain, and the summit they lived on was merely at the midslope of that great mountain. Senior sister, what is that place on that mountain? Lin Yu asked curiously, pointing at the neighboring great peak. When Yu Linglong heard her little junior brother call her senior sister, she instantly felt a sensation, a truly wonderful feeling. Her mood involuntarily brightened. Hee, that mountain over there is a sword training ground. Nothing fun there. It's all rocks. The only nice thing is watching the sunrise from the mountain edge. It's quite beautiful, but we rarely go there. It's nothing special. You can go up and take a look if you have nothing to do. Oh, okay. Then the 2 senior brothers and the senior sister began to arrange Lin Yu's dwelling. Since no one had lived here for a long time, the interior was filled with dust and debris. The 2 senior brothers and senior sister continuously cast cleansing spells, stopping only after an incense stick's time had passed. Satisfied with their work, Lin Yu looked up. The room was now so clean it was almost reflective. Blinking his eyes, Lin Yu carefully examined the small courtyard. Upon entering, there was a yard of about 50 square meters. Directly opposite stood a modest house. The windows and doors were all made of wood with a transparent material affixed to them. Entering the room, to the right was a bed, to the left a table and several bookshelves. There was nothing else. Oh right, little junior brother, you have no luggage. Use senior sister's things for now. Call me senior sister and let me hear it. Lin Yu was speechless. What kind of strange hobby was this? It seemed he'd have to keep his distance from her. He was nearly 80 years old. Calling a young girl senior sister, how improper. Thank you, senior sister. Ha ha ha, good boy, little junior brother. Ha ha ha, did you hear that? No one can say I'm the youngest anymore. I have a little junior brother. Yu Linglong raised her chin proudly. It was then that Lin Yu seriously observed the others for the first time. Big senior brother had a simple, honest look about him. He seemed quite dependable with a square-shaped face. He was likely wearing the sect's uniform. Second senior brother was stout with a round, plump face. His face was full of flesh. He and big senior brother were almost the same height. However, if second senior brother stood a bit farther away, big senior brother might appear slightly taller. But appearances could be deceiving if they were actually the same height. Yu Linglong had an oval face, soft and chubby. She still carried a hint of childishness, yet she was truly beautiful, even more so than all the women on the martial world's beauty list that Lin Yu had seen in his past life. And she was only in her teens. When she grew older, she would surely be a breathtaking beauty of unparalleled elegance. Moreover, with her lively and mischievous personality, she was certainly very endearing. However, Lin Yu decided it was best to keep some distance. In his past life he had grown accustomed to being alone. He disliked being surrounded by people, nor did he enjoy constant chatter. Little junior brother, what are you thinking about? Second senior brother called out to Lin Yu. He was also a bit puzzled. The little junior brother looked to be 7 or 8 years old, yet he showed no fear upon arriving here. He wasn't crying or making a fuss. He was so quiet that if one didn't see him standing there, they might forget he existed. Second senior brother then shook his head. Perhaps children from poor families matured early. Even if he was extremely astonished inside, he probably wouldn't show it. Lin Yu was observing this unfamiliar new environment. Suddenly, his stomach let out a series of growls. Oh, second senior brother, is there any food here? I think I'm a bit hungry, he said awkwardly. Oh, I forgot, Yu Linglong said apologetically, sticking out her tongue. You two stay with little junior brother. I'll go to the dining hall and get more food to store in my spatial ring. That way little junior brother can eat whenever he's hungry. With that, big senior brother flew away. Hey senior brother, Lin Yu called out. He's too fast. Little junior brother has no aptitude and can't use spatial artifacts. Second senior brother said helplessly. Oh right. Let me think. I have this. Yu Linglong said, taking a ring off her finger and handing it to Lin Yu. Here, take it. Just drip some blood on it and it'll work. Hearing this, Lin Yu stared at the ring in disbelief. This was a spatial artifact. Was it the kind that could store things? Drip blood. How? He wouldn't have to bite his finger, would he? Yu Linglong was almost dying of laughter watching Lin Yu's troubled little expression. Watching Lin Yu's conflicted expression, Yu Linglong laughed so hard she doubled over. Ha ha ha, little junior brother, don't tell me you're afraid of pain. Ha ha ha. She teased. Lin Yu's face instantly turned red. He retorted. No, I'm not. Do you have a knife? I'm afraid I can't bite through my finger. No, why would you need a knife? Don't move, Yu Linglong said with a smile. A glow emanated from her hand and Lin Yu's blood flowed from his finger. Yet there was no wound. She suspended the floating drop of blood over the ring which immediately absorbed it. Lin Yu felt as if something new had been added to his perception. Before he could examine it, Big Senior Brother returned riding his sword. I'm back. Carrying a large bundle, Big Senior Brother walked into the courtyard. Little Junior Brother, come quick. Big Senior Brother said excitedly. Look what delicious food I've brought for you. Wow, so much good food. Yu Linglong's eyes lit up. She eagerly opened the bundle which was filled with all kinds of food, meat, rice, fruit. Lin Yu stared at the food in astonishment. He asked, Big Senior Brother, how long will this food last? Haha, Little Junior Brother, don't worry. Stored in a spatial ring, it won't spoil. Big Senior Brother explained with a laugh. A spatial ring? Lin Yu asked curiously. Yes, a spatial ring is a treasure for storing items. It can hold many things and they won't go bad, Yu Linglong said. Look, my ring is full of delicious snacks. Lin Yu gave an awkward smile. Oh, I see. He looked at the ring on his own hand and saw a vast space inside capable of holding many things. Big Senior Brother, Second Senior Brother, Senior Sister, would you like to eat some with me? Lin Yu asked, looking up at the three. Sure. All right. Sounds good to me. The three replied in unison. The four of them sat together and began to eat. Yu Linglong said while chewing, Little Junior Brother, you need to eat more so you can grow tall. Lin Yu nodded with a smile. Thank you, Senior Sister. Watching the three of them eat with gusto, he felt a warmth in his heart. The loneliness of his past life made him fear this kind of environment, yet he also yearned for such a life. Humans were truly contradictory creatures. Ah, by the way, Little Junior Brother has no aptitude for cultivation, so he can't cultivate his lifespan. Second Senior Brother suddenly said. He seemed to have remembered something. He glanced at Lin Yu, then spoke to the other two. It's fine. Not having cultivation aptitude just means he can't practice. We can give Little Junior Brother some immortal herbs to extend his life. Exactly. It's a small problem. Little Junior Brother, Senior Sister will have your back from now on. Lin Yu looked at the three with confusion. Lifespan can be increased. Of course. The three of us are all at the Mystic Mist realm now, though I've just entered it. Big Senior Brother and Second Senior Brother are at the peak of the Mystic Mist realm. With a bit of fortune they might step into the Mystic Liquid realm any time. I'm still far off. Suddenly I'm so annoyed. Haha, Little Junior Sister, you're only 15 and already at the Mystic Mist realm. The two of us are over 100 years old. You should be grateful. By the time you reach our age you'll definitely have achieved Master's level. Exactly. Comparisons can be infuriating. Over 100 years old. Lin Yu's face was etched with shock and disbelief. Yes, Little Junior Brother. Your Second Senior Brother and I became Master's disciples around the same time. Time flies, it's been over 100 years since then. The Senior Brother's voice was calm and profound, as if recounting a distant history. Oh right. An ordinary person's lifespan is about 100 years. However, once one steps into the Mystic Chi realm their lifespan extends to 500 years. The Mystic Mist realm grants 1,000 years, the Mystic Liquid realm 3,000, the Mystic Core realm 5,000, and the Mystic Heaven realm 9,000. The Mystic Dao realm allows one to live for 15,000 years, the Mystic God realm 50,000, the Mystic Immortal realm 100,000, and the Mystic Emperor realm is essentially immortal and indestructible. The Senior Brother's words crashed into Lin Yu's understanding like a tidal wave. However, the Mystic Emperor realm had not been achieved by anyone for a very long time. Even the Mystic Immortal realm was only attained by a handful of individuals on the Mystic Emperor continent. So Little Junior Brother, have you broadened your horizons now? Yu Linglong looked at Lin Yu playfully, a glint of intelligence sparkling in her eyes. Lin Yu was indeed profoundly shocked. Their lifespans were so incredibly long. He himself had only lived for 80 years. In those 80 years he had already experienced countless things. For them with thousands or tens of thousands of years. How many complex and intricate stories must they have lived through? The higher one's realm, the more awe-inspiring their state of mind became. After all, they had experienced far too much. Noticing Lin Yu's pallid complexion, the Senior Brother offered words of comfort. Little Junior Brother, you need not worry. There are indeed many immortal herbs that can extend one's lifespan. Especially since you lack the aptitude for cultivation and are merely an ordinary person, even the most common immortal herb can grant you the effect of prolonging life. Upon reflection, it was indeed true. When an immortal herb meets an ordinary person, the results are twice the effect with half the effort. After eating and drinking their fill, the two Senior Brothers and the Senior Sister went off to cultivate. To have reached such a realm at this age required far more than mere talent. However, both of these Senior Brothers possessed earth-grade talent. As for Yu Linglong, she possessed an unparalleled supreme-grade talent. That is to say, if Yu Linglong did not meet an untimely end, she was destined to reach the realm of mystic immortal. No wonder she had attained the mystic mist realm at merely 15 years of age. The two senior brothers took a century to reach the peak of the mystic mist realm. For the little senior sister, reaching that peak might take another 3 to 5 years. Yet these were not matters for Lin Yu to ponder. Arriving in this vast world, Lin Yu's heart was filled with an ardent longing to ride a flying sword. And with a mere gesture to overturn mountains and seas. However, the closed door mercilessly dealt him a heavy blow. At this moment he was utterly lost, uncertain of where he should go. Oh well, Lin Yu mused to himself. Tomorrow I shall focus on practicing the sword. After all, aside from the sword I seem to know nothing else. He did not know if he could ever reach the profound realm of swordsmanship he envisioned. If I truly can, perhaps I will be no less formidable than those cultivators. On this night of bright moon and sparse stars accompanied by the luminous moonlight, Lin Yu slowly drifted into slumber. The next morning, as the sky was just beginning to lighten, Lin Yu rose early. Yet to his dismay he discovered he did not possess a sword. Fortunately, there happened to be a dense bamboo grove on the mountain. After searching through it, Lin Yu finally found a bamboo stalk of suitable thickness. He then cut it down. After simply removing the rough edges, he carried this bamboo stalk and ascended the neighboring great mountain. Walking all the way, it took a full 2 hours before he reached the summit. Standing atop the peak, Lin Yu gazed into the distance. He saw clouds drifting leisurely, and in the distance several peaks even taller than this one stood as if piercing through the mist. They rose straight and tall. After taking in the beautiful scenery, Lin Yu began to practice his sword slowly. His father had said that the sword has no set forms. Only the fundamentals: chop, cut, thrust, hook, slash, flick, and intercept. Mastering these basics is the true essence of sword practice. Lin Yu also recalled his father once saying, "Yuer, do you know what kind of martial artist I fear?" At that time a puzzled Lin Yu shook his head. "I do not know, father. But is there anyone in the martial world you fear?" "Naturally there is. I do not fear those who have practiced 10,000 different martial arts. I fear those who have practiced a single technique 10,000 times. Such people possess a temperament and perseverance far beyond the ordinary. Their achievements are also supreme. So Yuer, remember the foundational swordsmanship I taught you today. As long as you keep practicing 1,000 times, 10,000 times, you will become stronger than I." "Yes, father, I understand." Lin Yu nodded firmly. Thus in his past life Lin Yu wielded a sword. For 60 years he slew his enemies using only the most basic sword techniques. Yet no one in the martial world could withstand 100 moves from him. Even without his innate divine strength, relying solely on his swordsmanship, he could still slay anyone in the martial world in unknown combat. On the mountaintop a 7 or 8-year-old boy could be seen ceaselessly swinging the bamboo stalk in his hand. But upon closer inspection he was merely repeating the chopping motion over and over. 5,521, 5522, 5523. 7,899, 8677, 9788. At this point Lin Yu's hands were trembling. Sweat dripped continuously down his face, some even entering his eyes. But he merely closed his eyes slowly, without pausing his movements. His clothes were already soaked through with sweat. Even the ground where he stood bore patches that were wet, then dried. And then soaked again. Farther away, marks left by dried sweat remained. Closer by, the ground was still damp. 9,999, 10,000. After completing 10,000 chops, Lin Yu collapsed to the ground in exhaustion. This chopping was not a casual swing. Each chop required the mobilization of every muscle in his body. Whoosh! Lin Yu took a deep breath. Then he began to execute the basic sword techniques: chop, cut, thrust, hook, slash, flick, and intercept. He calculated silently in his heart, 10,000 times for each movement, that's 70,000 in total. Even if he could not embark on the path of cultivation, he firmly believed that if he trained to be strong enough, killing a Xian Qi realm cultivator should be well within his ability. Why does my body feel so warm? Curious, Lin Yu couldn't help but look at his own body. At that moment a warm current like a gentle stream flowed continuously from his limbs and bones. This warm current rapidly swept through his entire body. His originally exhausted frame regained its vitality in the blink of an eye. The things he had consumed were items from the immortal cultivation world. How could that meat and food be compared to ordinary vegetation? The flesh of the spirit beast was tender and exuded an enticing aroma. The spiritual energy contained within it was exceptionally rich. However, regrettably, he himself had no aptitude for cultivation, so he could not sense the spiritual energy within those foods. Nevertheless, the spiritual energy from what he had eaten was quietly stored within his body. Now his body urgently needed energy, so it naturally began to rapidly digest this spiritual energy and power to replenish its needs. However, I haven't felt hungry since eating those things yesterday afternoon. Perhaps it's related to that food. Lin Yu murmured to himself. Just then a sudden realization dawned upon him. Since he had no aptitude for cultivation and could not practice conventionally. But the things he ate would be digested and replenish his energy. If so, while continuing to practice the sword, could he also engage in body tempering simultaneously? At this thought Lin Yu could no longer contain his excitement. He immediately stood up and continued with the day's training. He was eager to test whether this method was truly feasible. And so day after day, one day after another, time passed quietly. A year later, "Hey little junior brother, why are you here every day? Don't you find it tedious?" Yu Linglong riding her flying sword landed lightly behind Lin Yu and asked curiously. Time flew by like a white horse passing a gap. Half a year had passed in a flash. During these 6 months the three of them had been in seclusion, never stepping out once. Only after emerging from seclusion did they learn that their little junior brother Lin Yu had not been idle. Throughout their seclusion Lin Yu had been on the mountain swinging the bamboo stalk. Strangely enough, the bamboo stalk in the little junior brother's hand was utterly ordinary, yet each time he swung it seemed to require all his strength, consuming immense physical energy. The reason for this traced back to a few days after Lin Yu began his training. At that time Lin Yu felt the bamboo stalk was too light. There were no other heavy objects on the mountain to substitute. So he recalled the concepts of wielding a light object as if it were heavy, and wielding a heavy object as if it were light, from the way of the sword. He began to imagine the bamboo stalk in his hand as an incredibly heavy sword. Each swing required the full exertion of his strength. Thus over the course of this entire year Lin Yu dared not boast about other aspects. But if his past self from his prime stood before him, he was absolutely confident that he could slay that former self with a single move. For his strength now far surpassed what it once was. Even if he completely unleashed his power when he swung the bamboo stalk with force, a powerful air wave would appear charging forward with astonishing speed. Nevertheless the bamboo stalk in his hand would also shatter from the strain. Some parts even appeared scorched. However, it was only at this moment that Lin Yu finally found his own path. This air wave was the initial form of sword energy. Lin Yu shook his head and continued swinging the bamboo pole, saying, "Oh, it's fine. Sitting around is what truly feels boring. This is too shabby. If others saw this they'd think our spirit sword peak is too poor to even equip its disciples with swords." Having said that, Yu Linglong took out her 100 treasure pouch and began rummaging through it. Yu Linglong extended the sword in her hand toward Lin Yu. In a coquettish tone she said, "Found it. Here, this is for you, a sword I used before. It's quite heavy, see if you can lift it." Lin Yu turned his head to look. A silver sword suddenly appeared before his eyes, without a scabbard yet adorned with exquisite patterns on its blade. The hilt and blade were seamlessly integrated, connected only by an ellipse at the juncture. Lin Yu was utterly captivated. In terms of appearance alone this sword far surpassed the 5 famous blades in the Sword Pavilion. He reached out to take it but accidentally brushed against his senior sister's hand. For 80 years no one had been able to approach Lin Yu, let alone touch a girl's hand. The young senior sister however thought nothing of it. She was merely astonished to see him effortlessly lifting the sword with one hand. The sword was named Clear Frost, bestowed upon her by their master after her initiation. Yet due to its immense weight, over 1,000 jin, Yu Linglong had only used it once or twice. She thought it might as well be put to use. So she brought it to show her junior brother, tease him a bit and demonstrate her seniority. However, not only did she fail to showcase her own strength, but she inadvertently revealed her junior brother's prowess. "Wow, little junior brother, what have you been up to this past year? This sword weighs over 1,000 jin. I never used it because it was too heavy. This is utterly incredible. Has our master gone blind? Does this look like someone without cultivation talent? Even for me, a Misty Realm mid-stage cultivator, wielding this sword is still somewhat strenuous. Wow, you little monster, you still have no spiritual energy. How did you become so strong?" As Yu Linglong spoke she groped Lin Yu all over. However, she failed to notice that his face had already turned as red as a boiled shrimp. Unable to endure further, Lin Yu stepped back and said, his face flushed, "It's just through eating and training, nothing special." Yu Linglong pondered for a moment and decided that she should take her little junior brother to see their master to check if there was anything extraordinary about him. Mere eating and training couldn't possibly achieve such a level. "Come on, let's go find our master." With that she summoned her sword and settled Lin Yu behind her. She instructed casually, "Hold on tight to me." "Oh, okay." But when Lin Yu's arms encircled Yu Linglong's waist, her body stiffened involuntarily. It was the first time in her life that anyone had embraced her waist. At the thought a faint blush crept across her cheeks. In just a few minutes Yu Linglong landed with Lin Yu at the Grand Hall where they had first arrived a year ago. Master, come out quickly. What's all this shouting about? If I weren't sick you'd scare me into it." The master emerged from the house looking helplessly at Yu Linglong. "Oh master, saying that to your disciple, doesn't your conscience ache?" Cough cough, I. The master clutched his chest, evidently quite irritated. Humph, where is my mistress? Yu Linglong wasn't buying it. Ah, you little rascal, you're utterly unruly. Your mistress has gone to the main peak for a meeting. Speak, what's the matter making such a fuss? It's our little junior brother, Tada. Do you see anything? Yu Linglong stepped aside, revealing Lin Yu spreading her arms toward the master. The master looked him over and said, nothing, he's just taller, now up to your neck. Ah, master, you're so annoying. I'm growing too, humph. Never mind that. Little junior brother, show your sword to our master. Hearing this, Lin Yu drew the sword from his spatial ring and held it in his right hand. The master saw it. Isn't that the spatial ring your mistress gave you? You gave it to him. And this sword? How can you lift it? The master stared at Lin Yu in shock. Lin Yu twirled the sword in a flourish and held it flat on both palms. Master, I've been training my body all year, so my strength is considerable. This sword is fine, not particularly heavy. Humph, master, what do you think? Isn't my little junior brother impressive? He can lift a 1,000-gene sword with mortal strength. Yu Linglong looked smug. The master helplessly rubbed his forehead. Enough, I know you dote on your little junior brother. Come swing it a few times for me to see. Oh. Then Lin Yu demonstrated moves: cleaving, chopping, thrusting, hooking, sweeping, collapsing, parrying, thrusting, hooking, and sweeping again. He moved as if an enemy stood before him, his techniques flowing without end. With a final backward leap, he exerted all his strength, lightly yet heavily swinging the sword toward the master. A blade aura formed along the sword's arc. It shot toward the master 5 meters away in the blink of an eye. Suddenly a blue transparent shield appeared before the master, effortlessly blocking the blade aura. The master stared at Lin Yu in shock. A blade aura. This kid. This strike could already rival a Misty Realm mid-stage attack. Truly, the world is full of wonders. It was said that tens of millions of years ago an immensely powerful body cultivator had appeared on the Xian Emperor continent. Even immortal-level spiritual tools could not harm his body in the slightest. In the end, he single-handedly blasted through the Xian Emperor continent. Then he vanished without a trace. Could this boy achieve such a realm? Bah, it's only the beginning. To become a powerhouse like that, even with his talent, the path of cultivation is rugged and treacherous. Luck, strength, lifespan, aptitude, and opportunity are all indispensable. This continent has existed for so long, yet there is not a single Xian Emperor realm cultivator. Even I am merely at the Xian Dan realm. I'm overthinking. Old age does tend to invite idle fancies. Well done, child. Cultivate diligently, perhaps you will walk a different path. See, master. I'm the one who found little junior brother in the vast crowd. Just be happy in secret. Come, little junior brother, let's go show off to senior brother and second senior brother, hee. With that, Yu Linglong grabbed Lin Yu and flew off on her sword. Soon after, the mistress returned. How was it, dear? What did the sect leader say? 13 years from now, the entire sect's grand competition. Anyone under 200 years old can participate. The top 3 will be promoted to the Cloud Sword sect on the Xian Emperor continent. Haha, alas, this competition happens once a millennium. 1,000 years ago we didn't make it through. Otherwise we could have seen that sacred ground of cultivation. You back then, the sect leader was 4th, I was 5th, and you were 6th. We couldn't even get past the sect leader's hurdle. The 1st, 2nd, and 3rd, those were true prodigies, heaven-grade talents. Who knows what level they've reached now? Haha, yes. But this time we have some hope. Our 1st and 2nd disciples should reach the liquid realm by then. Linglong should reach the Xian Dan realm. At the very least, Linglong has a chance. Within the sect now, the strongest disciple under 200 is that little fellow from Question Sword Peak, mid-liquid realm. The others are about the same level as our disciples. There's still hope. The master nodded. Yes, indeed. That would be best. Let our disciples go where we couldn't, it fulfills a wish. The master continued, by the way, dear, do you remember that little boy Linglong brought back? The mistress nodded. And what about him? The master smiled. Just now Linglong brought him to show off. That little one can now lift a 1,000-gene sword with one hand, the one I gave Linglong. And he can even unleash a blade aura with sheer strength. That blade aura's power rivals a Misty Realm mid-stage attack. The mistress looked at the master in surprise. Oh. It seems that little one has endured a lot this past year. The master nodded. Yes, indeed. But he's perseverant. Do you remember how our master once told us that a man on the Xian Emperor continent once blasted through it with sheer physical power? The mistress looked at him in surprise. Of course I remember. Are you saying this little one has such potential? Impossible. The master nodded and then shook his head. I don't believe it either, but somehow seeing that child's resolute demeanor is like an indestructible sword. Nothing can stand in his way, even if something does he can shatter it with a single strike. That aura, that indomitable spirit, where does this little one get such an aura? The mistress linked arms with the master and laughed. Haha, children have their own fortunes. We just need to protect them. Let them handle the rest. If they succeed they soar, if not they stay by our side. Either way, as long as it's what they want. The master nodded. Yes. After their conversation, the master and mistress gazed at the blue sky beyond the courtyard, lost in thought. Standing atop her flying sword, Yu Linglong could no longer suppress her curiosity. She turned around to face Lin Yu behind her. Junior brother, how exactly did you produce that swishing sword aura when you swung your sword just now? She inquired. Lin Yu was momentarily taken aback. After a moment of contemplation he replied, it's simply a matter of merging one's own strength with speed and releasing it in an instant, which generates a sword aura. Is it really that simple? Can I learn to master it too? If so, I could unleash a technique with just a casual swing of my sword without even needing to use spiritual energy, Yu Linglong asked in astonishment. Faced with her question, Lin Yu could only shake his head, helplessly sighing inwardly. He wondered why she was so fixated on this. It was truly baffling. He on the other hand envied those who could cultivate and possess spiritual energy. Yet he replied, of course you can try to learn. As long as you practice diligently and ensure each swing of your sword produces a sword aura, you will have achieved something. Hearing this, Yu Linglong's face lit up with joy. She laughed excitedly, wonderful. Once we return to the sect I will practice diligently and amaze everyone, ha ha ha. A smug smile curled at the corners of her mouth. However, at that very moment Lin Ye's heart was filled with confusion and bewilderment. He couldn't help but ponder, after reaching this level of swordsmanship, how could he seek a breakthrough next? Was the only path forward to continuously temper his physical body? Could he only become stronger that way? It seemed there was no other road left. Yet the human body had its limits. As a mortal, how could he endlessly grow stronger? Sword momentum, sword aura, sword heart, sword intent, sword Tao, and the origin of the sword. I have reached the pinnacle of sword aura. But where lies the path of the sword heart? What is the sword heart? Could it be that the sword exists within the heart, or perhaps the heart is devoid of the sword? It's too perplexing. Arriving in this world yet devoid of any talent for cultivation. Why was I brought here? Sword heart, oh sword heart, why do I hold the sword? After the sword aura, how am I to ascend further? Without the blessing of spiritual power I cannot even perform the art of sword control. At best I am merely a slightly stronger martial artist. Spiritual power. Without aptitude, where can I obtain it? Spiritual power, no. Isn't this world brimming with spiritual energy? But brute force alone clearly cannot harness it. With this thought Lin Yu slowly closed his eyes, even his breathing becoming shallower. At that moment he seemed to perceive faint specks of light shimmering around him. Just as he reached out to touch those specks of light, they darted away like startled butterflies, maintaining a certain distance from him. This continued for quite a while, as if the specks of light were testing whether he posed a threat. Gradually, perhaps sensing that he meant no harm, the specks of light began to approach him slowly. When he finally touched one of them, a wondrous sensation surged within his heart. It was as if he had suddenly grasped some profound truth. Immediately after, he snapped his eyes open. In his previously empty hand a sword named Qingshuang had materialized. With a casual swing, an extraordinarily powerful sword aura was born, surging forth from the tip of his sword like a ferocious beast. It hurtled straight towards a distant cliff. Astonishingly, the sword aura was so swift that it traversed the entire cliff in an instant, without making a sound. Only after the sword aura dissipated did people realize that the cliff had been neatly cleaved in two. The upper half of the cliff, losing its support, slid down thunderously along the cut. A deafening roar echoed throughout the valley. In that instant, countless figures appeared in the sky. One of the elders, his face contorted with rage, used his spiritual power to project his voice far and wide. Who dares to be so reckless here? Do you not know that using spiritual techniques is forbidden within the Cloud Sword sect? At that moment Yu Linglong, who was standing nearby, was already speechless with shock. She stared blankly at the scene before her, then turned to Lin Yu and said anxiously, "This is terrible, junior brother. You've caused a huge disaster. Let's hurry and find master." With that she turned and strode towards the residence of their master and mistress. Before they even reached their destination, they saw their master and mistress already flying towards them. What happened? Linglong, why are you in such a rush? The mistress asked, her gaze falling on the panicked pair, a look of confusion on her face. Mistress, save us. Junior brother just gave his sword a little swing and that cliff over there instantly split apart. This mountain of our Cloud Sword sect is far too fragile. Yu Linglong's expression alternated between shock and disdain. Yet there was not a trace of guilt for having done wrong. A little swing of the sword and the mountain collapsed. Are you joking with me? Could it be that you caused the damage and want your junior brother to take the blame? The master asked suspiciously. Oh master, how could you think that of me? Every word I speak is the truth. Although I usually like to stir up trouble, I have never shifted the blame onto others. You have truly wronged your disciple. Yu Linglong snorted in dissatisfaction, then turned her head away, adopting an air of not wanting to bother with him anymore. Master Mistress, I just had an epiphany and gave a casual swing of my sword. I didn't expect it to cut through that cliff. I didn't mean to. What? You really did it? Master and Mistress were utterly astonished, their mouths wide open, almost able to fit an egg inside. To think cleaving that cliff with a single sword strike required at least the strength of the early mystic liquid realm. They found it hard to believe that a mere 9-year-old child could possess such terrifying swordsmanship. Lin Yu lowered his head, his cheeks flushing slightly. He replied in a somewhat embarrassed whisper, yes, it was just a casual swing. I didn't even use my full strength. What? Junior brother, you didn't even use your full strength? Master and Mistress were once again dumbfounded, momentarily unable to speak from shock. If a casual swing could achieve the power of the early mystic liquid realm, then how formidable would this youth be if he exerted his full strength? You. Try thrusting your sword at me with all your might. The master took a deep breath to steady himself, then patted his chest and calmly instructed Lin Yu. Master, would that hurt you? Please be careful. Lin Yu looked at his master with concern, knowing well that the man's strength was unfathomable. But he still adjusted his mindset, recalling that wondrous feeling. This time it took only a single breath. He was ready. Lin Yu gripped the sword hilt and swung it with a sudden burst of force. The sword light shot out like lightning, heading straight for his master. A massive sword aura larger and more condensed than the one that had cut the cliff shot out like lightning. This could no longer be simply called ordinary sword aura. It was a spiritual sword aura infused with boundless spiritual power. It rushed towards the master at an astonishing speed, as if about to tear through the void. In an instant, the sword aura was already upon the master. Faced with such a fierce attack, the master dared not be negligent. He immediately mobilized all his spiritual power, gathering it before him to form an incredibly thick protective barrier. However, unexpectedly, this seemingly indestructible shield shattered the moment it clashed with the spiritual sword aura. Immediately after, the spiritual sword aura surged towards the master without any hindrance. In the nick of time, the master quickly extended his right hand, attempting to block this terrifying force with his palm. In that instant, the two powerful energies collided, triggering an earth-shattering explosion. A violent wave of air swept out, rustling the robes of everyone standing on their flying swords. Their once flowing hair was also blown backward by the strong wind, each strand clearly visible. Yu Linglong watched the scene before her with her mouth agape, her heart filled with disbelief. She could never have imagined that her junior brother, who had always been considered unable to cultivate, could unleash such astonishing power with a single all-out strike. The mistress beside her was equally stunned. She stared at Lin Yu, her eyes full of shock. This possesses at least the power of the peak mystic liquid realm. Haha, this is fantastic. You have truly amazed your master. Despite having no talent for cultivation, you have achieved such a feat through your own efforts in just a single year of training. The master said excitedly. The elder who had called out earlier noticed the anomaly and immediately flew over on his flying sword. Upon arriving, he first respectfully bowed to the master, then inquired, "Seventh elder, may I ask what has happened here?" The master replied casually, "It's nothing. My worthless disciple suddenly had an epiphany and casually swung his sword. I never expected it to cut through this cliff. Haha, but it's no great harm. I will report this to the sect leader later." Hearing this, the elder thought it was for the best. Since the seventh elder himself would report to the sect leader, it would absolve him of responsibility and wouldn't count as negligence on his part. So he nodded in agreement. "That's fine. Then I'll leave it to the seventh elder to report. I will take my leave first. This cliff collapse needs to be cleaned up. There are many spirit beasts raised at the foot of the mountain, and we must avoid excessive casualties. The younger generation these days. Very well, elder, please go without worry. This is all my disciple's fault. I will truthfully report everything to the sect leader." After the elder flew away, the master turned to Lin Yu, his eyes full of doubt, and asked, "How many more times can you use that move you just performed?" Lin Yu looked at his master, hesitating inwardly. Should he tell the truth? Just as he was caught in a dilemma. His senior sister Yu Linglong gently shook his arm and reminded him, "Junior brother, master is asking you a question." Lin Yu's gaze swept over Yu Linglong, his master and his mistress. He thought to himself, they have truly treated him well. His master and mistress were especially caring towards their disciples, and even his little senior sister was an endearing girl. Forget it, it was better not to deceive them. So he took a deep breath, nodded and said, Master, as long as I have the strength left in me, I can use this skill an unlimited number of times." Hearing this, master, mistress and Yu Linglong were all astounded. Their mouths fell open and they asked in unison, "Unlimited use? Then with your current physical stamina, how many times can you sustain it?" Lin Yu felt a bit embarrassed being stared at so intently by the three of them. A hint of shyness crept onto his face, but he still answered slowly, At least for a whole day should be no problem. If I use it continuously, a full day should be enough. What? A day? Continuously? The three exclaimed in shock. If what Lin Yu said was true, and this skill could be used continuously for an entire day, then even a powerful entity like the Cloud Sword sect would find it hard to withstand its might. After all, the Cloud Sword sect possessed tens of thousands of peaks. At that moment Yu Linglong's eyes sparkled with excitement. She grabbed Lin Yu's arm and pleaded in a coquettish voice, "Wow. Teach me quickly. I want to learn such an amazing skill too." Seeing the situation was so pressing, Lin Yu knew it was time to speak. Summoning his courage, he revealed the secret plan he had been devising for a whole year. "All right then. Since that's the case, I've decided I want to be the senior brother. If you let me be the senior brother, I will naturally teach you diligently." Upon hearing this, Yu Linglong's eyes widened. She thought to herself, this usually obedient junior brother dares to defy her openly. She absolutely could not indulge him in such willfulness. So she gave a light snort, narrowed her beautiful eyes, and while gently stroking the blade of her sword with her slender jade-like fingers, she slowly maneuvered her flying sword towards Lin Yu. Feeling her approach, Lin Yu's courage failed him. He involuntarily backed away repeatedly. However, the flying sword had limited space. Where could he retreat to? In the end, he couldn't escape Yu Linglong's clutches. She grabbed him and gave him a good hard squeeze. Hee. Feeling better now? So have you made up your mind? Yu Linglong looked at Lin Yu triumphantly, a sly glint in her eyes. By now Lin Yu was completely powerless to resist. He could only collapse limply onto the flying sword, his face a picture of utter despair. He felt as if he had lost his innocence. Especially suffering such treatment in front of his master and mistress, it was utterly humiliating. After Yu Linglong had thoroughly tormented Lin Yu, she clapped her hands in satisfaction. Humph. That felt great. Alright, senior brother, teach me now. Senior brother, why aren't you saying anything? Oh, senior brother, you must keep your word. Yu Linglong looked at Lin Yu, who was lying there like a corpse, and felt a twinge of guilt. But the thrill of victory was stronger. Meanwhile, the master and mistress, who had witnessed the entire process, exchanged glances. Their faces were covered in black lines. They had never imagined that the usually quiet and reserved Yu Linglong could have such a bold and unrestrained side. Master and mistress were right here, yet she was still so audacious, daring and reckless. It was hard to imagine what poor Lin Yu had silently endured when they were absent. However, being a woman herself, the mistress felt it was not her place to say too much. Still, it was fortunate that the playful and adorable Linglong only behaved this intimately and rudely towards Lin Yu. She would need to have a serious talk with her when necessary. But then again, looking closely at the two of them, they actually made a rather good match. Since that was the case, they might as well let nature take its course. Perhaps it would blossom into a beautiful romance after all. As the saying goes, one should not let good fortune flow to outsiders. Besides, if the mischievous little Linglong were to marry someone familiar, it would certainly set their minds at ease. They had always been worried that Linglong, with her delicate and charming appearance, would attract a swarm of suitors when she grew up. What if she were deceived by someone with ulterior motives? Now their worries were unnecessary. The problem was solved. Alright, Linglong, look at you, a young girl always getting handsy with a boy. What kind of behavior is that? You've practically felt every inch of your junior brother's body. If anything happens to him in the future, you'll have to take full responsibility. If you ever dare to wrong your junior brother in the future, then your master and I will disown you as our disciple. The master put on a stern face and scolded her seriously. Yu Linglong hadn't taken it to heart at first, but after being prompted by her master and mistress, she blushed furiously, her face as red as a ripe apple. She hung her head in shyness, unable to utter a single word. Alright, what are you doing? Don't be so harsh with the child. It's fine, Linglong. It's just that. Well, you are the same. So never let your junior brother down. Well, be going on ahead. After saying this, the mistress hurriedly pulled the master away, as if afraid someone might hear their laughter. After all, everything that had happened today was joyful. It was truly exhilarating. Not only were their disciples promising, but they had also conveniently resolved the matter of two of their disciples' lifelong happiness. How wonderful. At this point Yu Linglong was rendered speechless. She could only silently turn her head to gaze at Lin Yu. Lin Yu instinctively crossed his arms over his chest, his face full of grievance. Yu Linglong, on the other hand, seemed a bit impatient. Oh, enough. I'll take responsibility. Hurry up and teach me that swish 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 sword aura technique. Faced with Lin Yu's skeptical expression, Yu Linglong quickly replied, Really? Of course it's true. My word is my bond. Lin Yu stared intently at Yu Linglong's receding figure. After a moment's thought, he decided to trust her this once. What he didn't see was that Yu Linglong's face was flushed bright red, even her ears were tinged with pink. At the peak of the towering mountain shrouded in clouds and mist, Lin Yu was fully engrossed in wielding his long sword. Each strike exuded a piercing momentum and dynamic transformations. Suddenly a graceful figure appeared at the mountain top, Yu Linglong. Upon seeing Lin Yu, she excitedly rushed over. She insisted on learning that magical sword energy that went whoosh whoosh whoosh. Lin Yu found himself entangled with her and had no choice but to agree to teach her some basic sword techniques. Thus Yu Linglong began to diligently practice at the mountain top while Lin Yu quietly sat aside, closing his eyes to feel the spiritual energy flowing around him. This spiritual energy originated from nature, boundless and infinite. Even without absorbing it into his body, he could wield it as he pleased. Lin Yu immersed himself in the comprehension of spiritual energy, letting the gentle breeze caress his cheeks, the fine rain patter on the ground, and the warm sunlight spill over him. He gradually understood that everything in the world possesses its unique energy, not just the spiritual power he could utilize but also the forces of nature and the sun. All of these could become powerful sources of strength for himself. From that moment on, the mountain top was no longer just a place for Lin Yu's solitary cultivation. By his side was a lively and adorable girl resembling a sprite, Yu Linglong. As time flew by, 13 years had passed in the blink of an eye. The mischievous little boy, who was only 9 years old back then, had now grown into a handsome and suave young man. He wore a robe as white as snow. His long black hair flowed in the wind, his garments fluttering gracefully, accentuating his exquisite features. A gentle breeze swept by, making his face appear even more refined, as if his gaze sparkled with starlight. In this long passage of time, Lin Yu and Yu Linglong accompanied each other, growing together as they explored the mysteries of martial arts. They reveled in the charm of nature, enjoying a life of tranquility and freedom. This beautiful time also became one of their most cherished memories. At the edge of the cliff, Yu Linglong's figure appeared exceptionally stunning under the glow of the crimson sunset. Her skin was as fair as snow, as translucent as mutton fat jade, her eyes clear as water. They resembled two brilliant gems embedded within her. With every gesture she radiated an aura of cool elegance, her form graceful and alluring. The pink outfit she wore accentuated her exquisite curves to perfection. At that moment the girl held a long sword, dancing gracefully. Her movements were light and beautiful, akin to a bird soaring freely in the mountains. Every move was filled with grace and ethereality, as if she were a celestial being descended to the mortal realm. It was utterly enchanting. Her exquisite face bloomed like a flower, captivating all who beheld her. "Junior brother, look, I've learned your whoosh 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 sword technique." Yu Linglong excitedly waved her sword toward the distance while glancing back at Lin Yu. However, at that moment Lin Yu was already mesmerized by the beautiful scenery before him. His gaze was firmly locked onto Yu Linglong, unwilling to look away for even a moment. The melodious sound that reached his ears was like a heavenly melody. It made him feel as if he were in a dream, even hesitating to respond for fear of shattering this beauty and waking from this lovely dream. For 13 years. They had been together day and night, and their bond had deepened immensely. Though feelings had long since blossomed in their hearts, neither had ever revealed their true sentiments. Instead, they silently buried this affection deep within. However, when the other person truly appeared before them, Lin Yu's gaze was drawn to her as if magnetized. It was firmly fixed upon her, unable to shift even a little. "Hey junior brother. Why are you ignoring me again?" Yu Linglong eagerly awaited Lin Yu to utter some words of praise, but after waiting for a while and receiving no response, she finally could not contain her impatience. She turned around, hands on her hips, glaring at Lin Yu. It was then that Lin Yu seemed to awaken from his dream, murmuring, "Ah. It's just too beautiful. I was so entranced that I didn't hear senior sister speaking at all." Yu Linglong immediately blushed at his words, quickly turning away while secretly feeling delighted. Yet she feigned annoyance and said, "You only know how to say sweet words to make me happy." Seeing this, Lin Yu hurriedly stood up, quickly walked behind Yu Linglong and gently wrapped his arms around her slender waist. What are you doing?" Yu Linglong trembled slightly, her voice becoming a bit soft. Lin Yu rested his head on her shoulder and softly called, "Senior sister. What's wrong? Are you feeling a bit down? How about I take you for a flight to clear your mind? Would that be alright?" Yu Linglong asked with concern. Lin Yu slowly shook his head, yet his arms tightened around Yu Linglong a little more. He softly said, "No, just let me hold you like this for a little while." As if only through this manner could he release and soothe a certain feeling deep within. Yu Linglong gently turned around, her beautiful eyes gazing at Lin Yu filled with tenderness and affection. She extended her delicate hand. Gently caressing Lin Yu's face, feeling the warmth of his skin, the two stood quietly together, letting the afterglow of the sunset wash over them. It was as if time itself had come to a standstill. After a moment, Yu Linglong softly said, "Let's go, we should go back to find senior brother and second senior brother and then head to master together." Earlier master had already given some instructions. After saying this, she tightly embraced Lin Yu, her body trembling slightly. Lin Yu nodded vigorously in agreement. He buried his head in Yu Linglong's embrace, taking a deep breath and enjoying the faint fragrance emanating from her. After a while he finally whispered, "Okay." At that moment Yu Linglong suddenly let out a light laugh, teasing, "Then why don't you hurry up and let go? Lin Yu shook his head murmuring, I want to hold on a little longer. His voice revealed a hint of reluctance. Seeing Lin Yu so persistent, Yu Linglong sighed helplessly, smiling, all right, I'll let you hold on a bit longer, but we have to get ready to depart. As soon as she finished speaking, she performed the sword control technique using her flying sword to lift them both. They soared toward Master's residence. Soon the two, still in each other's arms, gently descended into Master's courtyard. At that time the two senior brothers and Master and Mistress had already gathered in the yard. When Mistress caught sight of this scene, she couldn't help but exclaim with laughter, oh dear, enough, if there are so many people here. You two can wait until you get back to hug and cuddle. Hearing this, Yu Linglong blushed, gently poking Lin Yu with her hand. Lin Yu, as if awakened from a dream, hurriedly released Yu Linglong. Feeling awkward, he lowered his head, his eyes fixed on his own feet. He stuttered a greeting to everyone, Master, Mistress, Senior Brother, Second Senior Brother. Feeling secretly annoyed at his earlier lapse in composure. Ha ha ha. Master looked at the two and helplessly patted the chair beside him, saying, all right, come sit down. The two exchanged glances, nodded and moved over to sit down. Master nodded in satisfaction, noting how much these little ones had progressed over the years. It made him feel a bit old. The sect competition is starting tomorrow and you all can participate. The top 3 will be taken to the Yunjian sect in the Xiandi continent for cultivation. Second Senior Brother looked at Master in surprise, while the Yunjian sect in the Xiandi continent. That is the main sect of our Yunjian sect, a holy land for cultivators. Senior Brother seemed to have heard of it too. Yes, that's right. Although Yu Linglong had grown up, she still retained that quirky nature in front of familiar faces. She was aloof with outsiders, saying, you two don't interrupt, Master, please continue. Master nodded, appreciating that Linglong was so sensible. The Xiandi continent is the holy land for cultivation in the realm of immortality, where various sects abound and opportunities are countless, with countless secret realms as well. Every 1,000 years various branches of the Yunjian sect hold a sect competition, and the top 3 will be taken back to the main sect in the Xiandi continent for cultivation. The competition is starting tomorrow and anyone under 200 years old in the sect can participate. Hey Master, why is it only held once every 1,000 years and only those under 200 can participate? Lin Yu asked curiously. Master glanced at him and said, the main sect believes that cultivation requires opportunity, chance, strength and destiny, all of which are indispensable. Holding the competition every 1,000 years and allowing only those under 200 to participate is meant to provide that elusive destiny. If one has it, they will encounter it, if not, it means they lack that fate. Yu Linglong frowned upon hearing this. That seems too unfair. Mistress couldn't help but say to Yu Linglong, you've grown up so much, how do you still not understand? In the world of cultivation, it's either you die or I live. There's no such thing as fairness, we've just protected you too well. Yu Linglong stuck out her tongue, hee Master and Mistress treat me well, what can I do? Haha, your mouth is quite sweet, but Linglong, there's something you need to know. You possess supreme talent which hasn't been seen in this continent for hundreds of thousands of years. Make sure not to tell anyone about your talent. You might receive many resources for cultivation, but there will also be more people wanting to kill you. Understood, Master, I know. Yu Linglong recognized the seriousness of the matter and nodded solemnly. Master nodded at her with great satisfaction, then asked, what realms have you all reached? I Master, guess what realm I am in now. Yu Linglong excitedly bounced in front of Master. Xian Dan realm, right? Do I need to guess? Go play elsewhere. Master waved his hand with a look of disdain. Yu Linglong immediately pouted, Master, I'm at the peak of the Xian Dan realm. You don't even praise your disciple and look at me like that. Mistress, please judge this. Everyone looked at Yu Linglong in surprise. What? Linglong, you've reached the peak of the Xian Dan realm. Is that true, junior sister? Of course it's true, how about that? Impressive, right? I made Master underestimate me and dropped your jaw, haha. Master was indeed shocked. Given Yu Linglong's talent, he had expected her to reach the Xian Dan realm, but only just entering it. He never expected she had already reached the peak, a realm he had taken over 1,000 years to achieve. Although he had advanced to the Xian Tian realm 3 years ago. There's no harm in comparison. He spent over 1,000 years while Yu Linglong reached it in just 29 years. Truly incredible. Could it be that supreme level talent is this powerful? Alright, impressive. Master regained his senses and replied, then turned to ask Senior Brother and Second Senior Brother, what about you two? I'm at the mid-Xianyi realm. Senior Brother scratched his head. Second Senior Brother followed up, I'm also at the mid-Xianyi realm. Linglong will definitely do well. Currently the strongest in our sect is only at the mid-Xiandan realm. It might be a bit difficult for you two. The top 10 should be about right, but the top 3 will be tough. Mistress shook her head, lamenting. Oh, it's fine, Mistress, it's nice for us to accompany you here too. Second Senior Brother comforted Mistress. Mistress chuckled, you're even comforting me now. Hey, why isn't anyone asking about Junior Brother? Yu Linglong said to the others anxiously. Your Junior Brother can't cultivate if the main sect won't accept him, and moreover. Master seemed to hesitate. Humph, junior brother is quite capable. He has found his own cultivation method. He can already fly using his sword on his own, and his strength is far superior to mine. He should be at the Xian Tian realm already. Master, mistress and the two senior brothers stared wide-eyed, their faces etched with disbelief, glancing alternately at Yu Linglong and Lin Yu. Really? You're not just making master happy, are you? Yu Linglong frowned displeased. Have I ever deceived you, master? Just look at mistress. Mistress also looked skeptical. This is too unbelievable. How old is your junior brother? And he's an ordinary person with no talent, how could he possibly? Humph, you still don't believe me? Junior brother, show them a trick. Yu Linglong turned to Lin Yu. Lin Yu scratched his head. Oh. A sword suddenly appeared beside him, hovering in midair, then shot into the distance with a whoosh before swiftly returning. How did you do that? Master asked Lin Yu in astonishment. Well, I couldn't absorb spiritual energy into my body like you all do. So I thought, since the world is filled with spiritual energy everywhere, maybe I could borrow it instead. Then I gradually attuned myself to the natural forces of heaven and earth, and the more I could borrow, the stronger I grew, Lin Yu said slowly. Master stroked his beard, still half doubtful, but it was good news nonetheless. Haha, excellent. Then our spirit sword peak will have 2 contenders secure in the top 3, hahaha. Junior brother is truly remarkable, the eldest senior brother said, giving a thumbs up. Hee, impressive, isn't it? I've also picked up a bit of junior brother's sword aura. But comprehending nature is so difficult, I only learned a sliver. So don't underestimate me, though I'm at the peak of the mysterious core realm. My combat prowess rivals masters, Yu Linglong said with feigned exasperation. You little rascal, you've even mastered that. Fine, I know you two are formidable, Master said, shaking his head helplessly. Then Master spoke slowly, in the sect tournament all 7 peaks will participate. Currently the strongest is Ling Tian from the Sword Inquiring sect. There are 3 others at the mysterious core realm, 4 at the peak of mysterious liquid, and the rest pose little threat. So Linglong and Lin Yu are sure to take 1st and 2nd place, with Ling Tian 3rd. You two aim for the top 10. Understood, Master, of the eldest and 2nd senior brothers chorused. Hee, Master, this time will surely bring you glory. Yu Linglong giggled, making a begging gesture with her hand as if asking for treasures. Master saw this and immediately feigned deafness. He couldn't give any more, his small treasury was nearly empty. This girl came asking every year, and her own stash was probably bigger than his. He would turn a blind eye and absolutely not relent. The others burst into laughter. Alright, that's enough for today. Everyone get some rest early, Master said, then promptly dragged mistress away. Yu Linglong tried to call them back. Hey, Master, mistress, you. Running off so fast. The 2nd senior brother chuckled at the scene. Alright, little junior sister, you've drained Master dry, huh? Fine, humph. Once we go to the mysterious Emperor continent, Master won't see us anymore. He doesn't know how to cherish the moment, humph. Yu Linglong pulled Lin Yu outside, and they flew back to their small hut on their swords. Lin Yu couldn't sleep, so he climbed to the mountaintop and gazed at the brilliant stars above. I have indeed grown stronger, but where lies the sword heart? What is the sword heart, and how can I break through? I can now freely harness the power of nature, though only within 1,000 meters, yet it elevates me to the mysterious heaven realm. If I could control tens of thousands of meters, what realm would that be? And have I strayed from the path? Originally a practitioner of the sword, I've now embarked on the way of heaven and earth. This is... no. The power I possess is the driving force of the sword. Therefore the natural power of heaven and earth I command is also the sword's driving force. In truth, I have long possessed the sword heart. The heart of heaven and earth is the sword heart. The heart of heaven and earth is also the heart of all things. It is simply because my heart is oriented toward the sword that it becomes the sword heart. Indeed, the way of heaven and earth encompasses everything. All things in this world belong to heaven and earth. I intended to mimic the path of the sword heart, but I seem to have veered off course. Yet this is fine. Tonight I have finally resolved the question that has troubled me for so long. Tomorrow is the sect tournament. I wonder how spectacular it will be. For 13 years I've stayed here without ever witnessing the true cultivation world. I'm quite looking forward to it. Just then a blinding light suddenly flashed from Lin Yu's body, forcing his eyes shut. Few after tens of thousands of years this sovereign has finally returned. A strange voice echoed in Lin Yu's ear. Lin Yu looked around but saw no one, so he called out, "Who's there?" The voice spoke again. "Could it be that this time you are meant to recognize me as master?" Lin Yu warily assumed a defensive stance, and the clear frost sword flew to his side. He shouted, "Who are you? Show yourself." "Who am I? After tens of thousands of years I don't even remember my own name." "You may call me the Sovereign of Emperors," the voice said slowly. "Sovereign of Emperors? Why are you here?" Lin Yu glanced around. "A million years ago I punched my way through the mysterious Emperor continent with my physical body alone. Later, because this world could not withstand my mighty form, I was pulled into a place called the Celestial Tower. This tower is actually a trial from the immortal realm for those below. All mysterious emperor-level powerhouses were dragged there. After 10,000 years I finally reached the 23rd floor. But that was as far as I could go. The bead in your hand, I found it 100,000 years ago in the Forest of Destruction on the mysterious Emperor continent. I don't know what it truly is, but its only use is to consume lifespan in exchange for strengthening the physical body. Cultivators have extremely long lifespans, so by the time I reached the mysterious Emperor realm I was already immortal. At the same time the bead's consumption of my lifespan grew ever greater and my body became ever stronger. After spending tens of thousands of years in the Celestial Tower my power reached what the immortal realm calls the Celestial Immortal level. I don't know what realm Celestial Immortal is, but back then I could destroy this world with a single punch. However, the Celestial Tower tests not only physical strength but also the soul. My body was forged by the bead at the cost of lifespan, so it was extremely powerful, but my soul realm was only at the mysterious immortal level. The 23rd floor tests soul power and I couldn't overcome it. In the end I relied on this bead to save my life and ended up in your world. After 1,000 years of wandering the bead finally recognized you as its master. After you died I used my soul power to bring you to my world. Lin Yu was puzzled and asked, since the bead can enhance physical strength, I experienced that in my past life. But why is it absent in this life? I don't know what it is, but everything has its limits. What enhanced you in your past life was the last remnants of the bead's power. You say you brought me to this world. Then why didn't you pick a better body for me? Ha ha ha, I used all my mysterious immortal soul power to bring you here and have been sleeping ever since. I had no strength left to find you a good body. Since matters had come to this, Lin Yu ceased to dwell on them. He rose resolutely and strode back, saying, "Very well, now that you are awake I shall take my leave. I look forward to our reunion in the days to come. Haha, when you attain the realm of the Mystic Emperor I will surely come to find you." The Sovereign Emperor laughed heartily, his gaze fixed on the receding figure of Awoke as he called out loudly. "Then I fear you may be mistaken. I could never reach such a realm." Lin Yu waved his hand helplessly. "My judgment has always been unerring." With these words the orb shot up into the sky like a meteor, vanishing without a trace in an instant. Lin Yu returned to the small courtyard, lay down fully clothed and slowly drifted into slumber. At dawn the next day, just as the east began to glow with a pale white light, Lin Yu's door was suddenly kicked open. Lin Yu, get up quickly." Yu Linglong's figure swept in like a whirlwind, shouting loudly at Lin Yu, who was sound asleep on the bed. Yet even as she shouted herself hoarse, Lin Yu remained utterly unmoved. Seeing this, Yu Linglong bent down, took a strand of her own hair and made as if to tickle him. Unexpectedly Lin Yu suddenly reached out, pulled Yu Linglong tightly into his embrace and yanked her down, causing her to fall onto the bed before she could react. "Ah, humph, you startled me." Yu Linglong patted Lin Yu lightly and pouted coquettishly. Lin Yu however buried his face deep in her hair, utterly entranced. A quarter of an hour later Yu Linglong whispered softly, "Get up. The sect tournament is about to begin." Lin Yu nodded and asked, Good. Where are Master and Senior Brothers?" "Master and Mistress have already gone ahead. They need to receive the distinguished guests from the Cloud Sword sect of the Mystic Emperor continent. The Senior Brothers also set off early to gather information." "Alright then, let's hurry over as well." With that Lin Yu quickly rose, took Yu Linglong's hand, and together they flew on their swords, speeding toward the towering peak that pierced the clouds. This peak was the Cloud Sword sect's arena. Its summit was vast, covering an area of over 10,000 square meters. When the two arrived they saw dozens of battle platforms scattered across the field like stars in the sky, arranged in a graceful pattern. The eldest Senior Brother and second Senior Brother stood by the mountainside like two towering peaks, waiting silently. The pair descended lightly like birds, landing beside their Senior Brothers. "Hey, eldest Senior Brother, second Senior Brother, we're here." Yu Linglong like a lively fawn hopped over to the two Senior Brothers. Lin Yu, like an immortal descending to the mortal world, sheathed his frost sword and walked over to his Senior Brothers. "Greetings, Senior Brothers. It's truly bustling with life here." The eldest Senior Brother laughed heartily, his voice booming like a great bell. "Little Junior Brother, the entire sect is gathered here, of course it's lively." The second Senior Brother chimed in, "Indeed, there are tens of thousands of people. It's my first time seeing so many gathered together, truly a sea of humanity." Though they chatted animatedly, Yu Linglong could no longer contain her impatience. Like a firecracker set alight, she interrupted their conversation. "Eldest Senior Brother, second Senior Brother, weren't you supposed to be gathering information? Tell me quickly, how exactly is the competition structured?" The two Senior Brothers were taken aback. Then the eldest Senior Brother said with a smile, "Linglong, you're grown now. Why are you still so impatient?" Yu Linglong playfully slapped the eldest Senior Brother and pouted, "Humph, just say it. Stop dawdling. I'm going to take first place." The second Senior Brother glanced at Lin Yu, a flicker of admiration in his eyes. "Linglong, don't underestimate Lin Yu. His strength is hidden deep. You might have to settle for second place." Yu Linglong stomped her foot like an irritated kitten. "How annoying. Eldest senior brother, second senior brother, you've both changed. Ha ha ha. Ha ha ha. Then the eldest senior brother stifled his laughter and said slowly, all right, no more teasing you. The tournament has a total of 30 battle platforms arranged like a pattern of stars. The elders have already submitted the list of eligible participants. There are many contestants this time, 3,724 in total. The 30 platforms will host matches simultaneously. This morning there are 4 fierce rounds. The first round is like sifting gold from sand, eliminating half of the contestants. 1,862 will be stopped here. In the second round the remaining 1,862 continue to compete. 931 will emerge victorious. In the third round, like two armies meeting on a narrow path, one person will get a bye and 466 will advance to the next round. In the fourth round the remaining 233 will engage in the final clashes. The afternoon matches are equally thrilling, also 4 rounds. In the first round, like a single green leaf in a sea of flowers, one person will get a bye, leaving 117. In the second round, like a phoenix reborn from the flames, 59 remain. In the third round, one person like a lucky star gets a bye and advances, leaving 30. In the fourth round the remaining 15 will engage in the ultimate pinnacle battle. Tomorrow morning the top 3 will be decided. Yu Linglong couldn't help but exclaim, over 3,000 people. Does that mean we have to fight 8 matches today? The second senior brother nodded helplessly. Yes. Word is that the visitors from the Cloud Sword sect of the Mystic Emperor continent requested it. They want the top 3 determined quickly. The eldest senior brother added, and I hear that the visitors are disciples of the Cloud Sword sect, but even the lowest among them has already reached the Mystic Heaven realm. The Mystic Heaven realm? Are all people from the Mystic Emperor continent that strong? Yu Linglong asked in astonishment. The eldest senior brother shook his head and explained, of course not. Word is that these visiting disciples are core disciples of the Cloud Sword sect out on a training journey. Below the core disciples are elite disciples, inner disciples, and ordinary disciples. Core disciples are the strongest in the sect. I hear that the elders of the main sect are only at the Mystic Tao realm while the sect master is at the Mystic God realm. Lin Yu nodded dismissively and said, that's nothing impressive. Exactly, Yu Linglong echoed in agreement. The second senior brother's face darkened. He said with some exasperation, Lin Yu Linglong, you two are freaks to say such things. But for ordinary disciples the main sect is still very powerful. Master and mistress took 1,000 years to reach the Mystic Heaven realm, yet the visiting core disciples are all under 500 years old. There's even one prodigy like Linglong named Lu Qingxue who at just 30 years old has reached the mid-Mystic Heaven realm with a supreme grade talent. Lin Yu asked curiously, second senior brother, where did you get all this information? Yes, tell us quickly, especially about this Lu Qingxue. That's not something just anyone can find out, Yu Linglong urged eagerly. The second senior brother pointed to a chubby young man over there and said, it's him. He's a disciple from the main sect who came this time. He sold the information for 10 spirit stones per piece. What a character. Yu Linglong watched speechlessly as the chubby young man chatted with others while occasionally collecting spirit stones. She couldn't help but sigh at how unreliable he was, selling information about his own sect. Just then a middle-aged man flew like a bird from the elders' seats into midair and announced loudly, the Cloud Sword Sect's Millennium Tournament officially begins. There are 30 battle platforms on the field. The elders on each platform will announce the contestants for each match. When you hear your name, come up on your own. After speaking, the middle-aged man landed back in the elders' seats. Their 9 elders of the Cloud Sword sect were seated along with 3 others on the platform, including the chubby young man, a young man, and a coldly beautiful woman. Those 3 must be the core disciples of the main sect. The chubby one is indeed a character. The other 2 are likely formidable as well. Truly interesting, this is indeed the flourishing world of immortal cultivation. It makes one even more eager for what's to come. Afterward everyone busied themselves with matches on various platforms. Lin Yu and Yu Linglong fought 8 matches each, mostly defeating their opponents with a single move. The eldest and second senior brothers fared worse, occasionally sustaining injuries. After all matches concluded in the evening, all 4 had successfully entered the top 15. What they didn't know was that during Yu Linglong's match the young man from the main sect had already set his sights on her. But that is a story for later. That evening the 4 of them sat in Lin Yu's small courtyard savoring delicacies and gazing up at the night sky. During this time master and mistress also came by. Perhaps knowing that 2 of their disciples might be parting ways tomorrow, they came to see them one last time. It must be said that the eldest and second senior brothers provided the evening's comic relief. Both were wrapped in bandages with bruises here and there on their faces. The sight had Yu Linglong and Lin Yu doubled over with laughter. It was not until late into the night that the group reluctantly parted ways. On the morning of the second day the 4 of them eagerly arrived at the competition grounds. Though many had already finished their matches, the place was still bustling with a lively crowd. 15 participants took part in the first round. The senior apprentice brother was fortunate to receive a bye while Lin Yu and Yu Linglong smoothly won their first matches. The second apprentice brother also advanced to the quarterfinals. The second round featured 8 contestants in head-to-head battles. The senior and second apprentice brothers were unfortunately eliminated, but Lin Yu and Yu Linglong emerged victorious. In the end, only 4 remained to contend for the top 3 positions: Lin Yu, Yu Linglong, Ling Tian and Wang Huahua. Lin Yu effortlessly defeated Wang Huahua, who was merely at the peak of the mystic liquid realm, posing no challenge for him. After his battle, Lin Yu turned his gaze to Yu Linglong's fight. She was at the peak of the profound pill realm, facing Ling Tian at the midstage of the same realm. Though it took some time, she ultimately secured her victory. Next came the duel between Lin Yu and Yu Linglong, along with the match between Ling Tian and Wang Huahua. The moment Lin Yu stepped onto the field, he decisively conceded. How could he ever raise a hand against his beloved? It was utterly impossible. Subsequently, Ling Tian claimed victory over Wang Huahua. Yu Linglong took first place while Lin Yu and Ling Tian vied for second. Lin Yu proved to be the superior. Thus the Grand Sect competition concluded successfully. In the afternoon they were to set out for the rendezvous point of the Cloud Sword Sect. Upon returning to the small courtyard, the group instinctively gathered in the yard of their master and mistress. At noon they shared a rare meal together. Though Yu Linglong fought back her tears, her eyes were already red and glistening. She choked out, "Master, mistress, while we are away you must take good care of yourselves. Senior and second apprentice brothers, please look after master and mistress for us." "Of course." The senior and second apprentice brothers, their eyes also brimming with tears, nodded firmly. Yu Linglong was the cherished jewel of Spirit Sword Peak, and her 2 senior brothers treated her like a beloved younger sister. The master set down his chopsticks and spoke earnestly to Lin Yu. "Shao Yu, over these many years your master and mistress have watched you both grow up. You are fine children. From now on take good care of Linglong and bring her back to visit whenever you have the chance." The mistress gently slapped the master and scolded with a smile, "You make it sound so easy, as if it's just a casual visit." Then turning to the 2 of them she cautioned, "Don't listen to your master. The endless sea is no trivial matter. Just look after yourselves, especially you, Lin Yu. You must protect Linglong." Lin Yu nodded solemnly and promised, "Rest assured, master and mistress, I will definitely protect Linglong. I'm good. Your master has nothing else to give you. Take this." The master handed over 2 jade pendants. "These were tokens of love between your mistress and me, found in a secret realm long ago. They have no other special function, but when one of you is in danger the jade pendant will teleport the other to your side," the master explained slowly. Yu Linglong extended her delicate hand and received the jade pendants as if they were a priceless treasure. "Thank you, master and mistress. All right, off you go. Don't be late." The mistress rose and escorted them to the entrance of the small courtyard. Lin Yu and Yu Linglong stood up together, walked to the gate and bid a reluctant farewell to everyone. "Go on. If you ever want to return, find a way back. Your master and mistress' home will always be a warm haven for you." The mistress waved her hand, her eyes filled with deep reluctance. Yu Linglong turned around and hugged the mistress tightly, her tears flowing like a broken dam as she sobbed uncontrollably. Lin Yu also said goodbye to his 2 senior brothers. Their farewell was simple and direct, a single punch to each other's chest, but the bond between them was conveyed without words. The mistress gently pushed Yu Linglong away and said softly, "Go now or you'll be late." The 2 nodded, waved goodbye and said, "Master, mistress, senior brother, second senior brother, take care." Lin Yu flew on his sword, carrying Yu Linglong to the competition grounds. The place that had been teeming with people and excitement in the morning was now deserted, with only 3 members from the main sect and Ling Tian present. Ling Tian appeared to be around 30 years old, with sharp eyebrows and bright eyes, handsome and dashing. His long hair cascaded like a waterfall behind him, and on his back rested a jet-black sword gleaming like a star in the night sky. As Lin Yu was appraising them, the young man from the main sect, beaming with a smile, addressed Yu Linglong, "I am Yang Wuji, son of the second elder of the Cloud Sword Sect's main branch and a core disciple. May I ask the young lad's name?" With that, Yang Wuji confidently flicked his hair with his right hand. "Yu Linglong." After stating her name, she ignored him and turned her gaze to Lin Yu. Yang Wuji had never experienced such cold treatment. Even in the main sect everyone fawned over him. How dare a woman from such an insignificant place disregard him so? "Humph, young man, what's your name?" His face was twisted with rage as he glared at the pair. "Lin Yu." Lin Yes' reply was short and crisp. "You." Before Yang Wuji could finish, Lu Qingxue cut him off. "Enough. Don't make a spectacle of yourself out here. Let's go." With that, she soared into the air on her sword, flying ahead. Lin Yu and Yu Linglong, paying no heed to Yang Wuji, also took to their artifacts and followed behind Lu Qingxue. During the flight they encountered some flying spirit beasts, which Lu Qingxue and the other 2 swiftly dispatched. Yang Wuji, however, seemed to be showing off, charging at every spirit beast he saw. It wasn't until dusk that they arrived at the assembly point. Looking ahead, they saw over 100 people already gathered there. After landing, Yang Wuji led Lu Qingxue and the chubby boy to a middle-aged man bowing respectfully and saying, "Elder." The elder nodded slightly. Everyone is here. Let's depart." He then summoned a massive ship. This vessel was miraculous, capable of hovering in the air. Lin Yu and Yu Linglong watched in amazement when the irksome voice buzzed in their ears again. Never seen anything like this, have you? This is a large-scale treasure the Lingyun shuttle specially used to cross the endless sea. It can withstand a full-force blow from even a mystic immortal realm expert." Yang Wuji walked up to them, his face beaming with pride. "Has anyone ever told you that you're really annoying?" Lin Yu didn't hold back, retorting directly. Lu Qingxue and the chubby boy behind her couldn't help but laugh at this. Yang Wuji, both embarrassed and furious, glared at Lin Yu and was about to strike when the elder's voice timely rang out, "Everyone board the ship." Yang Wuji glanced back, then turned and snarled, "Fine, you've got guts, kid. Once we get to the main sect, I'll show you how I'll crush you. And that woman beside you, I'll tie her up and toy with her right in front of you so you can fully appreciate the consequences of crossing me." Before his words faded, Lin Yu's sword was already in motion. Yang Wuji never expected such a sudden attack. He barely managed to parry the strike but was sent flying backward by the force. The people on the ship witnessed the scene. Fights were common in the cultivation world, but this was the main sect's assembly point. Everyone watched the spectacle with curiosity. In this world no one can harm her. Whoever dares, only death awaits. With that, Lin Yu moved like lightning, his sword raining down blows like a furious storm. Sword chi surged like monstrous waves toward Yang Wuji, who hastily erected a spiritual energy shield to defend. In that moment Lin Yu was upon him, shattering the shield with one strike, his sword's momentum undiminished as it aimed for Yang Wuji's neck. Just as the sword tip touched Yang Wuji's throat, Lin Yu felt a tremendous force gripping his hand, halting his movement. The elder had seized his hand and admonished, "Enough. Stop causing trouble. That's enough. Let's go." Seeing no further opportunity, Lin Yu sheathed his sword and flew onto the ship with Yu Linglong. Lu Qingxue walked over to Yang Wuji and said, "He's very strong. It seems you still don't understand what don't cause trouble means. There are some people you simply cannot afford to offend. Even without a background they could kill you with ease." Lin Yu, well done." A sinister smile curled at the corner of Yang Wuji's mouth as he flew back onto the ship. Once everyone was aboard, the elder piloted the vessel and set off. On the ship, Lin Yu and Yu Linglong stood side by side at the railing, admiring the strange and wondrous scenery they had never seen before. Yu Linglong nestled in Lin Yu's arms and whispered, "You were too impulsive. His status is something we can't afford to provoke." Lin Yu shook his head firmly. "There's nothing we can't handle. At worst I'll take you to roam the cultivation world. Once we're strong enough we can return and settle the score." Yu Linglong's face bloomed with a happy smile as she teased, "You're always boasting. When the time comes we won't even have time to escape, let alone dream of wandering the world. I've never used my full strength. Even that elder, I could try to kill him. At the mystic deity realm I could still take you away safely. No one can stop me." Lin Yu's face was etched with absolute seriousness. Yu Linglong gently raised her hand, stroking Lin Yu's head as she spoke softly, "All right, I understand." Their gazes met and they exchanged a faint smile. Meanwhile, Yang Wuji had not ceased his actions either. That one over there immediately cast him into the endless sea. "Once we return to the sect I will have my grandfather reward each of you with a Xian Dao pill as a token of gratitude." Yang Wuji pointed his finger at Lin Yu, his tone cold and commanding. Upon hearing this, one of the men turned to leave but then halted, speaking with a wry smile, "Master Wuji, you must not jest like this. That man is capable of defeating even you in an instant. Do you truly expect the three of us to go to our deaths?" The other two, upon hearing this, also wore expressions of helplessness and scattered in different directions. "Curse it. You useless lot. Count yourself lucky today. Once we reach the headquarters, see how I deal with you." Yang Wuji glared fiercely at Lin Yu, grinding his teeth as he muttered curses under his breath. At this moment Lu Qingxue led the chubby young man over to Lin Yu and Yu Linglong, cautioning them, "His grandfather is the second elder of the Cloud Sword sect with a cultivation at the midstage of the mystic deity realm. You must be cautious, he will likely seek to harm you upon returning to the sect." Yu Linglong looked at Lu Qingxue with suspicion, puzzled. "By all logic, shouldn't you be on their side? Look, they are all keeping their distance from us now." Lu Qingxue gently shook her head, a faint, barely perceptible sneer of disdain flickering across her beautiful icy visage. "They are nothing but a bunch of sycophants clinging to power and influence." Lin Yu, who had been listening nearby, silently nodded in agreement with Lu Qingxue's assessment. Lin Yu then began to inquire, "I haven't had the chance to ask you too." Before he could finish, Lu Qingxue interrupted. "Lu Qingxue, personal disciple of the sect master, currently at the midstage of the mystic heaven realm." Wang Shutian then introduced himself. Wang Shutian, also a personal disciple of the sect master, currently at the advanced stage of the mystic heaven realm. Hearing this, Yu Linglong, who had been silently observing, was so astonished that her mouth hung open. She couldn't help but interject, "How old are you two this year?" Wang Shutian eagerly replied, "I am 40 years old." Then pointing at Lu Qingxue he added, Qingxue is a bit younger than me, she just turned 30. Wow, that's incredible. It's rare to find people so young with such profound cultivation, Yu Linglong exclaimed with envy. You must possess extraordinary talent to have achieved such feats, right? Hee, you've got a good eye. We both have sovereign-level talent, impressive isn't it? Wang Shutian said, lifting his chin with pride. Lin Yu's eyes widened in astonishment as he gazed at the two prodigies before him, asking incredulously, are you both truly endowed with sovereign-level talent? Lu Qingxue nodded slightly in confirmation, indeed that is the case. Yu Linglong, unable to contain her curiosity, interjected, isn't it said that sovereign-level talent is extremely rare? Why does it feel like it's becoming as common as cabbage these days? Lu Qingxue gently brushed a strand of hair behind her ear, her gaze fixed on the boundless sea in the distance as she spoke slowly, it's all relative. In a major sect like ours, the Cloud Sword sect, there are only a little over 10 disciples with sovereign-level talent. But across the entire Xian Emperor continent, the number of those with such top-tier talent is as numerous as the stars beyond count. You too should also possess sovereign-level talent. Yu Linglong first nodded, then shook her head as if teasing, and said with a smile, I do have sovereign-level talent, but he does not. Why don't you try to guess what kind of talent he has? Hearing this, the two exchanged bewildered glances, their hearts filled with confusion. After all, to have reached such a profound realm at such a young age, what could it be if not sovereign-level talent? The chubby young man furrowed his brow in thought, a hint of doubt appearing on his face as he hesitantly ventured, could it be heaven-level talent? However, Yu Linglong shook her head with a gentle smile, denying his guess. Lu Qingxue was now also intrigued if the fierce battle before boarding the ship had truly impressed her. This young man before her not only attacked with swift and ruthless precision, but more importantly his cultivation level was undoubtedly high, at least at the midstage of the mystic heaven realm. So if he possessed neither sovereign-level nor heaven-level talent, what astonishing talent did this person conceal? This question hung like a riddle lingering in everyone's minds, driving a deeper desire to uncover the mystery. It must be sovereign-level, Lu Qingxue said, narrowing her eyes as she scrutinized Lin Yu, trying to read his expression for confirmation. But her efforts were in vain, she discerned nothing. From beginning to end, Lin Yu's gaze had never strayed from Yu Linglong. No, Yu Linglong said, smiling gently at the two. Forget it, since you can't guess, I'll tell you, Lin Yu actually has no talent at all. What? No talent? The chubby young man's brow furrowed deeply, his face a mask of disbelief. Really? How can someone without talent become strong? Lu Qingxue nodded in agreement. In this world where martial might reigns supreme and the strong are as numerous as clouds, never had she heard of anyone growing powerful without any talent. It was utterly inconceivable. Both of them thought Yu Linglong must be teasing them. However, when they saw the earnest and unwavering look in her eyes, their doubts gradually began to dissipate. Seeing the lingering suspicion and confusion on their faces, Yu Linglong let out a soft sigh and continued, it's true. If you don't believe me, you can fetch a testing stone to verify. He truly has no talent. He has reached where he is today solely through his own effort and perseverance. Upon hearing this, how could they harbor any further doubt? If she dared to suggest using a testing stone for verification, it must be the undeniable truth. Yet this revelation was so shocking that they found it difficult to accept in an instant. Lu Qingxue in particular widened her eyes, scrutinizing Lin Yu with intense curiosity as if seeking an answer from him. Without aptitude. How did you manage it? Lin Yu's lips curled into a faint smile. As for how I became strong, this realm is filled with endless spiritual energy. But lacking the necessary aptitude, I cannot directly absorb it to enhance myself. However, I am able to borrow the spiritual energy of this realm. In other words, as long as the spiritual energy here is not depleted and I still have strength, I possess the power to fight. Lu Qingxue nodded as if grasping the concept, then pressed on with curiosity, then how did you come to possess strength at the mystic heaven realm? Lin Yu explained patiently, your method of cultivation determines your strength level by absorbing spiritual energy. My approach is different, I define it by the range of earthly spiritual energy I can borrow. Currently, I can mobilize spiritual energy within a radius of about 1,000 meters. This is what you call mystic heaven realm strength. Upon hearing this, both were profoundly shocked, but after careful contemplation it seemed to hold some logic. They exchanged glances and ultimately decided not to press further. Thus for the following period the four of them remained silent. Lin Yu gently wrapped his arm around Yu Linglong's slender waist, and the four of them turned to gaze out at the boundless sea. The endless ocean stretched out before them, a pitch-black expanse like a bottomless abyss, evoking a sense of dread. Within this dark sea, colossal figures occasionally emerged from the depths, their immense presence exuding an overwhelming sense of pressure. Moreover, a fierce attack would sometimes strike the protective barrier around the ship, sending ripples of dazzling multicolored light. Though these attacks could not breach the barrier, they were ample proof that this place was shrouded in mystery and peril. After observing for a while, several people on the ship sat cross-legged and began to cultivate with closed eyes. After all, they would be flying over this sea for a full day and night. If they did not seize the time to cultivate and enhance their strength, they might struggle to face any crises that arose. Moreover, the journey was exceedingly long. Without something to occupy themselves it would be unbearably tedious. And so the ship drifted onward across the endless sea. During this time a few reckless sea spirit beasts attempted to attack the vessel, but they were effortlessly defeated and eliminated by the profoundly powerful elder. After that the journey passed without incident and they finally reached their destination by the evening of the second day, the Cloud Sword Sect. Compared to the places they had passed before, the Cloud Sword Sect on the Xian Emperor continent appeared far more magnificent and imposing. Countless palaces and pavilions stood here, each exuding a dense aura of spiritual energy showcasing the sect's profound heritage and formidable power. When they set foot on this land they realized that the Cloud Sword Sect of the Xian Emperor continent was merely an insignificant minor sect. Its strongest figure was none other than the sect master who had only reached the mystic deity realm. Yet on this mysterious and vast Xian Emperor continent there existed truly formidable beings, peerless experts at the mystic immortal realm. Those ancient sects with deep foundations boasted several or even dozens of mystic immortal realm experts. Only such sects could be honored as first-rate powers. Moreover, this continent was home to three colossal entities that commanded attention. Foremost among them was the renowned Treasure Pavilion, a powerful force guarded by a full 23 mystic immortal realm grandmasters. Following closely were two great cultivation clans, the Xian sect and the Dao sect. It was rumored that the Xian sect had 18 mystic immortal experts while the Dao sect boasted as many as 30 mystic immortal titans. But whether these sects concealed even more mystic immortal level experts in the shadows remained unknown to all. Upon finally arriving at the Cloud Sword Sect, the ship hovered in midair and everyone descended gracefully on flying swords. Suddenly a deep and solemn voice reached everyone's ears. The Cloud Sword Sect has a history of 35,000 years. You are the 3,332nd batch of disciples. Within the mountain range where you stand, countless caves are hidden for you to choose as your future cultivation abodes. Each year you must complete one task assigned by the sect, but the rest of your time is yours to manage freely. Additionally, the sect houses the Spirit Technique Pavilion, the Sword Forging Pavilion, and the Elder Instruction Hall. However, to obtain resources or skills from these places you must exchange them for spirit stones. Upon completing sect tasks you will be rewarded with a corresponding number of spirit stones. That is all I have to say. Young talents, devote yourselves diligently to your cultivation. With those words everyone began to move, searching for suitable caves. Just as Lin Yu and Yu Linglong were about to leave, Yang Wuji blocked their path. At that moment Yang Wuji was followed by over a dozen attendants swaggering forward with an air of arrogance as if the entire world should bow to his will. Yang Wuji let out a cold laugh, his tone dripping with sarcasm. Hey you wretched pair, where do you think you're going? Now that we're back at the Cloud Sword Sect you must be regretting not killing me out there. Humph, but it doesn't matter. Since we're back I have plenty of ways to slowly torment you and you slut. With that he glared venomously at Lin Yu and Yu Linglong. Without hesitation Lin Yu shielded Yu Linglong behind him and demanded sternly, what are you looking for, trouble? His gaze was resolute and sharp, exuding an air of determination as if ready to face any challenge. Without hesitation Lin Yu shielded Yu Linglong behind him and demanded sternly, what are you looking for, trouble? His gaze was resolute and sharp, exuding an air of determination as if ready to face any challenge. Without hesitation Lin Yu shielded Yu Linglong behind him and demanded sternly, what are you looking for, trouble? His gaze was resolute and sharp, exuding an air of determination as if ready to face any challenge. Yu Linglong, hiding behind Lin Yu, cautiously poked her head out, her gaze fixed on the several people before her as she spoke with a slightly trembling voice. This is within the sect's grounds. Are you not afraid of severe punishment from the sect for such wanton slaughter among yourselves? Yang Wuji sneered with undisguised contempt upon hearing this, as if he had heard the greatest joke under heaven, and he laughed arrogantly. Ha 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 ha, did you all hear that? There are still such naive people. Let me tell you the truth, within the Cloud Sword Sect no one cares about fights and killings, in fact they are even tolerated to a certain extent. After all, in this cruel and merciless world of immortal cultivation such things happen all the time. So the sect pays no heed. Whoever dies can only blame their own lack of strength and incompetence. Therefore today you are doomed to die. Moreover, my grandfather is the esteemed second elder with the formidable cultivation of the mysterious Dao realm. Killing you is easier than crushing an ant. How about it, boy? I'll give you a chance to live. If you obediently hand over the woman behind you to me I might spare your worthless life. Perhaps after we've had our fill and are in a good mood we might even graciously let you have a taste. Ha ha ha. Just then Lin Yu softly murmured, the Tao of heaven is impermanent yet it compensates. I possess a sword that can cleave mountains, sever the moon, break the sun, shatter the heavens and open the heavenly gate. With every word Lin Yu spoke a colossal, unimaginably massive sword materialized in the sky, hurtling towards Yang Wuji and his companions. The suffocating pressure descended like a tidal wave, rendering them completely immobile and utterly unable to resist. Seeing the giant sword descending, the dozen or so cultivators snapping out of their stupor hastily cast spells, driving their flying swords in a desperate attempt to block this behemoth falling from the heavens. Yet they were like mayflies trying to topple a mighty tree. How could they comprehend the tree's immensity? Lu Qingxue and the chubby youth who had not yet left watched the scene in stunned amazement. They knew full well that if they were caught in such a fierce onslaught they would likely suffer severe injuries or even face death if they made a single misstep. As the giant sword drew ever closer, the group had no choice but to pool their strength and raise a protective shield, hoping to withstand this world-shaking strike. But their hope was short-lived. The moment the shield made contact, it shattered instantly. Then the giant sword, its might undiminished, continued its devastating descent upon them. In an instant they felt an unprecedented, terrifying pressure surge over them like a flood. Their bodies could no longer endure, and they vomited blood. Just as the giant sword was mere meters away from them at this critical moment, a force of immense power suddenly burst forth from nowhere, forcibly halting the sword's descent. Suddenly a tall, upright and composed middle-aged figure appeared like a phantom between the giant sword and Yang Wuji's group. However, Lin Yu showed no hesitation or pause upon seeing someone come to their rescue. On the contrary, he manipulated the colossal sword with even greater resolve, continuing its relentless downward pressure. Simultaneously the surrounding air seemed to churn as if stirred by an invisible colossal force. Countless streams of pure, dense spiritual energy converged endlessly upon the sword. As time passed, the power bearing down on the sword grew increasingly immense and astonishing until it could no longer bear the burden and exploded with a thunderous roar. The middle-aged man who had stepped forward could not withstand such a terrifying impact either. His body was sent flying backward like an arrow loosed from a broken string. Furthermore, Yang Wuji and his companions were severely wounded, hurled dozens of zhang away by the residual force before crashing heavily to the ground. For a time the entire sky was filled with thick smoke, dust and violent surges of energy, forming shockwaves that were deeply unsettling. Even the thick clouds were blasted into a massive hole, allowing sunlight to pierce through and illuminate the chaotic battlefield below. The lush dense trees in the mountains rustled in the raging wind as if mourning the destruction and casualties of this brutal battle. At that very moment Lin Yu chanted softly, "I possess a sword that can slay enemies, behead demons, exterminate fiends, kill immortals and murder gods. 10,000 swords launch." As his words faded, countless swords condensed from pure spiritual energy emerged behind him. These sword gleams flashed with cold light, sharp and unmatched, dazzling like a brilliant starry sky. Then Lin Yu swiftly formed a sword seal with his right arm and thrust it forward. In an instant countless rays of sword light swept towards Yang Wuji, his companions and the middle-aged man like a violent storm. The sword's momentum was like a rainbow, blotting out the sky and covering the earth, carrying the awe-inspiring power of annihilation, leaving no room to dodge. The howling of swords was thunderous and deafening, as if it would tear the very space apart. Countless sword gleams flickered in the sky like shooting stars, streaking across the heavens, a dizzying sight. In that instant these spiritual swords appeared before Yang Wuji's group as densely as raindrops. The middle-aged man flashed before them again, his hands forming seals rapidly. A powerful protective barrier rose abruptly, blocking all the incoming spiritual swords. Yet this was precisely the situation Lin Yu desired. As the first wave of flying swords shot forth, the next batch was already formed, hurtling towards the middle-aged man in an endless stream. "I possess a sword that can pierce mountains, strike the moon and bring down stars. 10,000 swords return to one." Lin Yu shouted softly, changing his hand seal. In an instant hundreds of thousands of spiritual swords like a surging mighty torrent bore down upon the middle-aged man with unparalleled force. These spiritual swords were tightly packed, interwoven, forming a gigantic sword dragon that lunged at the middle-aged man with bared fangs and claws. Meanwhile disciples of the Cloud Sword sect, drawn by the commotion, flew out from their caves, hovering in midair, staring in shock at the astonishing scene before them. Who is he? So powerful. Indeed, such terrifying offensive power could rival a mysterious Dao realm expert. And he looks so young. Could he be a new disciple? Are the sect's disciples these days all this monstrous? As the crowd buzzed with discussion, someone suddenly exclaimed, "Sure, look, isn't that our second elder? And the one behind him is none other than his grandson Yang Wuji." Following the pointing finger, the crowd indeed spotted the second elder and Yang Wuji. It seems so. It must be that troublemaker Yang Wuji again, causing trouble. Relying on his grandfather being an elder, he acts recklessly and picks fights all day in the sect. Looks like he's finally bitten off more than he can chew. Exactly. That brat even dared to harass our goddess Lu Qingxue before and got severely beaten for it. Later the second elder, not knowing his place, went to find trouble with Lu Qingxue, but fortunately the sect leader intervened and stopped him. At that moment Mo Wu, the core disciple and eldest disciple of the sect leader, arrived at the edge of the battlefield with a junior sister. "Senior sister Mo Wu, I found out that Yang Wuji is indeed the second elder's grandson. He relies on being the elder's son and his own strength to stir up trouble everywhere. That young man standing over there and the girl behind him are new disciples from the profound immortal continent. Just now Yang Wuji said to his face that he would kill the woman beside him." The young man got enraged and struck directly. That massive sword that appeared in the sky was his attack. Even the second elder was repelled, and Yang Wuji and the others are seriously injured. However, that young man didn't stop there. A furious roar was heard, and before Yang Wuji's eyes tens of thousands of sword gleams appeared, covering the sky like a plague of locusts. The second elder quickly stepped forward to shield the group. But at that moment the mysterious young man unleashed an even more astonishing technique. 10,000 swords returned to one. Wow! These 3 spirit techniques are so cool. Mo Wu looked at her infatuated junior sister and said helplessly, alright, stop swooning for now. Just watch carefully. Meanwhile the protective barrier the second elder had raised finally crumbled under the strain. Countless spiritual swords shot towards him like raindrops. The second elder dared not be careless. He quickly drew his own spiritual sword, channeling all his power to engage in a fierce battle against the endless stream of swords. Time ticked by. After a quarter of an hour the second elder's spiritual sword began to break from the tip. However, the spiritual flying swords conjured by Lin Yu showed no sign of diminishing, instead they grew stronger and sharper. Knowing he could not wait idly, the second elder poured all his strength into his broken sword, shattering the spiritual flying swords before him one by one. Seizing the opportunity, he flew into midair with Yang Wuji and the others. Seeing this, Lin Yu ceased his sword manipulation and chanted softly, I possess a sword that can cleave the clouds. The second elder's face changed drastically upon witnessing this, and he shouted hastily, Stop. Stop at once. I am the second elder of the Cloud Sword sect. Do not act rashly. But Lin Yu paid no heed. He closed his eyes slightly and murmured, Sever the flow, invincible under heaven, cleave the sky, sword drawing art. As his words fell, a sheathed sword suddenly appeared in his hand. Upon closer inspection the sword looked identical to the ordinary one Lin Yu had used in his past life. It's been a long time, old friend. Today let us join hands once again to face the mighty foe. Lin Yu whispered. As he spoke, his right hand gently rested on the sword hilt, yet it seemed to bear a weight of 10 million jin. The blade slowly emerged from the scabbard, radiating a blindingly dazzling light and a suffocating pressure. The Cloud Sword sect disciples who had been leisurely floating in midair now seemed to sense something terrifying, their faces filled with panic. They felt that as the sword was drawn, an endless torrent of sword energy surged towards them like a tidal wave. By the time they came to their senses, they found their clothes had been sliced with numerous gashes by the sharp sword aura. The crowd was horrified and hastily summoned their spiritual power to raise shields for self-protection. The second elder standing directly opposite Lin Yu felt an unprecedented immense sense of crisis even more acutely. In his panic, a new spiritual sword was drawn and he slashed several times at Lin Yu. Lin Yu took these blows with his physical body and the sword in his hand was reduced to only its tip. Then with a pained expression Lin Yu exerted himself to pull the sword free and slashed it towards the second elder. The sword energy arrived in an instant. The second elder hastily raised his spiritual sword to block. But in a single breath the spiritual sword shattered. The second elder was greatly alarmed, but he had no time to use other means. Forced to choose between his life and his arm, he sacrificed his arm. With a flash of sword light, a clean smooth cut appeared on the second elder's left arm. The arm fell limply and the second elder caught it with his right hand. But the sword energy returned. Amidst the crowd's shouts of alarm, the second elder turned his head only to find the sword energy already before him. At that moment a young figure flashed in front of the second elder, intercepting the sword energy. At the same time a sword wound appeared on his hand with blood flowing profusely. The middle-aged man stared in disbelief at the wound on his hand frozen in place. After a long while he came to his senses and looked at Lin Yu. He has already lost an arm. Can we let this matter rest here? Though Lin Yu wished to finish them off given the circumstances, it was impossible. He could only nod. Fine. Then he took Yu Linglong's hand and turned to leave. After this battle Lin Yu's fame spread throughout the Cloud Sword sect. He found a scenic cave dwelling with Yu Linglong and tidied it up. Yu Linglong bandaged his wounds and the two began to cultivate. The next morning the pair arrived at the mission hall. Spirit Beast Rampage in Wutian Village, 5 spirit stones. Gather Heavenly River Grass, 1 spirit stone per plant. Lin Yu turned to Yu Linglong. Which one do you want to do? Neither seems particularly appealing to me. Yu Linglong, holding Lin Yu's arm, fixed her gaze on the mission stone. They all seem ordinary. Let's just pick one at random. It's not like we're desperate for spirit stones. I've decided, I want to learn that move of yours, the one that goes swoosh swoosh. It's incredibly powerful, even capable of defeating an elder at the Profound Path realm. Alright, let's do it. Without hesitation Lin Yu accepted the mission to subdue the spirit beasts in Wutian Village. As they walked, many disciples pointed and whispered about them. That's them. They actually injured the second elder yesterday. Huh. How come I didn't know? You fool, you spend all your time buried in cultivation. What would you know? Yesterday the second elder's grandson, that Yang Wuji, tried to bully the two newcomers and ended up hitting a wall. His grandfather lost an arm because of it and he himself was severely injured. Damn, that's brutal. You bet. If the sect master hadn't shown up in time yesterday, the second elder might have lost his life too. I never thought someone who looked so harmless could be this formidable. Exactly. From now on we'd better not provoke them. Throughout their journey the two were surrounded by disciples who pointed and gossiped, their words constantly reaching Lin Yu's ears. It was then that Lin Yu realized the young man from yesterday was the sect master. Yu Linglong smiled softly and teased, "You're practically a celebrity now." Lin Yu gave a wry smile. "You're making fun of me too. Ah, truly a beautiful woman can be a disaster." Hearing this, Yu Linglong burst into laughter. "Humph, you should be grateful to have me." As she spoke, her right hand like a nimble serpent stealthily crept toward Lin Yu's waist. Yu Linglong had already decided that if Lin Yu said anything else displeasing, she would give him a taste of her twisted treat. Lin Yu firmly grasped Yu Linglong's right hand, a fawning smile spreading across his face. "I'm grateful, truly grateful. I couldn't be more content. I find joy in it every day. You sure know how to sweet talk." Yu Linglong laughed heartily, then continued, "So shall we set off today?" Lin Yu looked at her with confusion. "Go where?" Yu Linglong gave him a light kick. "To carry out that mission, of course. We still don't know where that village is." Lin Yu finally caught on. "Oh, no matter. We can just ask someone for directions." Subsequently, the two stopped a sect disciple and inquired about the location of Wutian village. After learning the way, they flew toward it on their swords. Half a day later, they arrived at Wutian village. A crowd of villagers was gathered at the entrance, eagerly looking out. An old man standing at the front bowed respectfully. "Immortal masters, you've finally arrived. Recently, spirit beasts have been causing trouble in Wutian village every day. Many villagers have lost their lives." This old man is at his wit's end and had no choice but to seek help from the Cloud Sword sect. Lin Yu nodded, surveying the village. "Has this been happening only recently? Or has it occurred before?" "It started just a month ago, Immortal Master." The old man paused briefly. "Since then, spirit beasts have come here daily. Our Wu family village has existed for over 1,000 years, and never before have spirit beasts caused such chaos. Alas, I don't know what's gone wrong with our village. Over 100 people have already died." Lin Yu gave a slight nod to show he understood, then asked with curiosity, "Has anything unusual occurred in or around the village?" The old man looked at Lin Yu with confusion, then turned to the villagers. "Have any of you noticed anything strange near our village?" The villagers exchanged glances, then shook their heads in unison. Just then, a middle-aged man seemed to recall something. He approached the village chief and reported, "Immortal Master, a few days ago while hunting on the northern mountain, I saw a large number of spirit beasts gathered there. I wonder if that counts as unusual." Lin Yu looked toward the mountain, lost in thought. He had sensed something odd about the spiritual energy there since his arrival. It was far too dense for an ordinary place. After confirming the direction with the villagers, Lin Yu led Yu Linglong toward the mountain they had indicated. Upon arrival, they saw a variety of spirit beasts gathered at the foot of the mountain, huddled together peacefully. After careful observation, Lin Yu discovered what seemed to be a cave beneath the mountain, but it was covered by a formation. The spirit beasts couldn't enter, yet the spiritual energy inside was constantly seeping out. Perhaps it was hunger that drove these spirit beasts to hunt far and wide. Subsequently, Lin Yu and Yu Linglong summoned their flying swords and began a massacre of the beasts at the mountain's base. It took the time it takes to burn an incense stick to slaughter all the surrounding spirit beasts. Yu Linglong asked Lin Yu curiously, "Is there something here? Why else would so many spirit beasts gather?" Lin Yu nodded. "Yes, there seems to be a cave under that mountain from which spiritual energy continuously emanates. That's why the beasts are gathered here. The concentration of spiritual energy is relatively high." Yu Linglong's eyes sparkled with excitement. "Does that mean there might be a treasure or a legacy inside?" Lin Yu gently tapped her nose with his right hand. "Yes, you might be right. Come on, let's go down and take a look." The two flew down on their swords, descending as lightly as feathers. Arriving at the spot where the spiritual energy fluctuation originated, Yu Linglong looked around with keen eyes. "Where exactly is it? It seems hard to find." Lin Yu pointed ahead with certainty. "It's right here. But the formation conceals it, making it invisible to the naked eye." Yu Linglong nodded, half understanding. "So what do we do?" "Well, break it by force." "I haven't studied formations." Lin Yu admitted, spreading his hands helplessly. Yu Linglong's face darkened. "What if we damage the formation? We were hoping to get rich from this." Lin Yu couldn't help but laugh. "Counting on this to get rich is nothing but wishful thinking. Forget it, let's go check it out first." Yu Linglong nodded and followed closely behind Lin Yu. With a single sword strike that blazed like a rainbow piercing the sun, Lin Yu shattered the cave's formation. In an instant, a narrow opening just big enough for one person appeared. The cave was pitch black like an endless abyss. As they stepped inside, the scene before them suddenly transformed as if they had entered another world. Yu Linglong stared in awe at everything before her. Could this be a cave heaven? Yes, it seemed so. This cave heaven was vast and boundless, stretching as far as the eye could see. To the right, a lake shimmered like an emerald, quietly embedded in the earth. Directly ahead, a towering mountain loomed, blocking their view. Lin Yu took Yu Linglong's hand and they flew on their sword like a shooting star, racing toward the other side of the mountain. Crossing over the mountain peak, a mysterious farmland appeared in their sight, filled with countless precious immortal herbs as if it were a celestial realm. A simple thatched cottage stood alone beside the farmland. After they descended, their eyes were drawn to the exotic plants in the field, their value immeasurable, capable of fetching high prices even in the outside world. Then they turned their gaze to the cottage, sensing it had been uninhabited for a long time, exuding an air of decay. Yu Linglong hid behind Lin Yu and whispered, "This must be the master of this cave heaven. It seems he has passed away." Lin Yu stepped forward, observing the middle-aged man closely, and said, "Yes, he is dead. He must have exhausted his lifespan and passed into stillness here." Then Lin Yu noticed a ring on the man's hand. He carefully removed it and probed inside with his spiritual power, discovering it was filled with countless spirit stones as well as some immortal herbs, robes, flying swords and more. Yu Linglong wandered around the room, curiosity piqued. I wonder what cultivation level he was at when he passed away. But to have such a vast cave heaven, he must have been no ordinary person. Suddenly she let out an exclamation, "Ah, what's this?" She picked up a jade pendant by the bed, and a dazzling light burst forth, coalescing into the phantom of a middle-aged man before them. "Greetings, destined ones. When you see this projection, I have already drifted into immortality. After tens of thousands of years of cultivation, I could never break through the elusive Xian Emperor realm, leaving only regrets as I sit here in stillness. I had no children in my life, so I bequeath these relics to you, the fated ones. The array eye of this cave dwelling lies within this jade token. If you find it useful, take it as well. The mystery of the Tao is like flowers in a mirror or the moon's reflection on water. I spent my entire life unable to glimpse its true essence. A lifetime of cultivation, all for naught. Ha ha ha." Then the light and shadow faded like smoke. Yu Linglong held the jade token, lost in thought. He should have been at the Xian Immortal realm, just short of the Xian Emperor realm. What a pity, he was so close to reaching it. Lin Yu nodded in agreement, "Yes indeed. Well, there's nothing more to see here. Let's bury him outside and head back. The spirit beasts in Wutian village have all been dealt with. There should be no more attacks on the village." Yu Linglong put away the jade token and replied, "All right." After tidying everything up, they left the cave heaven. They carefully patrolled the surroundings of Wutian village once more, and only after confirming no trace of spirit beasts remained did they return to the sect. That night they lay on a flying sword, gazing up at the star-filled sky. "Lin Yu, why do you think we cultivate immortality?" A hint of confusion flickered in Yu Linglong's eyes. "What's wrong? Is it because of that middle-aged man this afternoon?" Lin Yu asked with concern. Yu Linglong nodded lightly, turning to look at Lin Yu. "Yes, a little. I don't know why I cultivate nor where the end of this path lies." Lin Yu reached out, gently stroking her cheek, and said tenderly, "My reason for cultivation is simple: to protect you, to safeguard everything I cherish, and to explore this wondrous world." Yu Linglong smiled softly. "Then I'll accompany you." They exchanged smiles, and in that moment their gazes met as if stars were shimmering. They watched the stars for a while longer before returning to their cave dwelling to rest. The next morning sunlight bathed them as they went to the mission hall, returned the mission token, and received 5 spirit stones. Then they headed together to the technique pavilion. This grand edifice was magnificent. The first floor cost 10 spirit stones, the second 100, the third 1,000, the fourth 10,000, and the fifth 100,000. The highest floor was the fifth, housing countless techniques like stars in the sky, a testament to the profound heritage of a millennia-old sect. They searched the first floor for techniques that stirred their hearts. Just then a spirited young man sauntered over to Yu Linglong. "Junior sister, you must be new to Cloud Sword sect. I've never seen you before." Yu Linglong nodded slightly and quickly walked toward Lin Yu. But the young man blocked her path, and Lin Yu noticed the commotion. His eyes turned cold, his face like stone as he fixed his gaze on the young man. Yu Linglong tried to sidestep him, but no matter which way she moved, he mirrored her steps to block her way. Seeing this, Lin Yu dashed behind the young man and clamped his shoulder with an iron grip, forcibly moving him aside. Yu Linglong seized the moment to stand beside Lin Yu. Feeling the hand on his shoulder, the young man spun around, his eyes blazing with fury, and roared, "Brat, let go." Lin Yu remained unmoved, merely shaking his head and saying lightly, "And what if I don't?" The young man then threatened, "I'm not one of your Cloud Sword sect members. I am the beloved son of the mystic sect's leader. Do you have a death wish, brat?" Lin Yu curled his lips, still shaking his head, and said calmly, "Oh, is that so? I still won't let go. What can you do about it? If all you can do is spout empty threats, save your breath. I have no time to waste on your idle chatter." When the young man could no longer bear it and conjured a spirit sword, a figure appeared between them like a phantom, effortlessly opening Lin Yu's hand, and said sternly, "No fighting in the technique pavilion. Settle your disputes outside." With those words the figure vanished without a trace. The young man ground his teeth, glaring at Lin Yu, and spat, "A duel outside." Lin Yu ignored him entirely, taking Yu Linglong's hand and continuing to stroll leisurely through the pavilion. The young man shot him a venomous glare as if making a decision, then turned and stormed off. "Isn't that the ruthless guy from a few days ago beside that girl? Who would be so blind as to provoke him?" That's Chen Tianchuan, son of the mystic sect's leader, a peak Xiantian realm cultivator. Rumor has it that the mystic sect came to our Cloud Sword sect today to discuss a merger. Merger? How they clearly want to annex us. They're powerful. They say the mystic sect is swallowing up small sects, annihilating any that resist. That's just hearsay, not necessarily true. But the mystic sect seems to have ambitions of unifying the cultivation world. Humph with them. The Dao sect has so many Xian immortal level experts. What can they do? Don't be so sure. The Xian immortal experts each sect reveals are just for show. Who knows how many are hiding in the shadows? Many are masters who keep their strength concealed. True, but even so the Dao sect probably still has the most Xian immortal experts. Meanwhile, in the Cloud Sword sect's main hall, a middle-aged man addressed the sect leader who had appeared the day before. Sect leader, you know my purpose. Have you considered it? Sect leader, he picked up his teacup and shook his head. I'm sorry. Our Cloud Sword sect has been passed down for over 30,000 years. I cannot let it be annexed in my generation, or how could I face the past sect leaders? The middle-aged man smiled calmly. Haha, sect leader, have you made up your mind? If you refuse, you've likely heard the rumors. Those who follow me prosper, those who oppose me perish. That's no joke. Sect leader, he set down his cup and said firmly, Cloud Sword sect may fall in battle, may perish, but it will never submit. If there's nothing else, please take your leave, Elder Xian. Elder Xian rose, flicking his sleeves. Humph, you spurn kindness. Well, meet again, and when we do, this sect will be no more. With that, Elder Xian flew off on his sword. At the Technique Pavilion, as Lin Yu and Yu Linglong exited, Chen Tianchuan, the mystic sect's son, blocked their path. Brat, you're dead, I swear it, Chen Tianxian said, gripping his spirit sword. Yu Linglong frowned. This is Cloud Sword sect, not your mystic sect. Do you dream of killing people here? Chen Tianxian laughed heartily. Cloud Sword sect. So what? If I kill you, who would dare object? Ask your sect leader, would he act against me for 2 ordinary disciples? No, he wouldn't, because I am the son of the mystic sect's leader. Lin Yu shook his head helplessly. Were all these heirs so arrogant? Then he summoned his Qingxuang sword and with a single powerful strike sent Chen Tianxian flying. Chen Tianxian crashed heavily to the ground. Brat, how dare you treat me like this? Enraged, he rose and charged at Lin Yu with his sword, only to be sent flying again with one blow. Chen Tianxian unleashed a technique, sending a storm of sword chi hurtling toward Lin Yu and Yu Linglong. But Lin Yu stood as steady as a mountain, calmly wielding his blade to counter each strike. Growing weary of the game, Lin Yu suddenly swung his sword with full force like a rainbow, piercing the sun, unstoppable, and blasted Chen Tianxian away. Before Chen Tianxian could gather his wits, the sword was pressed against his neck like a mountain, crushing an egg. Chen Tianxian stared at the sword at his throat, showing no fear but growing even more arrogant. Haha, brat, do you dare kill me? You don't. But don't worry, it'll make your life worse than death. Aren't you so devoted to that woman? I'll capture her and have my fun. When I tire of her, I'll give her to others to toy with and finally tear her limb from limb. Oh, and rest assured, I'll keep you alive in agony until then. I'll make you watch as I toy with her as they toy with her before your eyes. Haha, scared? If you are, kneel and beg for mercy. I'll let you die more easily, but not her. Ha ha ha. Chen Tianxian stared in shock at the blood flowing from his neck as pain surged through his mind like a tide. He couldn't believe this man dared to kill him. In the past, everyone had knelt before him begging for mercy, offering up their women for him to ravage at will. But why was this man different? How? How dare you? Chen Tianxian stammered, his voice filled with shock and disbelief. Lin Yu wiped his sword clean and said coldly, death is inevitable either way. Trading it for yours is no loss. I forgot to tell you, she means more to me than my own life. Anyone who tries to harm her will have to walk over my corpse. The son of the Xuanzong sect leader is dead. A cry of shock like a thunderbolt from a clear sky stunned the crowd. It's over, the Cloud Sword sect is doomed, we'll all be buried with him. Fear spread through the crowd like a plague. Flee now, or when Xuanzong's men arrive our lives will be forfeit. In an instant the disciples of the Cloud Sword sect scattered like startled birds fleeing on their swords. Lin Yu sheathed his sword, took Yu Linglong by the hand and strode toward the main peak. He knew his actions might implicate others, so he decided to go to the sect leader and resign from the Cloud Sword sect. When the two arrived at the main peak, the sect leader's disciples and numerous elders were already present. Among them were the chubby young man Lu Qingshu, Mo Wu, and other disciples. An elder rose upon seeing them and asked, "What brings you two here?" Lin Yu clasped his hands in a respectful salute and said slowly, "I have just killed the son of the Cloud Sword sect leader. Today I have come to sever my ties with the sect." The crowd was astounded, their gazes fixed on Lin Yu. Yet instead of the anticipated outcry, an elder burst into laughter. Ha ha ha, excellent. That Xuanzong bullies us too much, seeking to annihilate our Cloud Sword sect. Are we to be a soft persimmon for them to squeeze? The rest of the crowd nodded in agreement. The sect leader gazed at Lin Yu and Yu Linglong. He naturally remembered this young man. Among the many disciples he was the only one who could slay the second elder and even wound him. Then the sect leader spoke, "We know of this. You must descend the mountain and flee for your lives quickly." Lin Yu looked at the crowd with confusion, wondering inwardly the turn of events seemed a bit off. "You want punish me?" Lin Yu asked curiously. The elder laughed, "Ha, what is there to punish? Xuanzong was unrighteous, first trying to destroy our Cloud Sword sect. Killing their son was merely an eye for an eye, letting off some steam." "Exactly, well done." At this moment the sect leader declared loudly, "All right, go quickly and dismiss the disciples. Don't let them lose their lives in vain." Then he turned to his own disciples and said, "You should go too. Make sure you live well." Suddenly, as if struck by a thought, a glimmer lit up in the sect leader's eyes. "Lin Yu, is it?" Lin Yu was startled and quickly nodded, "Yes, sect leader." The sect leader stood up and walked before Lin Yu. "Could you do me a favor?" Lin Yu looked at the man before him with utter bewilderment and asked curiously, "What favor?" The sect leader first glanced at his many disciples, then turned back and spoke solemnly to Lin Yu, "If any among my disciples are willing to follow you, could you entrust them to your care?" Lin Yu was taken aback. "Me? Why?" The sect leader smiled slowly. "Because you are strong enough to protect them. They have trained here for a long time but have yet to complete their studies. As they say, a master is like a father. If I leave, they will have nowhere to go. You are powerful enough and will surely achieve greatness in the future. So can you do me this favor?" Lin Yu pondered for a long time before speaking, "Those who obey can stay, those who don't I won't bother with." The sect leader smiled with relief. "Naturally." Then he turned to his disciples and said, "Those who are willing can follow him. Those who are not may leave now." The elders watched the scene in astonishment. They never expected the sect leader to entrust his prized disciples to an ordinary one. Upon hearing this, the disciples thought for a moment. Over a dozen knelt and bowed before flying away on their swords, leaving only 5 who remained standing. The sect leader nodded. Good. Take them and go." Lu Qingxue, the chubby young man Mo Wu, along with another male and female disciple, knelt. "Master, take care. Should the day come, we will surely destroy Xuanzong and avenge you." The sect leader turned and waved his hand at them. The group walked behind Lin Yu, who clasped his hands and bowed deeply to the sect leader. He was a good master and a good sect leader worthy of a bow. Then he led the group away. One of the elders watched them leave and said, "Sect leader entrusting them to a mere youngster, is it?" The sect leader smiled faintly. At the profound heaven stage he could sever the second elder's arm. Had I not intervened, the second elder would have died that very day. Many elders looked at the sect leader with regret. Sect leader should never have saved that traitor back then. Indeed. That traitor joined Xuanzong with his disciples and leaked information about our Cloud Sword sect's ancestor. If he hadn't fled so fast, I would have shown him if my sword is still sharp. Alas, enough. Speaking of it is pointless. Let's go dismiss the disciples and then we can fight Xuanzong to the death with all our might. Ha ha ha, excellent. It's been so long since I last fought. These old bones of mine need some exercise. Let's go, don't delay my killing. Lin Yu led the group away to Wutian village, to their original location, and took them into the cave heaven. On the way they introduced themselves, and Lin Yu learned that besides the chubby young man and Lu Qingxue, the aloof cool beauty was Mo Wu, the sect leader's senior disciple at the peak of the profound heaven stage. The stern-faced young man was Li He, the sect leader's second disciple at the advanced profound heaven stage. The remaining lively girl was Zhao Xiaodong, the sect leader's youngest disciple at the early profound heaven stage. The chubby young man was the sect leader's 7th disciple and Lu Qingxue was his 4th. Lin Yu then arranged for them to settle in the cave heaven. Li He looked at Lin Yu with an icy gaze. What should we do next? The others also looked at Lin Yu curiously. Lin Yu thought for a moment. First, cultivate here. When you break through to the profound Dao stage, well, go out and establish a force, one stronger than Xuanzong. Only then can you truly take your revenge right. The group hadn't expected Lin Yu to help them with their revenge. Lin Yu was just an ordinary disciple with little attachment to the Cloud Sword sect. They had assumed he would keep aloof from their affairs. Why? This doesn't really concern you. You only joined the Cloud Sword sect a few days ago. Lin Yu looked up at the lifelike sky within the cave heaven and spoke slowly, to repay kindness and to exact vengeance, that is the path of cultivation I seek. Then he took Yu Linglong's hand and walked into the distance. They still needed to cultivate here for a while and had to find a place to live. After Lin Yu left, the group looked at each other. Mo Ku raised an eyebrow. Let's cultivate hard. We still need to avenge the Cloud Sword sect and our master. Yes. A startling light suddenly blazed in everyone's eyes. When life offers hope, you never know how hard a person will strive to grasp that glimmer. Like a firefly in the darkness, it illuminated the path forward for them all. In the following days they cultivated within the cave heaven. They ventured out once to the Cloud Sword sect only to find it reduced to ruins with shattered cliffs. The elders and the sect leader were nowhere to be seen, but the blood spilled on the ground and cliffs bore witness to the brutality of that battle. Returning to the cave heaven, even though they had anticipated this outcome, seeing it with their own eyes still filled them with sorrow. Lin Yu watched the group in their despondency. Are you just going to wallow in grief like this? Mo Wu's eyes blazed with anger. That wasn't your home, so you feel nothing. But it was our home. Lin Yu shook his head. What I mean is, rather than grieving here, you should cultivate diligently and make others mourn instead. After that Lin Yu left them alone. Each day he took Yu Linglong to the mountaintop to practice with his sword or sat cross-legged attuning himself to the nature of heaven and earth. Thus 30 years passed in the blink of an eye. 30 years had passed and Lin Yu was uncertain of his own strength, yet he knew that if the self of 3 decades past stood before him, he could slay that former version with a single strike. During this time the others grew curious about Lin Yu's cultivation method and began to emulate it. Yu Linglong in particular had reached the early stage of the profound God realm. Mo Wu was at the mid-stage of the profound God realm. Li He was at the early stage of the profound God realm. Zhao Xiaotong was at the peak of the profound Dao realm. The little fatty was at the peak of the profound Dao realm. Lu Qingxue was at the early stage of the profound God realm. Having all adopted Lin Yu's cultivation method, their true combat prowess allowed them to slay enemies across realms. This meant that Mo Wu could face a mid-stage profound immortal realm cultivator and kill them, albeit at the cost of severe injury to herself. The others were similarly capable. Thus the group could barely restrain their urge to avenge the Cloud Sword sect. However, Lin Yu disagreed, pointing out that not only did the profound sect possess profound immortal realm experts, but even their disciples alone could exhaust them to death. Even if one could borrow the power of heaven and earth, such power would eventually be exhausted. They would face not only nearly 20 profound immortal realm experts but also countless disciples and elders. Such a situation would cause even a newly ascended profound emperor realm cultivator to fall. Mo Wu and the others approached Lin Yu. We need to leave this place. With this bitter cultivation alone, revenge is a distant dream for just the few of us. The others nodded in agreement. Zhao Xiaotong added, yeah, right. If we keep waiting like this, when will we ever get our revenge? Li He frowned and said, we need to establish a force, recruit disciples and train them. The little fatty, unusually serious, set aside his smile. We've already waited 30 years. I swore I would avenge our sect within a century. I have 70 years left. Lin Yu waved his hand. All right, I understand. Go pack your things. We leave today. A faint smile appeared on everyone's faces. We've been waiting for you. We've been packed for ages. Yu Linglong was taken aback. Ah, so you all planned this. We have to leave today. The little fatty grinned. Of course. If you two didn't agree, we were ready to tie you up and drag you out. After Yu Linglong and Lin Yu gathered their belongings, the group exited the cave heaven where they had spent 30 years. 30 years had passed in the outside world, yet it seemed little had changed. They discussed where to go. Lu Qingxue pondered for a moment before speaking. Let's go to the Profound Emperor City. It is the largest city on the Profound Emperor continent. We can establish a force there, build our strength and wait for our opportunity. The others nodded and they flew towards Profound Emperor City. It took 3 days to arrive. The city, true to its name, was immense, a colossal metropolis standing upon a vast plain. Its city walls soared thousands of meters high, and within a grand formation was laid to prohibit combat and flight. Any violation would result in suppression by the formation. They descended and entered the city on foot. The streets were bustling with life. Lin Yu sensed that every passerby had a cultivation level no lower than the profound Dao realm. It was truly a paradise for cultivators. They found an inn and settled in, gathering to discuss their next move. Everyone sat in Lin Yu's room. Zhao Xiaotong held a teacup. What's our next step? All eyes turned to Lin Yu. He set down his cup. First, find a place to settle down. After a moment of thought he continued. Little fatty, go this afternoon and scout for any buildings for sale. Xiaodong, Mo Wu and Lu Qingxue investigate the profound sect. Li He, go with little fatty. Well, meet here tonight. Understood. They rose and departed in pairs. Yu Linglong glanced at the now empty room and then at Lin Yu. So what are we two going to do? Lin Yu smiled faintly. Well, see what this city lacks and decide what kind of force we should establish. Yu Linglong's face lit up with joy as she pulled Lin Yu to his feet and dragged him out the door. As they strolled through the city, Lin Yu observed that it seemed to lack nothing. There were shops selling pills, spiritual artifacts, formations and spirit beasts. Hotels and restaurants were even more abundant. They wandered until nightfall before returning to their room, where they found the others already seated and conversing. Lin Yu took Yu Linglong's hand and sat down slowly. What did you find? Mo Wu spoke calmly. The profound sect has annexed hundreds of sects, large and small. It is now nearly as renowned as the Profound Tao sect. Somehow over a dozen profound immortal realm experts have appeared within the sect, and now they have nearly 30 such cultivators. Zhao Xiaotong nodded. Yes, word is that the Profound sect is about to make a move against the Tao sect and the Treasure Pavilion. The little fatty exclaimed in surprise. How dare they? The profound immortal realm experts in the Tao sect and the Treasure Pavilion are no fewer than theirs. Lu Qingxue explained. It is said that the Profound sect discovered the legacy of a profound emperor-level powerhouse. Within that legacy lies the opportunity to become a profound emperor. It seems two crucial components of that opportunity are held by the Tao sect and the Treasure Pavilion. Li He nodded in agreement. That's possible. Going to such lengths to become a profound emperor is a reasonable gamble. Moreover, those newly emerged profound immortal realm experts are likely the sect's ancient patriarchs on the verge of passing. Lin Yu massaged his forehead. This is indeed monumental news. Our hope for revenge has become even more distant. Over 30 profound immortal realm experts, half of them ancient monsters, most likely at the peak of the profound immortal realm. With our current strength we stand no chance. Yu Linglong rose and began to massage Lin Ye's temples. Lin Yu continued. We took a look around this afternoon. Profound Emperor City lacks for nothing. Every niche is filled by established powers. How we break into this market is also a problem. The little fatty then spoke up. We did find a building for sale. It's in a prime location right in the city center with heavy foot traffic. But the price is also steep. 100 million spirit stones, non-negotiable. Zhao Xiaotong gasped. 100 million. Where would we ever get that many spirit stones? Mo Wu slowly produced a ring. This is everything the Cloud Sword sect had, all the spirit stones and artifacts the sect leader entrusted to me. I took a rough count earlier. It's only 80 million. We're still 20 million short. Lin Yu breathed a sigh of relief. I have 50 million spirit stones left behind by the master of that cave heaven. That should be enough. Tomorrow well by the building. Also, since this city has everything, I was thinking we could establish a mission hall. People can post tasks and anyone interested can take them on to earn spirit stones. Mo Wu's eyes lit up. That's a solid idea. The others nodded. It's feasible. Lin Yu then asked, but we still have a problem. How does this help us gain the strength to oppose the profound sect? Li He thought for a moment. There is a way. We can search villages for children and orphans with cultivation potential. Use the spirit stones we earn to support them, train them in the cave heaven. And perhaps beneath the mission hall we can set up an assassin's guild. Take on assassination contracts. For a price we kill anyone. Lin Yu considered this. You mean in the early stages we carry out these tasks ourselves? Later when those children grow up they can take over and that's how we train them. Li He nodded. Yes. We need people who are decisive and powerful. Only those tempered through life and death struggles become truly strong. Lin Yu looked around the room. What do you all think? They exchanged glances and nodded in unison. Lin Yu was silent for a moment. All right, but we only take in orphans. Li He agreed. Understood. Yu Linglong glanced outside. It's getting late. Let's rest early. Tomorrow well by that building and get started. Everyone laughed heartily. It had been a long time since they felt such joy. As they drew closer to their goal, the heavy burden on their hearts grew lighter. In the early morning of the following day, sunlight cascaded upon the earth, casting a gentle warmth over the entire city. Lin Yu and his companions rose early and made their way toward the legendary pavilion, Bubu City. Though the shop was on the verge of changing hands, it remained thronged with visitors bustling with activity. Yet the moment they stepped into the city they instantly became the center of attention. The reason was simple. Among their group were three incomparably beautiful women whose looks could topple cities and kingdoms. Even in a world teeming with cultivators where comely female cultivators were not uncommon, these three outshone them all. Oblivious to the gazes cast their way from all directions, the three women strode straight ahead. As Lin Yu walked, he discreetly surveyed his surroundings. Soon he discovered that this was a shop selling garments, and the attire on display was all crafted from rare materials with prices naturally exorbitant. Lin Yu casually glanced at a male celestial robe, its price tag shockingly reaching 1,300 spirit stones. The figure made him click his tongue in amazement, silently lamenting that such luxuries were indeed beyond his means. Just then the chubby young man stepped up to the counter and addressed the clerk. Please call your boss. The clerk looked at them with suspicion and inquired, what business do you have with our boss? The chubby young man replied, we heard this shop is for sale. Is your boss not here? Hearing this, the clerk's expression instantly turned respectful and he quickly responded, he is here, he is here. Please wait a moment, you'll go inform him right away. With that she turned and hurried away, rushing up the stairs with anxious, frantic steps. Her haste was understandable given how difficult it had been to sell this shop. Despite its prime location, who would be willing to spend a full 100 million spirit stones on such a small storefront? Lin Yu and his party waited patiently downstairs, their eyes following the endless stream of customers coming to browse the garments. It had to be admitted that no matter where one went there were always those with fortunes to spare. Before long a middle-aged man followed the clerk down from the second floor. Upon seeing them, the shop owner immediately pressed his palms together in a respectful greeting and asked, "Honored guests, might you be interested in purchasing this establishment?" The chubby young man nodded without hesitation, affirming, "Indeed." After receiving the reply, the shop owner pressed further, "Then are you aware of the shop's asking price?" "Of course, a mere 100 million spirit stones," the chubby young man answered crisply. The shop owner fixed his gaze on the group, a faint barely discernible glimmer flashing in his eyes. Then he gently shook his head and said slowly, "However, that was yesterday's price. Things have changed now." Hearing this, the chubby young man erupted in fury, his eyes blazing as he glared at the shop owner and demanded, "When I came to inquire yesterday, that was the price. How can it change overnight?" The shop owner spoke earnestly, "Business is such that prices fluctuate day by day." The shop owner's words nearly infuriated them to the point of bursting, yet they forcibly suppressed their rage. The chubby young man asked, burning with anger, "Then what's the price today?" Unhurried, the shop owner extended his right hand to form a 1 and his left hand to form a 5, then drawled, "Today's price is 150 million spirit stones." This was utterly shameless. They had clearly seen someone confirm a purchase today, yet he had changed the price on the spot, raising it exorbitantly. Fine, how ruthless. Lin Yu quickly grabbed the chubby young man, who was impulsively about to throw a punch, and said calmly to the shop owner, "Boss, since you choose to act so unethically today, don't blame us for being dishonorable in the future." With that, he led the group out of the shop without looking back. Once outside, Wu could no longer contain her curiosity and caught up to ask, "Are we just going to swallow this humiliation?" Lin Yu did not answer her immediately. Instead, he turned around, gazed into the distance at Bubu City, and the corners of his mouth lifted slightly into a faint elusive smile. Then he said lightly, "Of course not. Don't worry, let's head back first." Returning to the inn, the group gathered in Lin Yu's room and sat down. The chubby young man could no longer hold back and eagerly asked, "Lin Yu, tell us, what do we do next? You must have already thought of a plan." The others also looked at Lin Yu with expectant eyes. Lin Yu smiled slightly, then casually picked up a teacup from the table. Just as he was about to take a sip, Yu Linglong unexpectedly snatched it from him. "Stop being so cryptic. Spill it." "I'm angry too," Yu Linglong pouted, wresting the teacup from Lin Yu's hand and downing its contents in one gulp. Lin Yu smiled helplessly. "Come on, all of you are mighty cultivators at the Xian Dao or Xian Shen realms. Being so impatient will get you nowhere." Glimmers of hostility and menace flickered in everyone's eyes. An awkward smile crept onto Lin Yu's face. He don't joke around. What's so difficult about this? We can just hire some people. Since fighting is forbidden in the city, we'll have them splash chicken blood, pig blood, or beast blood at his doorstep. If that's not enough, we can even get some swill from that inn and give Bubu City a thorough bath. Do this every day, and within 3 days see who still goes there to buy anything. With no business, let's see how long he can hold out. Anyway, we have plenty of time to waste with him." With that, Lin Yu picked up the tea Yu Linglong had just refilled and drank it in one gulp, then continued, "Whether he can hold out is up to him. Remember, we're not afraid of trouble, we have plenty of ways. The barefoot aren't afraid of those who wear shoes." At this, Lu Qingxue raised a concern, "But if we buy the shop, he'll surely retaliate with the same tactics." Hearing this, Lin Yu covered his forehead with his hand and laughed helplessly. "How can you be so dense? Since he's settled here, well, just pay him back in his own coin, follow the same pattern, and do the same to his house. As for what to do next..." Lin Yu picked up the teapot and placed it in front of him. "This is Xuandi City, which has 4 gates. Then he picked up 4 teacups. These are 4 of us, 1 at each gate. Understand?" The chubby young man said excitedly, "You mean ambush them at the city gates?" Then Lin Yu grabbed him. Lin Yu slowly lifted the teapot, pouring the fragrant tea into a cup. He then gently cradled the cup, savoring its warmth. A slight smile curled at the corner of his mouth as he said softly, "You're teachable. But it's still unknown whether he has incurred our wrath. If so, then the only course is to eradicate them completely, to nip the trouble in the bud." As he spoke, the teacup in Lin Yu's hand suddenly crumbled into a fine powder, silently dispersing. Seeing this, everyone nodded in agreement and responded, "An excellent plan." Li He then asked, "But who should carry out this task?" Lin Yu sighed and shook his head helplessly. "Oh, my dear brother, why should we dirty our own hands with such trivial matters? We just need to find a few people from outside and give them some spirit stones to get it done. Even if that fellow knows it's us, he'll have no recourse. After all, we're not personally taking the risk. But if we were to act ourselves, the implications would be entirely different." Hearing this, the chubby young man immediately stood up and burst into laughter. "Haha, I understand. Leave this to me. I'll need at least 10 people. Please, honored immortal, sit back and relax. Such a minor matter doesn't require your involvement." I can handle it alone and get it done properly. With that he turned and left to find people for the job. In the blink of an eye the round chubby young man vanished as if his feet were greased, as though afraid someone might snatch this task from him. The remaining few exchanged glances and smiled, shaking their heads, thinking what an amusing and exasperating little fellow he was. At that moment Mo Wu turned her gaze to Lin Yu and said coquettishly, "Hey, how did you come up with such a cunning and malicious scheme? Confess quickly." As soon as she spoke everyone around burst into peals of laughter, watching the amusing scene with great interest. Caught off guard by Mo Wu's sudden interrogation, Lin Yu was momentarily at a loss for words and could only choose to ignore her. Meanwhile Yu Linglong standing nearby laughed so hard she doubled over, nearly breathless. Lin Yu silently gazed at Yu Linglong, whose face was brimming with smiles, and inwardly lamented that it had been a long time since he had seen her laugh so freely. In his memory the last time he had witnessed such a radiant smile seemed to be back at the Cloud Sword sect on the Xianxian continent when he was by the side of his master and mistress. Just then Lin Yu could not help but reach out and firmly grasp Yu Linglong's delicate boneless little hand. Feeling the warmth from Lin Yu's palm, the smile on Yu Linglong's face froze for a moment. She turned to him curiously and asked softly, "What's wrong?" Lin Yu gently shook his head and replied tenderly, "Nothing. It's just that I haven't seen you this happy in a long time." Zhao Xiaotong wore a smug, watchful expression and let out a teasing exclamation, "Oh my, it's really been a long time since I've seen you this happy, ha ha ha." Her words sent the crowd into even greater fits of laughter. Yet amidst the merriment only Mo Wu and Lu Qingxue silently watched the blissful couple with eyes full of envy. They secretly mused that if they could have such a wonderful partner, their long journey of cultivation would surely be filled with much more delight. When the laughter finally subsided, Lin Yu shook his head lightly, then cast his gaze over everyone and said slowly, "Although our strength isn't top tier at the moment, it's absolutely not to be underestimated. In this vast and boundless world most places are now within our reach. But today we have gathered for a single crucial purpose, to avenge the Cloud Sword sect. Perhaps on this arduous and treacherous path some of us may pay with our lives. But since the sect leader has entrusted you to me, I will give my all and fight side by side with you to the very end." With that Lin Yu rose to his feet and turned to look out the window. At that very moment the chubby young man, having completed the tasks assigned to him, returned to the room. Seeing the solemn expressions on everyone's faces as soon as he entered, he dared not say a word and quickly obediently took his seat. Then Lin Yu's voice became slow and deep. "To be honest, this matter originally had little to do with me or Linglong. However, watching you go to your deaths is not my style. If this were 30 years ago I certainly wouldn't have gone along with such madness, for I had someone I had to protect back then. This time I'll go crazy with you, but I have one condition." With that Lin Yu turned and sat down gently, his gaze tenderly fixed on Yu Linglong. After 30 years of weathering storms together, he had long come to regard the others as close friends, even brothers. It was precisely for this reason that he had resolutely chosen to step into this chaotic game. At this point Mo Wu, as the senior sister, was the first to speak. "What condition?" "Speak your mind freely." Lin Yu nodded slightly in acknowledgement, then solemnly stated his only condition: "If we face a hopeless situation and none of us can escape death, then I will unhesitatingly go first. But before that I hope you can promise me one thing: protect Linglong at all costs. That is my only request." Hearing this, Yu Linglong burst into tears, stood up abruptly and tightly embraced Lin Yu, sobbing, "Bah! Don't you dare say the word die. You once promised you would stay with me forever." A glint of determination flickered in everyone's eyes as they nodded in acknowledgement. The chubby young man patted his chest confidently and vowed, "Brother, you rest assured. I will never let Linglong leave this world before I do." Li he also nodded in agreement. "Don't worry." Mo Wu gazed at Yu Linglong with a complex expression filled with both envy and a hint of jealousy. Meanwhile Lu Qingxue fixed her beautiful eyes firmly on Lin Yu, her heart brimming with curiosity, eager to know what storms they had weathered together to forge such a deep life-and-death bond of unwavering devotion. In this world of cultivators it was all too common, fathers and sons turning against each other, Dao companions slaughtering one another. Such things were practically routine. Yet a love as genuine and pure as the one before her was something Lu Qingxue had never heard of, let alone witnessed with her own eyes. Seeing this today, she couldn't help but feel a surge of longing and envy for Yu Linglong, who had someone willing to sacrifice everything to protect her, and envy for the bond between the two as unshakable as a rock. Upon hearing everyone's affirmative responses, a faint smile curled at the corner of Lin Yu's mouth and he replied softly, "Indeed, this is merely a possibility. With our current strength we are already quite powerful. As long as we act with a bit of caution we shouldn't encounter too much danger. As for what we seek, there's no need to rush. Let things take their natural course, and in the end everything will fall into place perfectly." Mo Wu chuckled. "All right then, why did you have to make it so somber?" Lu Qingxue snapped back to reality and asked, "What should we call our faction? Should we still use the name Cloud Sword Sect?" Li he shook his head vigorously, his expression grave. "No, if we use the name Cloud Sword Sect, the Xian sect will surely detect us immediately. That would be far too dangerous." Zhao Xiaotong chimed in, "Exactly. Besides, this is our own faction. We should give it a name that belongs only to us." As for Cloud Sword Sect, let's keep it in our hearts for now. The chubby young man nodded repeatedly in strong agreement. Yes, we're going to accomplish something earth-shattering, something that will shake the entire Xuandi continent. If one day the faction we build with our own hands reaches the pinnacle of this continent, then simply declaring ourselves as disciples of the Cloud Sword Sect will be more than enough. Every era has its unique story. We naturally hold the Cloud Sword Sect dear in our hearts, but using that name rashly at this moment is hardly wise. Firstly, it's not safe. Secondly, as disciples of the Cloud Sword Sect, creating a formidable power that stands at the peak of the Xuandi continent is the true way to immortalize the Cloud Sword Sect's legacy. And our legendary experiences along with the Cloud Sword Sect's illustrious name will surely be passed down through the ages on this continent. Mo Wu nodded slightly in agreement but then added, true, but before that we need to come up with a suitable name for this organization that may grow in the future. Let's not get too full of ourselves before we've even started. At that moment Yu Linglong had a brainwave and suggested, how about this? We take one character from each of our names to form a new one. The idea caught everyone's attention but they quickly shook their heads in dissent. No, that sounds too awkward. Let's think of a smoother name. Lin Yu looked at the others helplessly, then after a moment's thought suggested, how about Summit Pavilion? It represents that we will stand at the pinnacle of the world. Mo Wu lightly tapped her head with her right hand as if in thought and then said after a while, I think it's good. Li He also nodded in approval, it works. The chubby young man chimed in, pretty interesting. Lu Qingxue expressed her agreement, all right. As for Yu Linglong, she couldn't even be bothered to speak and simply gave Lin Yu a thumbs up. Seeing that no one objected, Lin Yu clapped his hands excitedly, then it's settled. Everyone focus on your cultivation. Let's get up early tomorrow and go watch the show together. Everyone exchanged knowing smiles, their expressions sly and cunning, and replied in unison, got it. The next morning as the sun just rose, its rays bathed the earth in a warm and luminous glow. Lin Yu and his companions rose early, tidied up briefly and set out for Bubu City. Upon arriving at Bubu City they found a large crowd already gathered at the city gate. The people formed a circle gazing into the distance as if watching a spectacle. Such scenes were not uncommon. Wherever people gathered they loved to join in the excitement as if it added a touch of interest to their mundane lives. Who did they offend? Tisk tisk, what splashed here is all fresh blood. A strong coppery smell of blood fills the air. Who knows, but well done. You don't know this shopkeeper, his heart is blacker than coal. That's right, look, the boss is coming. Though fighting is forbidden in the city, this method is enough to make him miserable. Why didn't anyone think of such a brilliant idea before? It's truly amazing. Hearing the chatter around them, Lin Yu and his companions struggled to suppress their urge to burst out laughing. At that moment the shopkeeper stood at his door staring in utter shock and disbelief at the scene before him. The walls and ground of his shop were splattered with bright red blood, leaving no place to set foot. Enraged, the shopkeeper roared at the crowd, who did this? Show yourself if you have the guts. Dare to do it but not to admit it. Just then the shopkeeper's gaze swept across the crowd and landed on Lin Yu and his group, immediately recognizing them as the instigators enjoying the show. Especially that round plump little fatty whose face was brimming with a smile so wide it seemed to stretch to his ears, impossible to hold back. The shopkeeper stormed directly up to Lin Yu and the others, eyes blazing with fury, and cursed, you little bastards. Was it you who caused this? Facing the shopkeeper's accusations and reprimands, Lin Yu calmly shook his head, a sly smile curling at the corners of his mouth. He replied slowly and deliberately, boss, don't go wrongly accusing innocent people. We're law-abiding citizens, we've done nothing wrong. In my opinion, maybe you've offended some formidable figure without knowing it, and that's why you've met this misfortune. Hee, I must say this method is truly ingenious. Well done, ha ha ha. The others joined in with uproarious laughter. The shopkeeper was so furious he nearly fumed, his face turning as red as a ripe apple. He gnashed his teeth and roared, fine, you little wretches. Well, just wait and see. Lin Yu shrugged nonchalantly, replying with an innocent look, oh my, I've already told you it wasn't us, so what is there to see? Then shifting his tone he continued teasingly, but your shop has really offended someone badly now. Tisk tisk, a storefront that was once worth 100 million spirit stones probably won't even fetch 80 million yuan bao now. If you change your mind and want to sell, remember to come find us. After saying this he burst into another round of unrestrained laughter. Ha ha ha. The laughter echoed in the air, lingering long. Then Lin Yu firmly took Yu Linglong by the hand and turned away without looking back. The little fatty, feeling it wasn't enough, couldn't resist adding one last remark before leaving, remember to contact us if you want to sell for 80 million yuan bao. Ha ha ha. Ha ha ha. Yeah, contact us if you want to sell, ha ha ha. Accompanied by hearty laughter the group returned to the inn, took their seats and eagerly discussed the shopkeeper's recent performance, laughing so hard they doubled over, declaring it truly satisfying. Lin Yu sat quietly aside watching his companions frolic and just thinking to himself this move had left them unscathed while inflicting heavy losses on their opponent, truly masterful. At this moment the other diners in the inn were also buzzing about the recent events. Bubu City had undoubtedly become the center of attention throughout Xuandi City. After everyone had enjoyed a hearty lunch, the new day began as usual with devoted cultivation. During this time the little fatty went out once to settle the spirit stones with the group from yesterday and instructed them to continue the plan today as arranged. Moreover, they were to add even more spice to the mix. Though everyone knew that after last night's incident Bubu City would surely be guarded today, so what of it? After all, the hired hands were all at the Xian Dao stage and the city had a strict ban on violence with few other restrictions. If someone were indeed watching, they could splash water right in front of them without any interference and even give these onlookers a memorable lesson. Thus in the days that followed, every night they would go to Bubu City to cause trouble by splashing water. Each morning they would arrive early to watch the commotion. Afterward they would return to the inn and immerse themselves in cultivation. On the 10th day the shopkeeper of Bubu City could no longer contain his fury and personally came to their inn. This shopkeeper was no ordinary man, he was a powerhouse at the Xianshan stage. But even so, what could he do? Because the entire city had a clear rule: no one was allowed to use force here. Even an expert at the Xian stage would ultimately fail if they dared to act violently within the city. So facing these troublemakers, even the shopkeeper with his extraordinary cultivation was utterly helpless. An inn attendant led the shopkeeper to the door of Lin Yu's room. Inside, the group was eagerly discussing the morning's farce. Little did they know the shopkeeper, eavesdropping outside, was already fuming with rage. Just as they were getting into the swing of their conversation, a knock came at the door. The little fatty quickly got up to open it. Upon seeing the visitor he exclaimed in surprise, "Oh, if it isn't the big boss of Bubu City. What wind blows you here today? What business do you have with us?" The shopkeeper's face was flushed red, his eyes bulging with anger and his teeth ground audibly as he spat. "So you want to buy my shop, do you? Fine, we can make the deal now. One price, 100 million spirit stones, and well, close it today." The little fatty shook his head repeatedly, replying with a grin, "Oh boss, did you not hear us clearly? Who would dare to take that shop of yours now? And you're still asking for 100 million spirit stones. Hee, you'd better keep it as a retirement fund, we don't have the fortune to enjoy it." Lin Yu suddenly interrupted, "Hey fatty, let the boss in to talk. Whether we buy or not is one thing, but we can't neglect our hospitality or people will say we have no manners." Hearing this, the little fatty knew Lin Yu was up to some trick again. He stepped aside and said, Right, my memory's failing me. Please boss, come in." Once the shopkeeper entered, the others rose and moved to other seats. Lin Yu pointed to the seat opposite him and said politely, "Please have a seat." Then unhurriedly he said, "The boss of Bubu City honors us with your presence, truly brightening this humble inn. However, about this 100 million spirit stones, tsk, we really can't afford it. It's been 10 days and the person you offended hasn't stopped. Though no real damage has been done, it's greatly affecting your business. If we took over and someone else came to splash filth, we wouldn't be able to handle it. Who would we turn to then? Don't you agree? So if you insist on selling at 100 million spirit stones, please go back. We dare not buy." The shopkeeper grew angrier with every word, cursing inwardly. So it was these 9 little bastards causing trouble, and they were putting on such a convincing act. In all his years of cultivation he had never suffered such a loss. If he didn't destroy them, he would never find peace. The others relaxed, thinking the matter was settled. However, to everyone's surprise, Lin Yu shook his head, slowly raised his right hand and gestured with a 5. The shopkeeper's eyes widened, his hands clenched into fists, veins bulging on his forehead as he glared at Lin Yu as if he wanted to devour him alive. "Hee ha, fine, very good, you're really something." The shopkeeper laughed in fury. "Just don't leave Xuandi City, it's very dangerous outside." His voice was ice cold as if from the depths of hell. With that he flicked his sleeves and stormed off in a rage. After the shopkeeper had gone, he asked in confusion, "We could have taken it for 80 million. Why didn't we buy it?" The others nodded in agreement, equally puzzled. Lin Yu glanced at them and shook his head helplessly. "We've thoroughly offended him. Once he goes back and thinks it through, he'll still sell us this shop." Mo Wu stood up, walked over to Lin Yu and said anxiously, "How is that possible? Didn't you see how much he hates us? He even threatened us not to leave Xuandi City or he'd kill us. How could he possibly sell us the shop?" Lin Yu sighed and explained unhurriedly, "Precisely because he hates us to the core, he will definitely sell us the shop." Zhao Xiaotong shook her head, her face full of confusion. "How can that be? Someone like him who wants to kill us would sell his shop at a low price. He'd have to be out of his mind to do that." Lin Yu laughed heartily, then took out a spirit stone. "Think of it like this, spirit stone. If we die, it becomes ownerless, right?" Everyone nodded in agreement. "Of course." Mo Wu suddenly had a flash of insight and said, "You mean after he sells us the shop, he'll find a way to make us leave Xuandi City, then kill us, so the shop goes back to him and our spirit stones become his?" Lin Yu smiled approvingly and nodded. "Exactly, that's the logic. But who is the hunter and who is the prey? The outcome is still unknown." Hearing this, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Then Lin Yu continued, "Little fatty, have those men step up their efforts today. Give Bubu City a thorough cleansing. The little fatty nodded with a laugh. Don't worry, leave it to me. They sat down again to discuss future plans. When the hired hands arrived, the little fatty went out to give them instructions. Upon returning, everyone dispersed to begin their cultivation. To his surprise, the boss had held out for 6 whole days before finally returning to the inn. Lin Yu turned his head, a faint wry smile curling at the corner of his mouth. Oh boss, what business do you have with me? The boss's face was wreathed in flattering smiles. Haha, of course I have important matters. You all wanted to buy the shop, right? 50 million spirit stones, I agree. Lin Yu remained unmoved, gently shaking his head. No no no. 50 million was the price 6 days ago. It's not worth that now. 20 million. The smile on the boss's face froze instantly. He clearly hadn't anticipated Lin Yu's drastic price cut, but he recovered quickly, gritting his teeth. Fine, 20 million it is. Lin Yu nodded with satisfaction. Good, let's proceed with the deal. Did you bring the contract? The boss placed the contract on the table as if handling a precious treasure. Lin Yu then counted out 20 million spirit stones from his ring, laying them before the boss like a magician performing a trick. In just a few moments the transaction was complete. The boss forced a smile. Well, since the deal is done, I'll take my leave now. Lin Yu also rose, smiling and nodding. Good, take care. No need to see you out. At the same time he moved his lips slightly, sending a voice transmission into Li He's ear. Follow him. Find out where his home is. Keep an eye on him for the next few days. I appreciate the effort. Li He understood with a subtle nod. As soon as the boss left, he followed like a specter. The chubby young man gave Lin Yu a thumbs up full of praise. You're incredible. A shop worth 100 million and you got it for 20 million. But Lin Yu shook his head, lost in thought. This shop isn't that easy to buy. Then he turned and walked to the window, his gaze sharp and unwavering, fixed on the retreating figure of the boss. Mo Wu frowned, slightly puzzled. You mean he's secretly plotting some scheme? Zhao Xiaotong pondered for a moment before chiming in, that must be it. Otherwise why would he so easily sell us the shop for 20 million? Yu Linglong spoke lightly. It doesn't matter. We're not afraid of him. In this city he can at most pull the same trick of splashing things on our shop. Outside the city he might ambush us. We can just lure him out and deal with him once and for all. Lin Yu nodded slightly in agreement. Exactly what I was thinking. Come on, let's go check out our shop. Then the group walked together toward the shop. However, the usually bustling shop door was now tightly shut. Lin Yu pushed it open, his gaze sweeping the interior. He mused to himself, this boss must have planned this long ago. The original furnishings had all been cleared out, leaving only an empty hall. Upstairs the second floor featured a spacious reception room, while the third floor had over a dozen rooms, just enough to accommodate everyone. The next day everyone worked together, organizing items and buying decorations, giving the shop a fresh new look. Even the sign outside had been replaced with Summit Pavilion. At the entrance was a hall of nearly 700 square meters. Around it railings enclosed a 2-meter-wide area with wooden plaques hanging on the walls. On the right side of the hall was a staircase leading to the second floor. Upstairs a large round table was placed on the left, while a set of sofas arranged in a circle sat on the right with a tea table in the middle. The rooms on the third floor were also cozily furnished. By the time everything was tidied up, night had quietly fallen. Everyone sat on the second floor. Mo Wu, curious, asked, Where's Li He? He hasn't returned yet. Lin Yu smiled lightly. I sent him to tail the boss. It'll probably take a day or two. Yu Linglong recalled the day's events and asked worriedly, Do you think that boss will send someone to splash things on our shop tonight? Lu Qingxue chimed in, Probably. Judging by how he acted today, he doesn't seem like someone who would let things go easily. The chubby young man patted his chest confidently. Leave that to me. I'll stand guard outside tonight. If they can't do it, that doesn't mean we can't. Zhao Xiaoyu looked at him curiously. What's the plan? The chubby young man put on a mysterious air. They want to splash things, right? Then when they do, we just use our spiritual energy to deflect it back. It's not that hard. And this doesn't count as us starting a fight. It just shows how stupid that boss is for not thinking of this after all these days. I was worried he'd figure it out and give us trouble, but it turns out he's not that bright. Lin Yu shook his head lightly. Maybe he's been in Xian Emperor City too long and his thinking has gotten rigid. Well, it's all on you tonight. The chubby young man waved his hand casually. Don't worry. You all focus on your cultivation. I'm very familiar with this kind of thing. Ha ha ha. The night passed without incident. The next day everyone slowly woke up. They found the chubby young man sitting listlessly on the second floor, head bowed, his face full of confusion. Yu Linglong asked curiously, What's wrong, chubby? Why are you so down so early in the morning? Seeing them awake, the chubby young man muttered, It's really strange. No one came to cause trouble last night. I waited outside for nothing all night. Lin Yu found this puzzling too, stroking his chin in thought. Lu Qingxue murmured to herself, no one came. That's not right. How could that boss let things go so easily? Yu Linglong gently poked Lin Yu. What are you thinking about? Lin Yu shook his head slowly. I think I understand why the boss didn't send anyone. The chubby young man asked eagerly why. Lin Yu replied, because of vigilance. He must have known we'd be watching on the first night, so sending anyone would have been useless. Moreover, I suspect he knew that having someone guard the place could prevent this. After all, it's just a bit of splashing, a simple cleansing spell would fix it. But he didn't do it, which means there's definitely a scheme. Lu Qingxue asked what kind of scheme. Lin Yu sat down, slowly analyzing. His scheme is probably aimed at this shop or the spirit stones on us. But selling the shop to us doesn't benefit him. Even if we offered just 2,000 spirit stones, he'd still sell. That only leaves one possibility: someone powerful had already booked the shop. So by selling it to us without acting, he's making that powerful person hold a grudge against us. Everyone nodded, agreeing that this was the only plausible explanation. Just then Li He walked in from outside like a gust of wind. He sat down leisurely, poured himself a cup of tea, took a sip, and then said unhurriedly, that boss met someone today. The chubby young man asked impatiently, met someone? Who? Why did you rush back so quickly? Li He set down his teacup and replied slowly, the eldest son of the Xian sect's leader and 2 people we all know. Mo Wu frowned, whispering, people we all know. Li He nodded slightly. Yes, the second elder and his grandson Yang Wuji. They've become lackeys of the leader's eldest son. Lin Yu asked the leader's eldest son, what's his name? I remember I killed one of the leader's sons before something Chen. Li He replied, the Xian sect leader has 3 sons. The second died unfortunately during a training expedition many years ago. The one you killed at Cloud Sword Sect was the youngest. The eldest is named Chen Tiandao. He's the most dangerous at the peak of the mystic deity realm, on the verge of breaking through to the mystic immortal realm. The Xian sect leader dotes on him and has been grooming him as the successor. He always has a mystic immortal realm elder by his side. Lin Yu nodded. Did they discuss this shop? Li He looked at Lin Yu in surprise. How did you know? Yes, it was about this shop. 2 days ago Chen Tiandao approached the boss wanting to buy his shop. Then they secretly colluded, first sell the shop to us and then Chen Tiandao would use the Xian sect's influence to force the buyer to transfer it to him for a single spirit stone. Chen Tiandao also promised the boss that if we showed up outside the city he would coordinate with him to ambush us. In the end our belongings would go to the boss and Chen Tiandao would get the shop for a single spirit stone. What a clever scheme. Too bad they didn't account for the fact that our current strength is far beyond what they witnessed. The chubby youth curled his lips into a grin and let out a hearty laugh. Excellent. If we can't destroy the Xuanzong sect, killing their scion first would be a fine start. The group rubbed their hands together, brimming with eager anticipation. Lin Ye's senses sharpened as he detected someone surveilling them. Focusing his mind, he carefully discerned the presence and identified it as Yang Wuji. Lin Yu waved his hand and lowered his voice. Yang Wuji is watching us. He then produced several masks from his ring which Yu Linglong had previously purchased and handed them to the group. Since they've come, they won't be leaving. Let's head out and wait for them outside the south gate. Li He, how many are they in total? Li He replied, Chen Tiandao the second elder, Yang Wuji a mystic immortal elder, and that boss, 5 in all. Lin Yu nodded. 7 against 5, our odds are excellent. He'll handle the elder, you take care of the rest. Let's go. They'll follow. The group exchanged glances, donned their masks and stepped out of the shop, heading toward the city outskirts. Seeing them heading for the south gate, Yang Wuji turned and sprinted back to report. By the time Lin Yu and his companions had just exited the south gate, Yang Wuji had already brought men to block their path. Lin Yu immediately feigned an attempt to flee back into the city. However, the mystic immortal elder materialized before them in an instant, cutting off their retreat. The mystic immortal elder thundered, oh. This old man has arrived and you still dare to dream of escaping back into the city. Do you hold me in such contempt? The chubby youth shot back without flinching, ah. Who do you think you are? Hold you in contempt? You think you're an eye booger or something? Zhao Xiaotong chimed in, exactly. Grandpa eye booger, if you've got nothing better to do, just scram. We need to get back to the city for some shopping. The mystic immortal elder fumed, his beard bristling with rage. Insolent brats who know not the height of the heavens. Today I swear you shall perish on this very ground. Before his words had faded, he swept his sleeve, unleashing an attack at the group. Lin Yu casually waved his hand, effortlessly deflecting the strike. Old and hot-tempered, I see. Enough, old man. Do you really think the 4 of you can kill all 7 of us? Isn't that a bit of a joke? The mystic immortal elder let out a scornful laugh. This old man alone is more than enough. The rest are merely here to prevent your escape. Lin Yu, unwilling to entertain the boastful elder, turned to the boss and said, "So that thing. What's the matter? Coming to ambush us already? You really can't contain yourself. Don't you have anyone else?" The boss sneered sinisterly. "Haha boy, arrogance comes at a price. Today marks your doom." Lin Yu's heart sank as he heard this, realizing the worst had come to pass. Chen Tiandao had not appeared. Truly cautious. He then turned to the mystic immortal elder and said, "You're an elder of the Xuanzong sect, aren't you? I've seen you before, you always follow Chen Tiandao. We are disciples of the Daozong sect sent here by our sect master to purchase a shop in Xuandi City. If we die, can your Xuanzong sect withstand the wrath of the Daozong? And more importantly, can you? Moreover, among us is the daughter of the Daozong sect master. Do you dare to strike?" The mystic immortal elder's heart trembled with unease at these words. Killing ordinary Daozong disciples might be tolerable, but if the sect master's daughter were involved, the matter became thorny. The Xuanzong would surely abandon him to appease the Daozong, a loss hardly worth the gain. "Hey boy, do you think saying that will stop this old man from killing you?" Seeing that the elder had not acted, Lin Yu knew he was hesitant. That made things easier. "Yes, you dare not. If the sect master's niece dies outside Xuandi City, you cannot escape blame. You are merely a mid-stage mystic immortal elder. Yet killing the Daozong sect master's daughter would incur a wrath that even the Xuanzong sect would not dare to bear lightly. Thus their final choice would be to hand you over to the Daozong for judgment. Do you think that's worth it? Perhaps you should ask your master whether he truly wishes to kill us. Even if he decides to, it would be the Xuanzong sect master's son killing the Daozong sect master's daughter. You were merely following orders, it's hardly your doing. Don't you agree?" The mystic immortal elder pondered for a moment. He was right, let the young master decide. If the young master insisted on killing the Daozong sect master's daughter, he could pretend to intervene. Blame would not fall on him, at worst it would be a mishap in protecting the young master. "Yang Wuji, go and invite the young master here." Yang Wuji gave a slight nod. "As you command." He then turned and strode into the city. Lin Yu and his group stood their ground waiting for the turn of events. Mo Wu secretly transmitted a message to Lin Yu asking, "Why not strike now?" Lin Yu replied, "To eradicate the root we must lure Chen Tiandao out of the city and kill him all at once. Only then will I not be exposed. We still need time to cultivate and grow stronger. We have no choice but to proceed this way. Otherwise, after killing them, Chen Tiandao will surely never set foot outside Xuandi City again. Moreover, we don't know if there are other Xuanzong members in Xuandi City. If Chen Tiandao survives and sends word to the Xuanzong, we'll be in grave danger." Mo Wu gave a slight nod in acquiescence. Before long, after about the time it takes an incense stick to burn, Yang Wuji returned leading a young man clad in white robes. The mystic immortal elder approached Chen Tiandao and whispered in his ear, "Young master, they are here on orders from the Daozong to purchase a shop in Xuandi City. Among them is the Daozong sect master's daughter. It would be unwise to act rashly. Offending the Daozong at this juncture is not a wise move." Hearing this, a sly smirk flickered across Chen Tiandao's face. He stepped forward and declared, "Who is the daughter of the Daozong sect master?" Mo Wu stepped forward, her demeanor resolute. "I am she. Does your Xuanzong sect wish to wage war against my Daozong? I carry a communication stone given by my father, you may verify it if you wish. If war is what you seek, my Daozong is no pushover." Chen Tiandao eyed Mo Wu with suspicion and sneered, "You claim to be the Daozong sect master's daughter. What proof do you have?" "Mere words won't convince anyone." The chubby youth then stepped forward, shielding Mo Wu, and said loudly, "Enough, miss, stop wasting words on them. They have a mystic immortal elder. I've already sent word to the Grand Elder, he is on his way." He then stared warily at the opponents across from them, feigning vigilance. Chen Tiandao sensed trouble. That boss had truly doomed him. The Xuanzong had many elders who had not broken through to the mystic sovereign realm, but the Daozong had even more. They could not afford to offend them. A mocking smile curling at his lips, Chen Tiandao said, "Haha, it was all a misunderstanding. I heeded the slander of a treacherous villain. My apologies, we shall withdraw immediately." Just then Lin Yu bellowed, "Hold on. Do you think a mere misunderstanding settles this? Is your Xuanzong sect so accustomed to bullying others?" Chen Tiandao turned and glared at Lin Yu with venom. "Then what do you want?" Lin Yu met his gaze without flinching. "Since you heeded a villain's slander, that villain still lives. Do you think my Daozong lacks mystic immortal elders?" The boss, terrified out of his wits, immediately dropped to his knees, inwardly cursing his misfortune. "Young masters and misses, this humble one failed to recognize your greatness and offended you. Please spare my worthless life." Lin Yu, however, did not even glance at him. His gaze, sharp as a torch, remained fixed on Chen Tiandao. After weighing the pros and cons, Chen Tiandao shot a meaningful look at the mystic immortal elder beside him. The mystic immortal elder understood instantly. A gleaming sword materialized in his hand and with a single swing the kneeling boss tried to flee but found himself decapitated. Chen Tiandao did not even spare a glance at the fallen boss. Instead he turned to Mo Wu and asked, "Is this sufficient?" Lin Yu stepped in front of Mo Wu and shook his head. "No. Your elder attacked us. If you don't believe me, ask him." Chen Tiandao clenched his fists, grinding his teeth. "Then what exactly do you want?" Lin Yu cast a casual glance at the mystic immortal elder and said unhurriedly, "He attacked us with his right hand. Sever it and this matter is over." Chen Tiandao finally lost his composure and let out a furious laugh. "Hey, who do you think you are to speak to me like this? I may spare your young lady, but killing you is as easy as turning my hand. Elder, kill him." At the command, the mystic immortal elder raised his sword and struck fiercely at Lin Yu. Lin Yu swung his own sword in response. Two devastating attacks collided midair, sending invisible ripples spreading like waves across the sky. Simultaneously Lin Yu charged at the mystic immortal elder like a gale, his sword slicing through the air in a relentless phantom-like flurry. The mystic immortal elder lunged at Lin Yu like a predatory bird. Their sword auras collided with a thunderous roar, blow after blow like meteors crashing into one another. In an instant they crossed paths. Their swords clashed, sending dazzling sparks flying. After passing each other, the mystic immortal elder assumed Lin Yu would continue his assault and soared into the air on his sword. However, Lin Yu's true target was not him. In the blink of an eye he appeared before Chen Tiandao like a phantom. Before Chen Tiandao could even draw his sword, Lin Yu's blade had already slit his throat. By the time the mystic immortal elder sensed something amiss and turned around, he found the young master already decapitated. Lin Yu turned to face the elder, a mocking smile curling on his lips. "Do you know the most exquisite way to kill you? I killed him. His father will never forgive you. A mystic immortal who couldn't protect a young master. Imagine what awaits you when you return to the Xuanzong sect. Even if you don't return, the Xuanzong will hunt you across the entire continent." Haha, amusing, isn't it? The mystic immortal elder's robes billowed as if stirred by an unseen wind. His eyes blazing with fury, his hair and beard bristling like an enraged lion, he roared and charged at Lin Yu. Mo Wu and the others swiftly encircled Yang Wuji and the second elder. In the span of a single breath both were subdued. They did not deliver a killing blow, merely severing the limbs of the two to render them immobile. Then the group converged on the mystic immortal elder. Alas, it was too late. Lin Yu's sword flashed like lightning and the mystic immortal elder had already met his end. Seeing this, the chubby fellow yelled at Lin Yu, "Brother Yu, you should leave some for us. We haven't even had a chance to spar with someone at the Xianxian realm yet." Lu Qingxue nodded eagerly. The others looked at Lin Yu with expressions full of grievance. Yu Linglong was even more furious. She dashed forward and gave Lin Yu a whirlwind fiery twister, muttering, "I haven't fought anyone at the Xianxian realm either. If I could kill one, I'd have something to boast about to my master, mistress and senior brother." "Humph, hateful Lin Yu." The others burst into laughter. The curtain of revenge had just risen. "Xuanzong, are you ready to face us?" Then they descended and looked at the second elder and Yang Wuji lying on the ground. The chubby fellow staggered over to them and said sarcastically, "Oh, if it isn't the second elder and brother Wuji. How did you end up in such a miserable state? Who was so ruthless? Tisk tisk, your limbs are all gone. What a pity." The second elder asked in shock, "Who are you?" Li. He walked up beside the chubby fellow, slowly removed his mask and said deliberately, "What's the matter, second elder? Don't you recognize us? It's only been 30 years and you've already forgotten how the Cloud Sword sect was destroyed. You played a part in that after all." The second elder stared at Li He in utter shock, stammering, "Li He, you're alive. Then you all." The chubby fellow ripped off his mask and snarled, "You guessed right, second elder. Do you remember me? I remember you all too well." As the others removed their masks one by one, the second elder's face turned ashen. He muttered to himself, "So it's you. Ha ha ha, it's only been 30 years. How did you become so powerful?" Mo Wu said, "Because we still have vengeance to exact. We've trained day and night without a moment's slack." Lu Qingxue stepped before the second elder and demanded, "The sect treated you well. Why did you betray us?" The second elder's face twisted with ferocity and malice as he roared, "Why? You dare ask me why? I nearly died at the hands of a brat. And what did the sect leader do? Instead of punishing that brat, he ordered me to face the wall for 100 years. Ha ha ha, how absurd. He deserved to die and the Cloud Sword sect deserved to be destroyed." Lin Yu walked up to the second elder, slowly removed his mask, revealing his true face and said calmly, "Ah, that brat you mentioned, could it be me?" A mix of shock, hatred and fury flickered across the second elder's face. He roared in disbelief, "It's you. You're still alive. Ah, I'll kill you." Lin Yu shook his head helplessly and sneered, "In this state, who do you think you can kill? But I can go ahead and—" "Oh, he's not awake yet." He gestured to the ladies, "Turn around." Then he said to the chubby fellow, "Give him a splash to wake him up." The chubby fellow replied excitedly, "Sure thing." I'm great at this. Lin Yu covered Yu Linglong's eyes and turned away. Then came a blood-curdling scream from behind. Only when the chubby fellow said all right he's awake did they turn back. Yang Wuji's face was drenched in yellow liquid, his hair wet and reeking. Lin Yu looked at the chubby fellow in exasperation. How long has it been since you last went to the bathroom? The chubby fellow scratched his head sheepishly. Well, you know, cultivators don't always need to relieve ourselves. I've been holding it in for ages. Feels great to finally let it all out. The second elder cursed furiously, but the others paid him no heed. He was already a dying ember, not worth their attention. They would make his death even more agonizing later. Yang Wuji wailed for a while before finally calming down. He looked around, taking in everything, and finally fixed his gaze on Lin Yu, his eyes filled with despair. Hey, I regret not eliminating you back then. Lin Yu glanced around and pointed at himself nonchalantly. You mean me? Your grandfather couldn't even take my life. What's there to wonder about? You couldn't kill me then because you weren't strong enough. It's that simple. Yang Wuji then said, haha, even as a ghost I won't let you off. Lin Yu glanced at him and waved dismissively. Send him off. Do it slowly, he doesn't deserve an easy death. Except for Yu Linglong, the others each gripped a sword and surrounded Yang Wuji. Seeing this, Lin Yu quickly called out, hey, wait. Leave an opening for the second elder to watch so he can see his beloved grandson die a miserable death. Hearing this, the others suddenly understood and lined up. Each took a turn slashing at Yang Wuji, cutting off only a thin slice of flesh with each strike. Yang Wuji screamed in agony with every cut. The second elder lay beside Yang Wuji, his eyes bloodshot, glaring at him and then sweeping his gaze over everyone as if etching their faces into his memory, vowing revenge even in death. Ignoring the second elder's glare, the others continued to slash at Yang Wuji. An hour later, Yang Wuji breathed his last. He struck several more times, hacking him beyond recognition before stopping. The second elder lay there, eyes wide open, face flushed, a pool of blood beside him. It seemed he had chosen to bleed out. As the group turned to leave, no one noticed his eyes twitch slightly. After taking just a dozen steps, Lin Yu shouted, halting everyone. He turned around and said, the second elder is a sly old fox, even resorting to the cheap trick of playing dead. He pulled Yu Linglong back to the second elder. Yu Linglong examined him and said, he doesn't seem to be playing dead. He's motionless and I can't even sense his breath. Lin Yu shook his head and sighed, forget it. Even if he's really dead, we have to chop him into pieces just like his grandson. Whether he's playing dead or not. Mo Wu nodded in agreement, right, just to be safe. The chubby fellow brandished his sword eagerly. I'm good at this. Let me handle it. He stopped him and said, wait. I'm more experienced with this. Let me do it. You rest for a bit. The chubby fellow pushed He away and puffed out his chest. No need to rest. This is just a few swings of the sword. I can manage. Don't worry about it. Seeing he could no longer feign death, the second elder burst into laughter. You little brat, you're sharp. Ha ha ha, I regret not leading Xuanzong to destroy the Cloud Sword sect sooner. Then you wouldn't have escaped. Ha ha ha. Hearing this, the others stopped arguing and drew their swords, hacking at the second elder's corpse until it was reduced to pieces smaller than a thumb. Lin Yu trembled slightly at the sight of their frenzy. The chubby fellow spat on the ground and cursed, what a waste. Let Xuanzong come for us if they dare. Well, see. Mo Wu waved her hand and said, all right, clean this place up. Dispose of the other bodies too. With their efforts, everyone nodded in agreement, deciding that a simple fire to reduce everything to ashes was the easiest solution. They swiftly cleared the battlefield, carefully erasing all traces of themselves, and then returned to the Peak Pavilion with peace of mind. Plunking down on the sofas, they all wore irrepressible smiles. Today their vengeance was finally achieved and joy overflowed. Mo Wu looked at Lin Yu and asked, now that the shop is open, what should we do next? Running the mission hall requires caution. If someone takes a mission but doesn't execute it, it will harm our reputation. Lin Yu pondered for a moment and replied with confidence, our missions need to be graded and categorized. He explained further, missions will be divided into 9 levels based on difficulty, with level 1 being the easiest and level 9 the hardest. For example, assassinating someone at the Xianxian realm would be a level 9 mission. Additionally, there will be 3 types of missions: endless missions, personal missions, and team missions. We must not only accurately assess the difficulty of each mission but also carefully consider whether the person taking it has the ability to complete it. Endless missions will remain posted indefinitely, available for anyone to take as long as no one has claimed them. Personal missions can be taken by individuals or teams depending on the specific circumstances. Team missions, however, can only be completed by teams. But if it's a 3-star team mission, a 4-star individual is also eligible to take it. Furthermore, we need to rank personnel from 1 to 9 stars corresponding to the mission levels. A 1-star mission can only be taken by someone with a 1-star peak badge. Each badge holder can take up to 3 missions. If someone takes 3 missions and fails to complete any of them, they will be barred from taking further missions. After laying out his ideas clearly, Lin Yu continued, upon completing a mission, participants will receive spirit stones as rewards and can also upgrade their badge level. Mo Wu nodded repeatedly in approval. This plan is excellent. It ensures mission quality while motivating everyone. The chubby fellow chimed in excitedly. Then let's spread the good news quickly. It'll attract plenty of people to take on missions. Without delay, Lin Yu and the others sprang into action, drafting specific rules and procedures while actively promoting the opening of the mission hall. The future was full of unknowns, but they were well prepared to face every challenge and seize every opportunity. Soon after the mission hall officially opened, drawing the attention of many cultivators. Soon after the mission hall officially opened, drawing the attention of many cultivators. Soon after the mission hall officially opened, drawing the attention of many cultivators. Soon after the mission hall officially opened, drawing the attention of many cultivators. Soon after the mission hall officially opened, drawing the attention of many cultivators. Soon after the mission hall officially opened, drawing the attention of many cultivators. Soon after the mission hall officially opened, drawing the attention of many cultivators. Half a year later, on the second floor of the Summit Pavilion in Xuandi City, Lin Yu and his companions gathered around a table. The chubby young man wore a worried expression, speaking with concern. It's been half a year and our Summit Pavilion is still languishing in obscurity. What are we going to do if this continues? Mo Wu pondered for a moment before suggesting, perhaps we should kill a mystic immortal realm cultivator to boost the pavilion's reputation. At this, a glimmer of excitement appeared in everyone's eyes. Lin Yu nodded as well, saying, that works. Let's find an elder from the Xian sect to slay, then hand in the task at the mission hall. This way we can exact revenge and elevate our standing, killing two birds with one stone. Li He then spoke up. As it happens, an elder of the Xian sect is outside Xuandi City investigating Chen Tiando's death. Lin Yu immediately instructed, then tomorrow Fatty post the mission to kill that Xian sect elder with a reward of 30 million spirit stones. Zhao Xiaotong then had an idea and said, perhaps we could post a mission to hunt down all members of the Xian sect. 30 million spirit stones for a mystic immortal realm cultivator, 10 million for a mystic god realm, 5 million for a mystic Dao realm, 1 million for a mystic heaven realm, 100,000 for a mystic pill realm, and 10,000 for anyone below the mystic liquid realm. The chubby young man grinned slyly. You mean using money to buy the lives of the Xian sect? There will always be those willing to kill them for spirit stones. Zhao Xiaotong nodded, exactly. We're inside Xuandi City, so the Xian sect can't touch us and they won't suspect we're behind the mission. Everyone turned to Lin Yu, who thought for a moment and nodded, it's feasible. Fatty post them all tomorrow. We still have over 100 million spirit stones. They all nodded in agreement. The next morning the mission hall was bustling with people coming and going, accepting and posting tasks. There were tasks for herb gathering, bodyguard hire, escorting goods, all sorts of missions. However, everyone in the hall was stunned by a 9-star mission hanging at the very top. Hunt members of the Xian sect, 30 million spirit stones for a mystic immortal realm cultivator. Wow, who's so generous? I couldn't earn 30 million spirit stones in a lifetime. Who knows? The Xian sect has wiped out many small sects before, maybe it's their doing. But this Summit Pavilion sure is bold, daring to offend the Xian sect. Indeed, the Xian sect has over 30 mystic immortal realm elders, many of them at the peak of that realm. Isn't this just asking for death? Makes sense. Lin Yu stood outside the crowd listening to their chatter. Then he slipped to a secluded spot, changed into a black robe, donned a ferocious mask and approached the mission counter. He pointed to the mission to hunt the mystic immortal elder, silently nodding. The counter staff recruited by the chubby young man were both male and female. They all stared in shock at Lin Yu, clad in black with a terrifying mask exuding an aura of danger. The staff member asked nervously, are you sure you want to accept this mission? Lin Yu said nothing, only nodded. Seeing he couldn't be dissuaded, the staff handed Lin Yu a mission form and collected 30,000 spirit stones as a deposit to ensure he wasn't joking. All missions followed this practice, a 1% deposit of the reward refunded along with the reward upon completion. If the mission failed, the deposit was forfeited. The staff asked again, are you certain you want to take this mission? If you fail, your deposit won't be returned. Lin Yu nodded, submitted the form and deposit and turned to leave. Originally Mo Wu was supposed to go, but the elder outside was a high-level mystic immortal, making the danger too great. Moreover, this battle had to be won, so only Lin Yu could handle it personally. Leaving the Summit Pavilion, Lin Yu headed straight for the city gates. The crowd in the mission hall followed out of curiosity. Word spread like wildfire, and by the time Lin Yu reached the city gate, over 1,000 people had gathered behind him. If not for those who had to tend their shops, the number could have doubled. When Lin Yu arrived at the Xian sect elder's location, he saw the elder directing a group searching the area where they had killed Chen Tiandao, leaving no stone unturned. The elder, noticing the crowd approaching, turned and stared at them suspiciously. Stopping 100 meters away, Lin Yu spoke slowly, elder of the Xian sect. The elder looked at Lin Yu's mysterious attire in surprise. I am indeed. Who are you dressed so secretively? Are you ashamed to show your face? Lin Yu's right hand conjured a sword formed of condensed spiritual energy. This was a technique he had recently comprehended, compressing spiritual energy into a blade no less formidable than a mystic immortal's divine weapon. Moreover, the sword would match his own cultivation level. Lin Yu twirled the blade, pointing it at the elder. Apologies, someone paid for your life. I must ask you to die. With that he instantly appeared before the elder, sweeping his sword in a horizontal arc. The elder's face changed drastically. As a mystic immortal expert he could sense the immense power in Lin Yu's sword. Taking it heaten would mean severe injury. When had such a young prodigy appeared in the cultivation world, and why had he never heard of him? In his thoughts the elder slightly parried Lin Yu's sweeping strike with his own sword, then used the momentum to retreat. Steadying himself he glared at Lin Yu. Arrogant brat, how dare you speak such nonsense? The elder, as a mystic immortal expert, reacted instantly even to Lin Yu's surprise attack. With a furious roar he unleashed his full aura as heavy as a mountain and swung his sword at Lin Yu. The sword stroke was like a mountain, slow but carrying an inescapable force. Lin Yu quickly regained his composure, retreating, then fixed his gaze on the elder. With a flicker of movement he bypassed the elder's attack and charged like a phantom. His sword traced a sharp sword aura, aiming straight for the elder's vital points. The elder dared not be careless, unleashing his ultimate technique, and a fierce battle ensued. In an instant the sky changed color and winds and clouds churned. The shockwaves of their fight swept the surroundings, forcing the onlookers to retreat in terror. As the battle raged, Lin Yu gradually gained the upper hand. His swordsmanship grew more exquisite, each strike carrying boundless power. Finally he executed the heaven-splitting sword art, slashing once. The elder's eyes widened in disbelief as he fell. Lin Yu sheathed his sword, glanced at the crowd, then swiftly slew all the Xian sect members present. After collecting the spoils from the fallen, Lin Yu turned and walked away, leaving behind a scene of shock and awe. The crowd couldn't believe that a mystic immortal had been killed so easily. Just how powerful was that mysterious figure? They dreaded to think that if they stood before him they'd fall like those Xian sect disciples, one/each. They would have no power to resist at all. Lin Yu stepped into the city, striding directly towards the pinnacle pavilion. However, the news of a mysterious figure killing the elder of the Xian sect spread rapidly throughout the city like light. It was well known that such a ruthless person existed in Xiandi city, capable of slaying Xian as easily as killing chickens. Naturally there were many disciples of the Xian sect in the city. Upon hearing this news they hurriedly headed outside the city to investigate. But all they found were corpses, including that of the elder who had come to Xiandi city. Seeing this, the disciples of the Xian sect panicked and flew back to the sect on their swords. When Lin Yu arrived at the pinnacle pavilion, the once boisterous hall instantly fell silent. Wherever he passed people instinctively made way. No one dared to speak. The hall, filled with over 1,000 people, was eerily quiet. Lin Yu approached the workstation, retrieving the identity token and head of the Xian elder from his spatial ring and placing them on the table. Everyone looked at the grotesque face with expressions of terror, their backs drenched in cold sweat. Lin Yu ignored the people behind him and said to the staff, "The elder of the Xian sect, the Xian High-Level, is dead. Where are the spirit stones?" The staff trembled as they took the head and token, and after 3 minutes of horror they looked at Lin Yu and said, "Please wait, I will notify the deacon, he will settle the spirit stones for you." After saying this they hurriedly took the token and head upstairs. Shortly after, Mo Wu followed the deacon down. Upon seeing Mo Wu everyone couldn't help but admire her exquisite features and charming figure. Under normal circumstances they would have started discussing Mo Wu, but today was different. If this ruthless person was simply too formidable. If they spoke and offended him their lives would be in jeopardy. There were many Xian realm experts in Xiandi city, but those from the Dao sect treasure pavilion and Xian sect had to keep a low profile in this city. Mo Wu quickly approached Lin Yu, her tone alluring as she said, "Sir, you have great skill. It has been confirmed that it is the elder of the Xian sect." Lin Yu turned to Mo Wu and a hoarse and deep voice came from beneath his mask, "Since it has been confirmed, then where are my spirit stones?" Mo Wu upon seeing this handed over her spatial ring, saying, "All the spirit stones are here, a total of 30 million spirit stones plus your 30,000 spirit stones. Oh, by the way, if you're interested, the task of hunting the Xian elder of the Xian sect can still be taken. It's endless. As long as the Xian sect exists, this task will always be available. I don't know which wealthy benefactor the Xian sect offended. They are truly extravagant, making me think of going to kill a Xian elder to earn some spirit stones." Mo Wu's tone carried 7 parts charm and 3 parts temptation. Lin Yu nodded, understood. He then turned to leave. This time no one dared to follow him, everyone fixated on his retreating figure. It wasn't until Lin Yu had walked far that everyone began to converse. "Hey, did you hear? As long as the Xian sect exists, the task will always be available. Not only is there a hunt for Xian, but there are also tasks for hunting Xian sect disciples. At least one would yield 10,000 spirit stones. Who on earth is this person to have so many spirit stones and dare to challenge the Xian sect? I don't know, but I just know that the Xiandi continent will not be peaceful from now on. The mysterious person just said they understood if the Xian sect is doomed this time. TCH, who can they blame? They wiped out so many sects, it's all their own doing. Why is it that the Dao sect and treasure pavilion haven't offended such a person? They can't blame anyone else for the sins they've committed. Exactly, we can just quietly watch the drama unfold." After Lin Yu left the pinnacle pavilion he walked outside the city. Once he confirmed that no one was following him, he took off his mask, revealing a weary face. This battle was not easy for him. Although it appeared that he had effortlessly slain the elder of the Xian sect, it was far from the truth. The heaven-slashing sword technique was powerful, but now it was becoming increasingly difficult to use this move. Just now he had to exert 90% of his strength to draw his sword. Lin Yu sat on the ground, rubbing his right arm. No, he still had to refine his body. If this continued, his body would soon be unable to keep up with his strength. He was truly afraid that when the time came he wouldn't be able to draw his sword and his own body would shatter first. He took out the spatial ring that Mo had given him, which was empty if this was part of the plan they had devised. Lin Yu took a deep breath, contemplating his next plan. Now the news that killing people from the Xian sect would yield spirit stones had spread throughout Xiandi City, and the Pinnacle Pavilion had thus gained fame. Just as he was deep in thought, a figure quietly approached him. Two small hands slowly climbed over Lin Yu's eyes. "Guess who I am?" Lin Yu suddenly smiled, reaching out to pull the figure behind him into his embrace. "Who else could it be but my dear Linglong?" Yu Linglong giggled, noticing Lin Yu's hand tickling her waist. She laughed. Stop, that tickles, I'm done playing." Yu Linglong laughed until tears came out, embarrassed and angry as she said. Lin Yu stopped and hugged Yu Linglong. Who was it just now? I couldn't guess." Yu Linglong pouted and lightly slapped Lin Yu, then said with a pout, "So were you hurt?" Lin Yu felt warmth in his heart and shook his head. "No, it will be a while before they can hurt me." Upon hearing this, Yu Linglong held on to Lin Yu tightly. They had only been apart for 2 hours, but Yu Linglong had been worried about Lin Yu every moment. She feared he might not be able to defeat the Xian elder, feared he would get hurt, feared that she might never see him again. The two embraced each other until the sunset slowly descended, and only then did they part, hand in hand, walking towards Xiandi City. When they returned to the Pinnacle Pavilion, the others had already settled on the second floor waiting for them. After Mo Wu finished the scripted act with Lin Yu, she realized Yu Linglong was missing. The others had searched the city several times without finding her, fearing that something had happened to Yu Linglong. It wasn't until they saw the two return hand in hand that they finally relaxed. But everyone looked at the two with resentful expressions. Lin Yu looked at everyone's expressions in confusion. "What's wrong with you all? Why do you all look like that?" Upon hearing this, everyone became even more resentful, speaking in unison. "You two are out there on a date while we are here worried to death, truly self-indulgent. We realized Yu Linglong was missing this afternoon and searched the city thoroughly. We were almost worried to death. Who would have thought you two would? This is outrageous." Mo Wu also said angrily, "You better keep an eye on your Linglong. She ran away from home without telling us, scaring us to death. We thought the people from the Xian sect had discovered the things we did and had taken Linglong away." Yu Linglong, upon hearing this, looked at everyone with an embarrassed expression, stuck out her tongue and obediently said, "I'm sorry everyone, I will be more careful next time." Upon hearing this, everyone decided not to hold it against her. Lin Yu took Yu Linglong to sit down by the table, slowly saying, "Now that everything is back on track, we can start focusing on raising orphans." Mo Wu nodded, thinking for a moment. "We will set off tomorrow to search for orphans to bring back for training." Lin Yu shook his head. "Relying on you guys to find them, how long will that take?" He helplessly pressed his forehead and continued, "Let's just post a task, 1 orphan for 1 spirit stone." Suddenly the chubby boy slapped the table. "Yeah, how come we didn't think of that?" The others were startled by the sudden slap on the table. "Fatty. Fatty, explain yourself. Fatty, you're done for. Fatty, I'm sorry. Fatty, good luck to you." Then a group of people pinned the chubby boy to the ground and gave him a good beating. Since the day he slew the mystic immortal elder, 5 days of tranquility had passed. Today the summit pavilion was thronged with people. A group dressed in identical attire surrounded the pavilion, leaving no gap. 3 mystic immortal elders of the mystic sect stepped into the summit pavilion. Lin Yu was already waiting inside. Upon seeing them, he made no move, sitting leisurely as he sipped his tea. One elder with hair as white as snow could not suppress his anger. "The summit pavilion truly acts with wanton arrogance. When we come as guests, is this the hospitality you offer?" Lin Yu slowly set down his teacup, glanced at the 3 and curled his lips. "You barged into my summit pavilion without notice and still expect me to treat you with courtesy." His voice was low yet carried an irrefutable authority. Another elder stepped forward and said in a deep voice, "The tasks posted by your pavilion caused the death of 1 mystic immortal elder and dozens of disciples from our mystic sect. Today we come to demand an explanation." Lin Yu rose to his feet, his gaze coldly sweeping over the 3. "An explanation? The summit pavilion runs its business openly. Someone posts a task, someone takes it. Why should the pavilion owe your mystic sect any explanation? Are you worthy?" "How insolent!" the 3rd elder roared, unleashing his aura to press down on Lin Yu. Yet Lin Yu remained unperturbed, lightly waving his sleeve to disperse the pressure into nothingness. "What, want to fight?" Lin Yu sneered. "Do the 3 of you dare to act recklessly in my summit pavilion? Besides, in this mystic emperor city, if you wish to start something, I am more than happy to oblige." The 3 elders' faces darkened, fully aware of Lin Yu's troublesome nature. Yet this matter was of great importance, and they had to seek justice for their fallen elder and disciples. Lin Yu, don't refuse a toast only to be forced to drink a forfeit. Remove the task hunting our mystic sect immediately or else. The white-haired elder ground his teeth. Who is refusing the toast? Lin Yu slammed the table and stood up. Your mystic sect disciples are inferior in skill and die on a mission, that only proves their incompetence. As for removing this task, either the mystic sect perishes or the one who posted the task dies and fails to pay the spirit stones. With that, Lin Yu cast a brief glance at the three. You. The three elders were speechless with rage. I am busy today and have no time for your nonsense. Lin Yu issued his dismissal. If you don't want trouble, get out now. The three elders exchanged glances, then reluctantly turned and left. They knew they could gain no advantage with Lin Yu and had to return to plan their next move. After the elders departed, Lin Yu's expression turned grave. He realized that the mystic sect would surely retaliate against the summit pavilion. Lin Yu decided to keep a low profile in the coming days, advising everyone not to leave the city unless necessary. He turned to gaze out the window at the retreating mystic sect members, musing that a storm was brewing. Who would have the last laugh? A faint smile crept onto Lin Yu's lips. Just then Yu Linglong and the others came downstairs. Mo Wu was the first to ask, how did it go? Why did the mystic sect come? Lin Yu shook his head, a glint of ferocity in his eyes. Looking for trouble. 3 mystic immortal elders and dozens of disciples, they think highly of us. The chubby boy spoke angrily. I've found out, they're camped outside the city. To lure out whoever killed their mystic immortal elder, why don't we just go and slay them all? Li He nodded in agreement. Yeah, let's take them out. Zhao Xiaotong also looked at Lin Yu with anticipation. Lin Yu pondered, then smiled. All right. Well, set out after dark. Rather than wait for the enemy to strike, well, strike first. He then addressed the group. Tonight everyone moves together. Our swords need to taste blood. Smiles, excitement and anticipation lit their faces, but no fear. They had been waiting for this day for a long time. Night fell and moonlight bathed the earth like water. Lin Yu led the group silently toward the mystic sect disciples' camp. Like phantoms they infiltrated without a sound. The mystic sect disciples in the camp, oblivious to the approaching danger, were still sound asleep. A flash of Lin Yu's sword and a disciple's head fell to the ground. The others awoke in alarm, but it was already too late. The cries of slaughter echoed over the camp. Amidst blood and rain, Lin Yu and his group were like fierce tigers, their sword techniques merciless, each strike claiming a life. Before long all the mystic sect disciples were slain. By the time the 3 mystic immortal elders realized what had happened and made their move, not a single disciple remained alive. The 3 elders' eyes bloodshot glared at the group. Who are you people? Do you know the consequences of killing our disciples? The chubby boy spoke up first. Not really, but we wouldn't kill anyone but mystic sect disciples. Each one is worth hundreds of thousands of spirit stones, a tidy sum. The elders understood immediately these were people lured by spirit stones hunting mystic sect disciples for bounty. Without further words the 3 charged. Lin Yu engaged the peak mystic immortal elder Mo Wu, and Li He took on the high-level mystic immortal elder, while the rest fought the mid-level mystic immortal elder. The battle erupted instantly with sword energy crisscrossing and light flashing in all directions. Lin Yu fought fiercely with the peak mystic immortal elder, while Mo Wu and Li He through exquisite coordination temporarily held off their opponent. The other 4 against the mid-level mystic immortal elder was a one-sided slaughter. Before long the chubby boy slew him with a single sword stroke. Then they joined Lin Yu, gradually gaining the upper hand against the peak mystic immortal elder. Their swords grew sharper and the elder struggled to parry. Finally Lin Yu spotted an opening and thrust his sword through the elder's chest. At the same time the high-level mystic immortal elder fell to the combined efforts of Mo Wu and Li He. Lin Yu gazed at the corpses littering the ground, feeling no pity. In this world where the strong preyed on the weak, only the powerful could survive. They cleaned the scene, collecting everything from the bodies, which then turned to ash. Let's go back, Lin Yu said, waving his hand, and the group vanished into the night. Back at the summit pavilion everyone sat exhausted in the hall. The operation went smoothly, but things won't be this easy from now on, Lin Yu mused. What's there to fear? Well, deal with whatever comes, the chubby boy declared boldly. Well said. Lin Yu praised. But we mustn't let our guard down. The mystic sect won't let this go. Then we'll strike first and show them our might. Mo Wu's eyes flashed with ruthlessness. Yes, next time we encounter the mystic sect, show no mercy, Lin Yu said coldly. Zhao Xiaotong asked, we've made so many moves we might be exposed. What should we do then? Lin Yu nodded. That was possible. The mystic sect must have sensed something, but they still didn't know who they were. Lin Yu pondered briefly before speaking slowly, then we kill. This peak pavilion is merely a temporary refuge. If we are discovered, we'll fight until the heavens darken and the earth turns dim. If we cannot prevail, we flee. As long as the green hills remain, we will never lack firewood. All nodded in agreement. The next morning a staff member from the main hall hurried upstairs. Pavilion Master, a group of people outside requests an audience. Who are they? Lin Yu asked. They claim to be from sects annihilated by the Xian sect and wish to cooperate with us, the staff member replied. Lin Yu's heart stirred. Was this a plea for shelter or a probe from the Xian sect? Bring them up. After the staff member left, Wu could not help but say, this might be a trap. Lin Yu nodded in acknowledgement. Later none of you speak. Leave it to me. Everyone nodded. Before long a group entered the hall. Why do you wish to see me? Lin Yu cut straight to the point. The leader smiled and said, we have heard of the conflict between the Peak Pavilion and the Xian sect and deeply admire your strength. Moreover, our sects have all been destroyed by the Xian sect. Hence we hope to ally with the Peak Pavilion to oppose the Xian sect together. Lin Yu smiled faintly upon hearing this. You flatter me. Our Peak Pavilion does not involve itself in such grievances and enmities. If you wish revenge, you may issue tasks on your own and someone will accept them for you. Our pavilion remains neutral, be it the Xian sect or the Dao sect, it has nothing to do with us. The leader pressed on, yet what we have heard is different. Yesterday 3 mystic immortal elders of the Xian sect came to the Peak Pavilion and issued threats. By last night all had been beheaded. The Peak Pavilion's strength is formidable, so we came seeking you. Lin Yu chuckled. Ha, that's a good joke. Unfortunately it was not the work of our pavilion. More likely it was your doing. So many of you, including 5 mystic immortals, could easily kill a few Xian sect disciples and 3 mystic immortal elders. I do not know your true intentions, but our pavilion will not side with any faction. Whether you seek refuge for revenge or harbor other schemes, it is none of our concern. If there is nothing else, please leave. With that, Lin Yu picked up his teacup, turned his back to them and paid them no further heed. After a moment's hesitation the group turned and left. Once they were far away, Wu asked, why didn't you take them in? That would have added to our numbers. Lin Yu shook his head. They are far from virtuous. Most likely they are Xian sect members in disguise sent to test us. The chubby boy looked at Lin Yu in surprise. Really? They didn't seem like it. Yu Linglong interjected, it's clear you've never seen anyone act. Their foxtails were almost showing and you still couldn't tell. Lu Qingxue and the others looked at Yu Linglong in confusion. She gave a proud smile. Let me explain it to you. Just now when they came in, who did all the talking? Li, he said, the leader. Yu Linglong nodded. Exactly, the leader. She snatched Lin Yu's teacup, took a sip and continued, if they were from different sects, do you think he alone would have conducted the entire conversation with Lin Yu? The others didn't utter a single word, not even a private murmur. At that everyone suddenly understood. So that's it. They must be from the same sect, hence so obedient. And at this time the only sect that would come to our Peak Pavilion is likely the Xian sect. Yu Linglong nodded in satisfaction. Not bad. The student can be taught. The chubby boy then asked, what should we do next? Li, he said, should we kill them all? Wu shook his head. No. First, killing them would be extremely difficult. Second, if we do, the Xian sect leader will come next time. We cannot take that risk. Zhao Xiaotong nodded. Exactly. That's why Lin Yu pretended to know nothing and kept the pavilion out of these matters. Don't court trouble. We need to keep a low profile and cultivate diligently. Lin Yu nodded. Right, smart. All right, dismissed. Return to your rooms and cultivate. One person stays on the second floor to keep watch. Subsequently Li he volunteered to remain on the second floor while the others returned to their rooms to begin cultivation. Back in his room Lin Yu began tempering his body. In truth his physical condition lagged far behind his cultivation realm, and in battle it could barely withstand his own power. Others absorbed spiritual energy into their bodies, which naturally tempered their physiques. But Lin Yu merely borrowed the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, so his body remained frail, requiring him to train it slowly on his own. He then gathered spiritual energy around his body, channeling it inward to generate vibrations. The infusion was manageable, but controlling the vibrations to temper his body while absorbing energy to repair it was extremely taxing. Had Lin Yu not comprehended the natural order and possessed immense mental strength from years of controlling spiritual energy, he could never have achieved such delicate work. Afterward everyone cultivated quietly in the Peak Pavilion, even neglecting the training of orphans. The Xian sect's vigilant surveillance left them no spare time, they could only cultivate incessantly within the pavilion. The Xian sect showed great patience maintaining surveillance for half a year. During this time Lin Yu endured great hardship to finally temper his body to the mystic heaven realm. Further progress was exceedingly difficult, requiring slow gradual refinement. Nevertheless his current physical strength sufficed, at least he could use the heaven-severing sword art a dozen times in a row without issue. The others also improved. Previously they could only absorb the meager spiritual energy around them to cultivate slowly. But after learning Lin Yu's method of controlling the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, they could gather all ambient spiritual energy around themselves, forming a pool of liquid spiritual energy enveloping their bodies. Mo Wu made the greatest progress, successfully advancing to the mystic immortal realm. Yu Linglong had reached the peak of the mystic god realm. Li He was also at the peak of the mystic god realm. Zhao Xiaotong was at the midstage of the god realm. The chubby boy was at the advanced stage of the mystic god realm. Lu Qingxue was at the peak of the mystic god realm. Thus Lu Qingxue, Yu Linglong and Li He could each fight and kill a mystic immortal peak expert. Zhao Xiaotong could contend with a midstage mystic immortal. The chubby boy was invincible below the advanced mystic immortal realm. Mo Wu needed no mention. At the mystic immortal peak she could kill one with a single sword strike, but only two before exhausting her strength. Their combat power was decent, but their numbers were insufficient. To destroy the Xian sect they still needed to wait. Subsequently they ignored the surveillance and began recruiting orphans to teach them cultivation. Those with talent learned the Cloud Sword sect's techniques and Lin Yu's methods. Those without could only comprehend Lin Yu's approach. Lin Yu and the others taught daily, imparting all their knowledge. 3 years later the strongest among the orphans had reached the mystic liquid realm. Everyone was incredulous. In just 3 years, even when they themselves were geniuses, it had taken them over a decade to reach that stage. They realized it was not due to the orphan's genius nor the power of the techniques taught, but rather the sheer extraordinariness of Lin Yu's cultivation method. 4 years later, the strongest disciple had already reached the peak of the profound core realm. Everyone marveled at Lin Yu's cultivation methods. One day several of them sat on the second floor. Mo Wu spoke slowly, the situation may not be good. The profound sect has obtained the legacy of a profound emperor-level powerhouse. Our disciples in the profound sect have reported that the sect has already produced 2 profound emperor experts. The chubby young man looked at Mo Wu in surprise. Is the news true? Mo Wu nodded. Yes, the disciples have verified it. Li He's face was full of worry. Sigh, this is really troublesome. Didn't they say how they advanced to the profound emperor realm? Mo Wu stood up and took out a communication stone used to receive messages. A young figure appeared within it. He said slowly, reporting to the pavilion master and all executives, the profound sect now has 2 profound emperor-level experts. According to the news, to break through to the profound emperor realm one must enter a spatial secret realm. Tens of millions of years ago all profound emperor-level experts vanished together, so the method to enter this secret realm was lost. It is said that the profound sect received guidance from a great power requiring several items to open the secret realm. The Tao sect, the profound sect and the treasure pavilion jointly provided items to open it, and all those at the peak of the profound immortal realm entered to break through. Yu Linglong was greatly shocked. That means the profound sect likely has more than one profound emperor. Lu Qingxue nodded, probably. The Tao sect and the treasure pavilion also definitely have more than one profound emperor-level expert. Mo Wu also said, yes, and after this incident the Tao sect and the treasure pavilion may have formed an alliance with the profound sect. Our chances of destroying the profound sect have become even slimmer. Lin Yu then said, it's okay, not too bad. I have no pressure against anyone below the mid-profound emperor stage. Mo Wu can also hold her own against a profound emperor without losing ground. The others can barely handle a profound emperor too. The situation isn't too dire. Mo Wu shook her head, but they now have more than 3 profound emperors. As time goes on their numbers will only increase. Adding the profound emperors from the Tao sect and the treasure pavilion, we have no way to deal with them. Lin Yu was also deeply worried, but he couldn't show it. He comforted everyone, no worries. We still have time. The longest any of us has cultivated is just over 60 years. In another 60 years everyone here will be at the profound emperor realm. By then killing a profound emperor might be as easy as slaughtering a dog. Everyone nodded, yes, we can only do that. Then they returned to their respective rooms to cultivate diligently. Lin Yu sent Yu Linglong off to cultivate. He stood alone by the window on the second floor watching the bustling crowd in Profound Emperor City. The Profound Emperor realm, how troublesome. It didn't appear earlier or later, but just when we had the strength to seek revenge. What should I do? Now the Peak Pavilion had over 5,000 members. More than 4,000 who were not talented in cultivation were sent to join various sects or hide in different places to cultivate on their own. They also gathered information. The remaining 1,000 with good aptitude still cultivated in the cave heaven. But how long would it take for them to grow strong? At least 30 years. Did he have to wait 30 years to take revenge? The anxious Lin Yu paced back and forth on the second floor. He couldn't think of a good solution for the entire afternoon. Not until the chubby young man and the others came down. Mo Wu suddenly said to Lin Yu, we don't have many profound emperor-level experts, but we can lure them out and take them down one by one. Everyone's eyes lit up as they looked at Mo Wu, then turned to Lin Yu. Lin Yu pondered for a moment and said slowly, it's feasible. Li He then asked, but how do we lure them out? Everyone fell silent thinking of possible methods. The chubby young man suddenly said, what if we hunt down all the profound sect disciples? With our strength we can kill anyone below the Profound Emperor realm. That way the Profound sect will have no choice but to send Profound Emperor elders to intercept us. Then we can take them down one by one. What do you think? Lu Qingxue shook her head. No, what if they send 3 or 4 Profound Emperors? The risk is too great. Lin Yu nodded. Yes, it's not feasible. Safety first. Yu Linglong suddenly thought of something. Maybe we don't need to look for them. The Profound sect's Profound Emperors might come to Profound Emperor City to find us. Everyone looked at her in surprise. Yu Linglong smiled slightly before saying, think about it. The reputation of our Peak Pavilion has spread across the entire Profound Emperor continent. Many Profound sect disciples and elders have come to cause trouble at our pavilion. They must be unwilling to accept defeat. Before they only had Profound Immortal level people and didn't dare to act in Profound Emperor City. But now that they have Profound Emperor level experts, why wouldn't they dare? If they do act, they will definitely send a Profound Emperor leading several Profound Immortals. Then we can kill them. Everyone thought it over and realized she was right. Previously Profound Emperor City had more Profound Immortals than all other forces combined. But now the city didn't have a single Profound Emperor. However, the Profound sect had several Profound Emperors. Wouldn't they dare to strike in Profound Emperor City? They probably would. And the city wouldn't stop them. Thus everyone didn't need to find ways to lure out the Profound Emperors. They would come on their own. They just needed to wait. A heavy weight was lifted from everyone's hearts. After a few more words, those who needed to teach in the cave heaven went to teach, and those who needed to cultivate returned to their rooms to cultivate. Thus every day they either taught the orphans or cultivated in their own rooms. Mo Wu and Lu Qingxue often used the pretext of seeking advice to stay in Lin Yu and Yu Linglong's room. Yu Linglong, who loved lively gatherings, didn't notice their true intentions. Not until half a year later, when several uninvited guests arrived at the Peak Pavilion. Lin Yu and the others were chatting on the second floor when a staff member rushed up anxiously. Pavilion Master, all executives, it's bad. The Profound sect has blocked the entrance of our Peak Pavilion. Lin Yu and the others smiled happily. The ones they had been waiting for had finally arrived. Lin Yu led everyone downstairs and to the entrance. 7 old men from the Profound sect stood 10 meters from the door staring at them sternly. Lin Yu sized them up and noticed that the other SXS gazes unconsciously drifted toward the white-haired old man in the middle. Strangely, the old man in the middle had white hair and looked aged, but his body seemed to radiate boundless vitality. Lin Yu suddenly remembered that the former emperor had once said that reaching the Profound Emperor realm meant immortality. Perhaps this vitality was the result. As Lin Yu and the others sized up the opposition, a Profound Immortal advanced level person standing behind the white-haired old man spoke. Boy, our Profound sect has come to your Peak Pavilion several times demanding that you remove the mission to hunt our disciples. It has been so long and you still haven't done it. What is the meaning of this? Lin Yu snapped back to reality and said slowly to the old man, I've already said it. The Peak Pavilion is open for business and all are welcome. I don't care about your grudges. Here I only post missions and collect fees. That's all. The Profound Immortal advanced level man said angrily, ignorant brat. I'll say it one more time, remove the mission to hunt our Profound sect members immediately, or today will be your burial ground. Lin Yu chuckled and glanced at the people behind him. In a relaxed tone he said, oh dear, did you hear that? They want to bury us. I'm so scared. Everyone burst into laughter. The elders opposite were so angry their beards bristled. Ignorant brat. Are you courting death? Lin Yu shook his head and said helplessly, no. Do you really think a few rotten fish and shrimps like you can kill us? If we were that easy to kill, the Peak Pavilion would have been gone long ago. After a brief pause he spoke slowly, if your only reliance is that old man at the initial stage of the Mystic Emperor realm in the front, I advise you to think twice. Lin Yu stepped forward. Oh, by the way, the Mystic Emperor realm isn't invincible. You can make your move in this Mystic Emperor city, but you'll bear the consequences of life and death. I'm happy to oblige. After speaking, Lin Yu turned to the people inside the Zenith Pavilion and said, apologies everyone. The Zenith Pavilion will be closed for today. Once everyone had left the Zenith Pavilion, Lin Yu said to Mo Wu and the others behind him, prepare for battle. The Zenith Pavilion doesn't seek trouble, but we don't fear it either. Today we'll make that old man of the Mystic Emperor realm from the Xian sect bleed right here. Everyone laughed heartily and replied in unison, all right. Lin Yu's eyes turned cold. His entire body exuded a formidable aura. A sword condensed from spiritual energy appeared in his right hand. It radiated waves of perilous energy. Lin Yu walked forward and said, I'll count to 3. If you haven't left by then, don't blame me. He strode step by step toward the Xian sect's people. With each step he called out a number. Each step seemed to trample on the hearts of his enemies. After 3 steps the white-haired Mystic Emperor cultivator opposite him hadn't moved at all. His face was full of confidence. Lin Yu shook his head helplessly. Staring at the Xian sect people opposite, he sneered and said, then I'm sorry. Today I'll send you all to the heavens. Then he said to the few behind him, leave the others to you. Don't let them die too easily. They shouted in unison, all right, don't worry. Lin Yu and the others raised their swords and launched an attack on the Xian sect. Today I'll send you to meet the ancestors of the Xian sect. Lin Yu roared, swinging his sword. The white-haired mystic emperor old man smiled faintly, flicked his sleeve and blocked Lin Yu's sword aura. On the other side, the other Xian sect elders had already engaged in battle with Mo Wu and the others. The mystic emperor elder finally spoke calmly, young man, your strength is commendable, but your mistake was provoking the Xian sect. Today this old man will show you the cycle of reincarnation. With that, the mystic emperor elder channeled the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, forming a series of attacks aimed at Lin Yu. Lin Yu saw this and understood. So this was the power of the mystic emperor realm, harnessing the force of heaven and earth. Lin Yu smiled faintly. But from the very beginning of my cultivation I have been drawing on the power of heaven and earth. Then let's see who has a stronger command over the power of heaven and earth. Lin Yu then dispelled the sword in his hand and spread his arms. He closed his eyes, not even looking at the incoming attacks. Everyone watched the scene in confusion. Yu Linglong even started running toward Lin Yu. But after Lin Yu closed his eyes, the attacks seemed to lose their target. They halted in midair. Then, like arrows released from a bow, they flew back toward the mystic emperor elder. Before the mystic emperor elder could react, the attack was already upon him. He could only erect a protective barrier. After the wave of attacks, the mystic emperor elder tried to control the power of heaven and earth again. But after sensing he seemed to have lost all control over it. No matter how hard he tried, he couldn't manipulate the power of this domain. At that moment the mystic emperor elder suddenly understood. So that young man was also a mystic emperor realm expert, perhaps even more powerful. He was about to beg for mercy. But a sword emerged from the clouds. The mystic emperor elder had no time to speak. He could only hastily try to counter this strike. The immense pressure forced half the people in Mystic Emperor City to the ground, unable to rise. Everyone was stunned by the colossal sword in the sky. Who could survive under such an attack? No one. No one could survive. It was terrifying. A remarkably solid giant sword descended slowly. Those of lower cultivation levels couldn't withstand the boundless pressure and exploded. Seeing this, the Mystic Emperor Elder unleashed all his ultimate techniques in an attempt to block Lin Yu's attack. However, the power of the sword in the sky far exceeded his imagination. In the end, the Mystic Emperor Elder extended his right hand, desperately grasping the sword, and managed to shift it aside. He sacrificed an arm to save his life. The Mystic Emperor Elder screamed in pain and quickly said, "You're at the midstage of the Mystic Emperor realm. How is that possible?" "Impossible. The secret realm for advancing to the Mystic Emperor realm just appeared in this world. How could you already be at the midstage?" "I don't believe it." The others looked in astonishment at the young man with closed eyes and open arms. He seemed to be enveloped by a mysterious Tao script. It was both intriguing and dangerous. Lin Yu didn't speak. Instead, a dense array of small swords formed behind him. Though small, each one felt capable of killing a mystic deity realm cultivator. All the surviving onlookers moved even farther away. Who would stay close and court death? Hadn't they seen the bloodstains splattered on the ground? They had died without even a trace left. Lin Yu hadn't realized he had become this powerful. Now, even if he attacked the Xian sect alone, he could slaughter them until rivers of blood flowed. Those of lower cultivation levels couldn't even withstand the residual force of his attack and would dissolve into a pool of blood. Lin Yu then launched the small swords formed behind him toward the Mystic Emperor Elder. The Mystic Emperor Elder reacted and immediately fled in all directions. But the flying sword seemed to have eyes relentlessly pursuing him. He ran all the way thinking he had escaped Mystic Emperor City and was safe. But the dense swarm of flying swords had already surrounded him from all directions, front, back, left, right, above and below, leaving no gap whatsoever. The Mystic Emperor Elder begged in panic, "No. I beg for mercy. I swear the Xian sect will never trouble the Zenith Pavilion again. Spare my life." But Lin Yu had no intention of letting him go. After he finished speaking, all the flying swords shot toward him simultaneously. The Mystic Emperor Elder erected a protective barrier, but it shattered within a single breath. Thus the Mystic Emperor Elder perished, pierced by 1,000 swords. At the moment of his death, the heavens suddenly let out a mournful cry. The sky changed, from a clear sunny expanse. It turned a vast bloody red. Lin Yu paid it no mind. He controlled the remaining flying swords, sending them toward the other mystic immortal elders. Those people died under the flying swords before they could even react. With all the Xian sect members fallen, the terrified onlookers fled the scene in panic. Lin Yu opened his eyes and slowly watched their retreating figures. A faint smile curled at the corner of his mouth. Looking at the sky transformed by the death of the Mystic Emperor Cultivator. Mo Wu, little fatty Li He and the others cheered, celebrating their victory. Even the usually aloof Lu Qingxue couldn't hide the smile on her face. A myriad of emotions stirred within Lin Yu. He turned to look at Mo Wuli He and the others and said with a smile, "We've won this battle. However, the Xian sect won't let this matter rest. After all, we've killed 1 mystic emperor and 6 mystic immortals. We must remain vigilant against their counterattack." Everyone nodded in understanding. Lin Yu gazed into the distance with a resolute look, silently deciding that once they grew stronger they would seek revenge on the Xian sect. He knew the road ahead was long, but he had the confidence to lead everyone forward. That night they held a rare celebration banquet. Amid laughter and joy they celebrated their overwhelming victory, all marveling at Lin Yu's power. Time flew by swiftly. 30 years later Lin Yu had reached the peak of the Mystic Emperor realm. The others had also attained the Mystic Immortal realm. With their cultivation levels and Lin Yu's unique methods, they were capable of slaying Mystic Emperor realm experts. The number of orphans had grown from 3,000 to 30,000. Dozens of them had reached the Mystic Dao realm. The rest were at least at the Mystic Heaven realm. With such a force, no one in the Mystic Emperor continent could stand against them. It was time for revenge. They led everyone from the Zenith Pavilion to the foot of the Xian Sek mountain. Along the way they didn't intervene, leaving the fighting to the orphans. Only when Mystic Deity or Mystic Immortal realm cultivators appeared did they step in to kill them. Thus they fought their way from the foot of the mountain to the top. The Mystic Immortal elders, hearing of the attack, emerged from seclusion and rushed toward Lin Yu and the others. By the time they arrived, half of the Xian Sect's disciples had already been killed. Lin Yu and the others wasted no words, they killed anyone who came. The slaughter caused the very heavens to change. With each Mystic Emperor's death the sky grew redder. Finally all the Mystic Emperor elders and disciples of the Xian sect were dead, leaving only the Xian sect sect master. "Why are you slaughtering my Xian sect? Sect master, you have a short memory. Remember the Cloud Sword sect? It seems you do. When you destroy another sect you must be prepared for your own annihilation. Well, they're waiting for you. Let me send you off." With that Lin Yu killed him with a single sword strike. From then on Lin Yu and the others made the Xian sect their headquarters for the Zenith Pavilion. A colossus had risen in the Mystic Emperor continent. The Dao sect once sent people to test the Zenith Pavilion. But the result was the Dao sect's annihilation. From then on in the Mystic Emperor continent the Zenith Pavilion was known to all and no one dared to offend its disciples. The Zenith Pavilion became a sacred ground for cultivation. 10 years after the Xian sect's fall the Zenith Pavilion had Mystic Emperor realm experts. With Lin Yu's cultivation methods no one in the Mystic Emperor continent could rival them. Lin Yu and the others had all reached the peak of the Mystic Emperor realm. One day the Heavenly Sovereign appeared before Lin Yu. "I knew my judgment of people was never wrong. Are you ready? It's time for us to go to the Celestial Tower." Lin Yu glanced at the others and nodded. Together they all went to the Celestial Tower. Years later the Mystic Emperor continent still echoed with their legends, but no one could ever match them. What would Lin Yu and the others encounter in the Celestial Tower? The tale ends here.